Lioness, Book 1, Suldrun's Garden, by Jack Vance. Copyright 1983 by Jack Vance. Narrated by Suzanne Toren.
This book was originally created for audio cassette playback. Any announcements concerning cassettes do not apply to this recording. This version contains markers allowing direct access to major portions of the book.
Annotation. Fantasy novel of an ancient time in the Elder Isles, also known as Atlantis. A lovely princess who refuses to marry suitors picked by her father, King Casmir, falls in love with a prince from a hostile land. Imprisoned by the king, the prince manages to frustrate the king's ambitions in this complex tale of magic and intrigue. 1983. From the book jacket. Far ago and long away, now lost forever beneath the rolling Atlantic, the Elder Isles were once lands of fairy shees and troll forests, of finely appointed palaces, a whisper with stealthy intrigue, of crones wise in lore and knights steeled in valor. In these isles lived a princess possessed of a wistful, sad beauty. Then one day a prince was cast up by the sea. To Norma, wife and colleague. Genealogy. Female issue is indicated by the letter F. Olam Magnus, first king of Lioness, then Olam I, king of the Elder Isles. His children were Lida, F, Losweg, F, Rordek I, Gildweg, F, and Murloch, F. Rordek I had a child, Olam II. Olam II had a child, Gilda, F, who married Quarnitz I from Galicia, known as one of the Galician cuckoos. Their child was Magbihar, F, who married Nifith I from Galicia, known as the other Galician cuckoo. Their child was Nifith II, killed by Fafian Longnose. Murloch married Codbrus, Duke of South Ulfland. Their children were Glaze, F, Godonius, Duke of South Ulfland, no male issue, and Goidelwyn, F, who married Hependites, Earl of Evander. Their child was Bortrude, F, who married Belwig the Goth. Their child was Danglish, Duke of South Ulfland. His children were Megan, F, and Lathing I, King of South Ulfland, whose child was Orianti I, whose child was Quilcy I. Gildweg married Clodius, Duke of Dahote. Their child was Ardamach, Duke of Dahote, whose child was Getzel the Grey, Duke of Dahote, whose child was Fafian Longnose, Duke of Dahote, then Fafian I, King of the Elder Isles. His children were Rordek II, Adoril, F, Dorcas, Duke of Dahote, and Goidelwyn, F. Rordek II's child was Olam III, whose child was Uther I, whose child was Uther II to Britain, whose child was Uther Pendragon, whose child was Arthur of Cornwall, later Arthur I, King of Britain. Adoril married Jahan, Duke of Lioness. Their child was Cassander, Duke of Lioness. His child was Fristan, Duke of Lioness, then King of Lioness. His children were Etain, F, and Casmir, king of Lyonesse. Casmir married Solus of Aquitaine, and their children were Suldrun, F, and Cassander. Etain married Thurlach, Duke of Hal, later King of Caduz. Their child was Rogarth. Dorcas, Duke of Dahote, had 2 children, Dalmacus, Duke of Dahote, no male issue, and Perold, Earl of Chanceth, then Duke of Dahote. His child was Dorelius, Duke of Dahote. His child was Audrey I, Duke of Dahote, then King of Dahote. His children were Audrey II and Mahave, F. Goidelwyn married Grabolt, Duke of Troysenet. Their child was Helm, Duke of Troysenet, who married Megan, the daughter of Danglish. Their child was Olivano, Duke of Troysenet, then King of Troysenet. His children were Granis, Arbamet, and Ospero. Granis married Bodil. Their children were Lorissa, F, Ethel, F, Ferniste, F, and Byron, F. Arbamet married Vivian. Their children were Triwan and Eulalia, F. Ospero married Aenor, and their child was Alas. Siblings away from chain of descent, collateral lines, and grass marriages are not indicated to avoid overcomplexity. Preliminary. The Elder Isles and its peoples, a brief survey which, while not altogether tedious, may be neglected by the reader impatient with facts. The Elder Isles, now sunk beneath the Atlantic, in olden times were located across the Cantabrian Gulf, now the Bay of Biscay, from Old Gaul. Christian chroniclers have little to say regarding the Elder Isles. Gildas and Nennius both make references to Hybris, though Bede is silent. Geoffrey of Monmouth alludes to both Lyonesse and Avalon, and perhaps other places and events which can less certainly be identified. Chrétien of Troyes rhapsodizes upon Ys and its pleasures, and Ys is also the frequent locale of early Armorican folk tales. Irish references are numerous but confusing and contradictory. Footnote, see Glossary 1. End of footnote. Saint Breusebius of Cardiff propounds a rather fanciful list of the kings of Lyonesse. Saint Columba inveighs against the heretics, witches, idolaters, and druids of the island he calls High Brasil, the medieval term for Hybris. Otherwise the record is quiet. Greeks and Phoenicians traded with the Elder Isles. Romans visited Hybris, and many settled there, leaving behind aqueducts, roads, villas, and temples. In the waning days of the empire, Christian dignitaries landed at Avalon amid vast pomp and panoply. They established bishoprics, appointed appropriate officials, and spent good Roman gold to build their basilicas, none of which prospered. The bishops strove mightily against the olden gods, halflings and magicians alike, but few dared enter the forest of Tantravallis. Aspergillums, thuribles, and curses proved futile against such as Dankvin the giant, Tawdry the weazening, the fairies of Pithpenny Shee. Footnote, see Glossary 2. End of footnote. Dozens of missionaries, exalted through faith, paid terrible prices for their zeal. St. Elric marched barefoot to Smoorish Rock, where he intended to subdue the ogre Mager and bring him to the faith. According to subsequent tale-tellers, St. Elric arrived at noon, and Mager politely agreed to hear his declaration. Elric spoke a mighty sermon, while Mager started the fire in his pit, Elric expounded, recited scripture, and sang the glories of the faith. When he came to an end and declared his final hallelujah, Maegor gave him a stoup of ale to ease his throat. Sharpening a knife, he complimented Elric upon the fervor of his rhetoric. Then he smote off Elric's head, cut, drew, spitted, cooked, and devoured the sanctified morsel with a garnish of leeks and cabbages. St. Aldine attempted the baptism of a troll in the waters of Black Mara Tarn. She was indefatigable. He raped her 4 times during her efforts, until at last she despaired. In due course she gave birth to 4 imps. The first of these, Ignaldus, became father to the eerie knight Sir Sacrantine, who could not sleep of nights until he had killed a Christian. St. Aldine's other children were Draith, Alea, and Basil. Footnote: the deeds of the 4 have been chronicled in a rare volume, St. Aldine's Children. End of footnote. In Godelia, Druids never paused in the worship of Lug, the sun, Matrona, the moon, Adonis, the beautiful, Cernuan, the stag, Mokoos, the boar, Kai, the dark, Shia, the graceful, and innumerable local half-gods. During this period, Olam Magnus of Lyonesse, aided by Persilian, his so-called magic mirror, brought all the Elder Isles, except Skaghain and Godelia, under his rule. Styling himself Olam I, he enjoyed a long and prosperous reign, and was succeeded by Rordek I, Olam II, then briefly by the Galician cuckoos, Quarnitz I and Nifith I. Then Fathian Longnose reasserted the old bloodline. He sired Olam III, who moved his throne Ivandig, and that great table known as Cerbra-an Midan, the Board of Notables. Footnote: the Round Table of King Arthur was later inspired by the Cerbra-an Midan. End of footnote. From Lyonesse town to Avalon in the Duchy of Dahote. When Olam III's grandson, Uther II, fled to Britain, there to sire Uther Pendragon, father of Arthur, king of Cornwall, the land fragmented to become 10 kingdoms: Dahote, Lyonesse, North Ulfland, South Ulfland, Godelia, Blalock, Cadus, Pomperole, Dacinet, and Troysinet. The new kings found many pretexts for contention, and the Elder Isles entered a time of trouble. North and South Ulfland, exposed to the Ska, footnote, see Glossary 3, end of footnote, became lawless wastes, occupied by robber knights and dire beasts. Only the Vale Evander, guarded to the east by the castle Tinsinfirel, and to the west by the city Is, remained a realm of tranquillity. King Audrey I of Dahote at last took a fateful step. He declared that since he sat on the throne Evandig, he must be acknowledged King of the Elder Isles. King Fristan of Lyonesse at once challenged him. Audrey assembled a great army and marched down Icknield Way through Pomperole and into Lyonesse. King Fristan led his army north. At the Battle of Orm Hill, the armies fought for 2 days and finally separated in mutual exhaustion. Both Fristan and Audrey died in combat, and both armies retired. Audrey II failed to press his father's claim. Effectively, Fristan had won the battle. 20 years pass. The Ska have made serious inroads into North Ulfland and have taken to themselves a section known as the North Foreshore. King Gax, old, half-blind, and helpless, has gone into hiding. The Ska do not even trouble to search for him. The king of South Ulfland is Orianti, who resides at Castle Svansveg, near the town of Awaldis. His single son, Prince Quilci, is feeble-minded and spends his days playing with fanciful dolls and doll-houses. Audrey II is king of Dahote, and Casmir is king of Lyonesse, and both intend to become king of the Elder Isles and sit rightfully on the throne Evandig. Chapter 1. On a dreary winter's day, with rain sweeping across Lyonesse town, Queen Solace went into labor. She was taken to the lying-in room and attended by 2 midwives, 4 maids, Balhamel the physician, and the crone named Dildra, who was profound in the lore of herbs, and by some considered a witch. Dildra was present by the wish of Queen Solace, who found more comfort in faith than logic. King Casmir made an appearance. Solace's whimpers became moans, and she clawed at her thick blonde hair with clenched fingers. Casmir watched from across the room. He wore a simple scarlet robe with a purple sash. A gold coronet confined his ruddy blonde hair. He spoke to Balhamel. "What are the signs?" "Sire, there are none as yet." "There is no way to divine the sex?" "To my knowledge, none." Standing in the doorway, legs somewhat apart, hands behind his back, Casmir seemed the very embodiment of stern and kingly majesty. And indeed this was an attitude which accompanied him everywhere, so that kitchen maids, tittering and giggling, often wondered if Casmir wore his crown to the nuptial bed. He inspected Solace from under frowning eyebrows. "It would seem that she feels pain." "Her pain is not so much, sire, as might be. Not yet, at any rate. Remember, fear magnifies that pain which actually exists." To this observation Casmir made no response. He noticed in the shadows to the side of the room Dildra the crone, where she crouched over a brazier. He pointed with his finger. "Why is the witch here?" "Sire," whispered the chief midwife, "she came at the behest of Queen Solace." Casmir grunted. "She'll bring a rack to the child." Dildra only crouched the lower over the brazier. She threw a handful of herbs on the coals. A waft of acrid smoke drifted across the room and touched Casmir's face. He coughed, backed away, and departed the room. The maid drew hangings across the wet landscape and set the bronze lanterns alight. On the couch Solace lay taut, legs outthrust, head thrown back, her regal bulk fascinating the attention of those who stood tending her. The pangs became sharp. Solace cried out, first for pain, then for rage that she should suffer like a common woman. 2 hours later the child was born, a girl of no great size. Solace closed her eyes and lay back. When the child was brought to her, she waved it away and presently relaxed into a stupor. The celebration attendant upon the birth of Princess Suldrun was muted. King Casmir issued no jubilant proclamation, and Queen Solace refused audience to all save a certain Iwaldo Idra, adept of the Caucasian mysteries. Finally, and only so it seemed that he might not contravene custom, King Casmir ordained a gala procession. On a day of brittle white sunlight, cold wind, and high hurrying clouds, the gates before Castle Hydian opened. 4 heralds in white satin marched forth at a stately step-halt-step. From their clarions depended gonfalons of white silk, embroidered with the emblem of lioness, a black tree of life on which grew 12 scarlet pomegranates. Footnote: the usages of heraldry, as well as the theory and practice of chivalry, were still simple and fresh. They would not attain their full Baroque extravagance for centuries to come. End of footnote. They marched 40 yards, halted, raised clarions, and blew the gladsome tidings fanfare. From the palace yard, on snorting white horses, rode 4 noblemen: Cyprus, Duke of Scroy; Bannoy, Duke of Tremblance; Odo, Duke of Folies; and Sir Garnell, Knight Banneret of Castle Swange, nephew to the king. Next came the royal carriage, drawn by 4 white unicorns. Queen Solace sat swathed in green robes, holding Suldrun on a crimson pillow. King Casmir rode his great black horse, Chevan, beside the carriage. Behind marched the elite guard, each of noble blood, carrying ceremonial silver halberds. At the rear rolled a wagon from which a pair of maidens tossed handfuls of pennies into the throng. The procession descended the Sphère Arcte, the central avenue of Lioness Town, to the Chail, the road which followed the semicircle of the harbor. At the Chail, the procession circled the fish market and returned up the Sphere Arched to Hydian. Outside the gate, booths offered the king's pickled fish and biscuits to all who hungered, and ale to those who might wish to drink health to the new princess. During the months of winter and spring, King Casmir looked only twice at the infant princess, in each case standing back in cool disinterest. She had thwarted his royal will by coming female into the world. He could not immediately punish her for the act, no more could he extend the full beneficence of his favor. Solace grew sulky because Casmir was displeased, and with a set of petulant flourishes banished the child from her sight. Hermie, a raw-boned peasant girl and niece to an under-gardener, had lost her own infant son to the yellow bloat. With an amplitude of both milk and solicitude, she became Suldrun's wet nurse. Centuries in the past, at that middle-distant time when legend and history start to blur, Blaus Reddin, the pirate, built a fort at the back of a stony semicircular harbor. His concern was not so much assault from the sea, but surprise attacks down from the pinnacles and gorges of the mountains to the north of the harbor. A century later, the Danaan king, Tabro, enclosed the harbor behind a remarkable breakwater, and added the Old Hall, new kitchens, and a set of sleeping chambers to the fortress. His son, Zoltra Brightstar, constructed a massive stone pier and dredged the harbor so that any ship in the world might moor at the pier. Footnote: according to legend, both Tabro and Zoltra Brightstar engaged Joeld, a submarine giant, to aid in their undertakings, for an unknown compensation. End of footnote. Zoltra further augmented the old fortress, adding the Great Hall and the West Tower, though he died before completion of the work, which continued through the reigns of Palimon I, Advarius I, and Palimon II. The Hydian of King Casmir held aloft 5 major towers: the East Tower, the King's Tower, the Tall Tower, also known as the Eyrie, the Tower of Palimon, and the West Tower. There were 5 major halls: the Great Hall, the Hall of Honors, the Old Hall, the Clod an Dach Nair, or the Banquet Hall, and the small refectory. Of these, the Great Hall was remarkable for its ponderous majesty, which seemed to transcend the scope of human effort. The proportions, the spaces and masses, the contrasts of shadow and light, which changed from morning to evening and again to the moving illumination of flamboys, all acted together to awe the senses. The entrances were almost afterthoughts. In any case, no one could achieve a dramatic entrance into the Great Hall. At one end, a portal entered upon a narrow stage from which 6 wide steps descended into the hall, beside columns so massive that a pair of men, arms outstretched, could not enclasp them. To one side, a row of high windows, glazed with thick glass, now lavender with age, admitted a watery half-light. At night, flamboys in iron brackets seemed to cast as much black shadow as light. 12 Mauritanian rugs eased the harshness of the stone floor. A pair of iron doors opened into the Hall of Honors, which in scope and proportion resembled the nave of a cathedral. A heavy dark red carpet ran down the center from entrance to royal throne. Around the walls ranged 54 massive chairs, each signified by an emblem of nobility hanging on the wall above. On these chairs, for ceremonial occasions, sat the grandees of Lioness, each under the emblem of his ancestors. The royal throne had been Evandig until Olam III moved it to Avalon, along with the round table Kerbra an Midan. The table where the noblest of the noble might discover their named places had occupied the center of the hall. The Hall of Honors had been added by King Carlos, last of the Methuan dynasty. Llywod the Red, first of the Tyrrhenians, footnote, Llywod's grandfather had been a Balearic Etruscan, end of footnote, extended Hydian's precincts to the east of Zoltra's wall. He paved the Urquell, Zoltra's old parade ground, and to the back built the massive Penhadder, in which were housed infirmary, barracks, and penitentiary. The dungeons under the old armory fell into disuse, with the ancient cages, racks, griddles, wheels, strappado lofts, presses, punches, and twisting machines left to moulder in the damp. The kings proceeded to rule, one by one, and each augmented Hydian's halls, passages, prospects, galleries, towers, and turrets, as if each, brooding on mortality, sought to make himself part of ageless Hydian. For those who lived there, Hydian was a small universe, indifferent to the events of elsewhere, though the membrane of separation was not impermeable. There were rumors from abroad, notices of the changing seasons, arrivals and excursions, an occasional novelty or alarm, but these were muffled murmurs, dim images, which barely stirred the organs of the palace. A comet flaring across the sky? Marvelous, but forgotten when Shilk the potboy kicks the undercook's cat. The Ska have ravaged North Ulfland? The Ska are like wild animals. But this morning, after eating cream on her porridge, the Duchess of Scroy found a dead mouse in the cream jug, and here was emotion raw and stark, what with her outcries and shoes thrown at the maids. The laws which ruled the small universe were exact. Status was graduated with the finest of discrimination, from high degree to lowest of the low. Each knew his quality and understood the delicate distinction between next highest, to be minimized, and next lowest, to be enforced and emphasized. Some encroached beyond their station, generating tension. The sharp stench of rancor hung in the air. Each scrutinized the conduct of those above, while concealing his own affairs from those below. The royal personages were watched with care. Their habits were discussed and analyzed a dozen times a day. Queen Solace showed great cordiality to religious zealots and priests, and found much of interest in their creeds. She was thought to be sexually cold, and never took lovers. King Casmir made connubial visits to her bed regularly, once each month, and they coupled with stately ponderosity, like the mating of elephants. Princess Suldrun occupied a peculiar place in the social structure of the palace. The indifference of King Casmir and Queen Solace were duly noted. Petty discourtesies, therefore, might be visited upon Suldrun with impunity. The years passed, and without any notice being taken, Suldrun became a quiet child with long, soft blonde hair. Because no one saw fit to arrange otherwise, Hermie made the leap in status from wet nurse to the private maid of the princess. Hermie, untrained in etiquette and not greatly gifted in other ways, had assimilated lore from her Celtic grandfather, which across the seasons and over the years she communicated to Suldrun. Tales and fables, the perils of far places, dints against the mischief of fairies, the language of flowers, precautions while walking out at midnight, and the avoidance of ghosts, the knowledge of good trees and bad trees. Suldrun learned of lands which lay beyond the castle. "2 roads lead from Lioness Town," said Hermie. "You may go north through the mountains, along the Sverarkt, or you go east through Zoltra's Gate and across the Urquell. Presently you come to my little cottage and our 3 fields where we grow cabbages, turnips, and hay for the beasts. Then the road forks. To the right you follow the shore of the Lyr, all the way to Sloot Scheme. To the left you fare north and join the old street, which runs between the forest of Tantravallis, where the fairies live. 2 roads pass through the forest, north to south and east to west." "Tell what happens where they meet." Suldrun already knew, but she enjoyed the zest of Hermie's descriptions. Hermie warned her. "I've never fared so far, you understand. But what grandfather says is this. In the old times the crossroads would move about, because the place was enchanted and never knew peace. This might be well enough for the traveller, because after all he would put one foot ahead of him and then the other, and the road would at last be won, and the traveller none the wiser that he had seen twice as much forest as he had bargained for. The most troubled were the folk who sold their goods each year at the Goblin Fair, and where was that but at the crossroads? The folk for the fair were most put out, because the fair should be at the crossroads on Midsummer Night, but when they arrived at the crossroads it had shifted 2 miles and a half, and nowhere a fair to be seen. About this time the magicians vied in awful conflict. Mergen proved the strongest and defeated Twitten, whose father was a halfling, his mother a bald priestess at Kai Kang under the Atlas Mountains. What to do with the defeated magician, who seethed with evil and hate? Mergen rolled him up and forged him into a stout iron post, 10 foot long and thick as my leg. Then Mergen took this enchanted post to the crossroads, and waited till it shifted to the proper place. Then he drove the iron post down deep in the centre, fixing the crossroads so it no longer could move, and all the folk at the Goblin Fair were glad and spoke well of Mergen. Tell about Goblin Fair. Well then, it's the place and time when the halflings and men can meet, and none will harm the other, so long as he stays polite. The folk set up booths and sell all manner of fine things, cobweb cloth and wine of violets in silver bottles, books of fairy skein, written with words that you can't get out of your head once they're in. You'll see all kinds of halflings, fairies and goblins, trolls and merryhews, and even an odd falloy, though they show themselves seldom, out of shyness, despite being the most beautiful of all. You'll hear songs and music and much chinking of fairy gold, which they squeeze from buttercups. Oh, they're a rare folk, the fairies. Tell how you saw them. Oh, indeed. It was 5 years ago, when I was with my sister, who married the cobbler in Frogmarsh village. One time, just at gloaming, I sat by the stile to rest my bones, and watch while evening came over the meadow. I heard a tink-a-tink-tinkle, and I looked and listened. Again, tink-a-tink-tinkle, and there, not 20 paces distant, came a little fellow with a lantern that gave green light. From the beak of his cap hung a silver bell that went tink-a-tink-tinkle as he jumped along. I sat quiet as a post till he was gone with his bell and green lantern. And that's all there is to it. Tell about the ogre. No, that's quite enough for today. Do tell, please. Well, in truth, I know not all that much. There are different sorts among the halflings, different as fox from bear, so that fairy and ogre and goblin and skite are different. All are enemies, each to each, except at the Goblin Fair. The ogres live deep in the forest, and it's true they'll take children and roast them on spits. So never you run too far into the forest for berries, lest you be lost. I'll be careful. Now tell me, it's time for your porridge. And today, who knows, there might be a nice rosy apple in my bag yonder. Suldrun took lunch in her small sitting-room, or if the weather were fine, in the orangery, delicately nibbling and sipping, while a Hermie held the spoon to her mouth. In due course she fed herself, with careful movements and sober concentration, as if the most important thing in the world was eating daintily, without mess. A Hermie found the habit both absurd and endearing, and sometimes she would come up behind Suldrun and say "Boo!" in her ear, just as Suldrun opened her mouth for a spoonful of soup. Suldrun pretended to be outraged, and reproached a Hermie. "That is a naughty trick." Then she once more commenced to eat, watching a Hermie carefully from the corner of her eye. Away from Suldrun's chambers, a Hermie moved as unobtrusively as possible. But gradually the fact emerged that a Hermie, the peasant girl, had stolen a march on her betters. The matter was referred to Dame Boudetta, mistress of the household, a severe and uncompromising lady, born into the petty gentility. Her duties were manifold. She supervised the female servants, monitored their virtue, arbitrated questions of propriety. She knew the special conventions of the palace. She was a compendium of genealogical information, and even greater masses of scandal. Bianca, an upper chamber maid, first brought complaint of a Hermie. "She's an outsider and doesn't even live at the palace. She comes in smelling of pigs, and now she's taken to all manner of airs just because she sweeps out little Suldrun's bedchamber." "Yes, yes," said Dame Budetta, speaking through her long, high-bridged nose. "I know all about it." "Another thing," Bianca now spoke with sly emphasis. "Princess Suldrun, as we all know, has little to say, and may be just a trifle backward." "Bianca, that is quite enough." "But when she does speak, her accent is atrocious. What when King Casmir decides to converse with the princess and hears the voice of a stable-boy?" "Your point is well taken," said Dame Budetta loftily. "Still, I have already given the matter thought." "Remember, I am well suited to the office of personal maid, and my accent is excellent, and I am thoroughly conversant with details of deportment and dress." "I will keep this in mind." In the end, Dame Budetta appointed a gentlewoman of middle quality to the post. In fact, her cousin, Dame Morgellin, to whom she owed a favour. A Hermie was forthwith discharged and sent trudging home with hanging head. Suldrun at this time was 4 years old, and ordinarily docile, gentle, and easy of disposition, if somewhat remote and pensive. Upon learning of the change, she stood transfixed in shock. A Hermie was the single living object in the world whom she loved. Suldrun made no outcry. She climbed to her chamber, and for 10 minutes stood looking down over the town. Then she wrapped her doll into a kerchief, pulled on her hooded cloak of soft grey lamb's wool, and quietly departed the palace. She ran up the arcade which flanked the east wing of Hydian, and slipped under Zoltra's wall by a dank passage 20 feet long. She ran across the Urquhart, ignoring the grim Pane-Hadder and the gallows on the roof, from which dangled a pair of corpses. With the Urquhart behind, Suldrun trotted along the road until she was tired, then walked. Suldrun knew the way well enough. Along the road to the first lane, left along the lane to the first cottage. She shyly pushed open the door, to find a Hermie sitting glumly at a table, paring turnips for the supper soup. A Hermie stared in astonishment. "And what are you doing here?" "I don't like Dame Morgellin. I've come to live with you." "Ah, little princess, but that won't do. Come, we must get you back before there's an outcry. Who saw you leave?" "No one." "Come then, quickly now. If any should ask, we're just out for the air." "I don't want to stay there alone." "Suldrun, my dearest, you must. You're a royal princess, and you may never forget it. That means you do as you're told. Come along now." "But I won't do as I'm told if it means that you'll be gone." "Well, we'll see. Let's hurry. Maybe we can slip in with none the wiser." But Suldrun already had been missed. While her presence at Hydian meant nothing particular to anyone, her absence was a matter of great import. Dame Morgellin had searched the entire east tower, from the garret under the roof slates, which Suldrun was known to visit, skulking and hiding, the secret little imp, thought Dame Morgellin, down through the observatory where King Casmir came to assess the harbour beyond, down through the chambers on the next floor, which included Suldrun's rooms. Finally, hot, tired, and apprehensive, she descended to the main floor, to halt in mingled relief and fury to see Suldrun and a Hermie push open the heavy door and come quietly into the foyer at the end of the main gallery. In an angry swirl of robes, Dame Morgellin descended the last 3 stairs and advanced upon the 2. "Where have you been? We are all in a state of supreme anxiety. Come, we must find Dame Budetta. The matter is in her hands." Dame Morgellin marched off down the gallery and along a side corridor to Dame Budetta's office, with Suldrun and a Hermie following apprehensively behind. Dame Budetta heard Dame Morgellin's excited report and looked back and forth between Suldrun and a Hermie. The matter seemed of no great moment, in fact, trivial and tiresome. Still, it represented a certain amount of insubordination, and so must be dealt with, briskly and decisively. The question of fault was irrelevant. Dame Budetta ranked Suldrun's intelligence, sluggish though it might be, about on a par with the moony peasant stupidity of a Hermie. Suldrun, of course, could not be punished. Even Solace would rise in wrath to learn that royal flesh had been scourged. Dame Budetta dealt practically with the affair. She turned a cold gaze upon a Hermie. "Now then, woman, what have you done?" A Hermie, whose mind indeed was not agile, looked blankly at Dame Budetta. "I have done nothing, my lady." Then, hoping to ease matters for Suldrun, she blundered on. "It was just one of our little walks we were having, wasn't it, Princess dear?" Suldrun looked from hawk-like Dame Budetta to portly Dame Morglin, discovered only expressions of cold dislike. She said, "I went for a walk, that is true." Dame Budetta turned upon a Hermie. "How dare you take such liberties upon yourself? Were you not dismissed from your post?" "Yes, my lady, but it wasn't like that at all." "Tush, no more. I will hear no excuses." Budetta signalled to a footman. "Take this woman to the yard and assemble the staff." Sobbing in bewilderment, a Hermie was led to the service yard beside the kitchen, and a jailer was summoned down from the Painhader. The palace staff was marshalled to watch, while a Hermie was bent over a trestle by a pair of footmen in Hydian livery. The jailer came forward, a burly black-bearded man with a pallid, almost lavender skin. He stood idly by, staring at the maids and twitching his scourge of willow withes. Dame Budetta stood on a balcony with Dame Morglin and Suldrun. In a clear, nasal voice she cried out, "Attention, staff! I cite this woman, a Hermie, for malfeasance. Through folly and carelessness she sequestered the person of beloved Princess Suldrun to cause us grief and consternation. Woman, can you now claim contrition?" Suldrun cried out, "She didn't do anything. She brought me home." Beset by that peculiar passion which attends those at an execution, Dame Morglin dared so far as to pinch Suldrun's arm, and drew her roughly back. "Silence!" she hissed. A Hermie bawled, "I'm ashamed if I did wrong. I only walked the princess home in haste." Dame Budetta suddenly, in all clarity, perceived the truth of the matter. Her mouth sagged. She stepped forward. Events had gone too far. Her dignity was at stake. No doubt a Hermie had escaped punishment for other offences. There was always her presumptuous behaviour to be paid off. Dame Budetta raised her hand. "For all, a lesson to be learned. Work dutifully. Never presume. Respect your superiors. Watch and take heed. Warden, 8 strokes, stringent but just." The jailer stood back, pulled a black executioner's mask over his face, then advanced upon a Hermie. He threw her brown furs skirt up over her shoulders, exposing a pair of ample white buttocks. He raised the switches high. Thwish-whack! A gasping cry from a Hermie. From the onlookers a mingling of indrawn breaths and titters. Dame Budetta looked on impassively. Dame Morglin showed a pursing, mindless smile. Suldrun stood silently, biting her lower lip. With self-critical deliberation the jailer wielded the scourge. While not a kindly man, he had no taste for pain, and today he was in good humour. He contrived a mighty effort, swinging his shoulders, lurching, grunting, but laid small actual weight into his strokes, and took away no skin. A Hermie nevertheless bellowed with each stroke, and all were awed by the severity of her thrashing. 7, 8. Enough, declared Dame Budetta. Trinth, Molotta, attend the woman, dress her body with good oil, and send her home. The rest of you, return to your work. Dame Budetta turned, marched from the balcony into a parlour for high-caste servants, such as herself, the seneschal, the bursar, the sergeant of the palace guards, and the master steward, where they could take refreshment and confer. Dame Morglin and Suldrun followed. Dame Budetta faced Suldrun to find her already half-way to the door. "Child, "Princess Suldrun, where are you going?" Dame Moglen ran heavy-legged to stand in Suldrun's way. Suldrun halted and looked from woman to woman, her eyes glinting with tears. "Please give me your attention, Princess," said Dame Budetta. "We are starting something new, which perhaps has been delayed too long. Your education. You must learn to be a lady of esteem and dignity. Dame Moglen will instruct you." "I don't want her." "Nevertheless, you shall have her, by particular order of gracious Queen Sullus." Suldrun looked up full into Dame Budetta's face. "Some day I will be queen. Then you will be whipped." Dame Budetta opened her mouth, then shut it again. She took a quick step towards Suldrun, who stood half passive, half defiant. Dame Budetta halted. Dame Moglen, grinning mirthlessly, watched from the side, eyes looking in several directions. Dame Budetta spoke in a croaking voice, painfully gentle. "Now then, Princess Suldrun, I act only from devotion to yourself. It is not meet for either queen or princess to use peevish vindictiveness." From Dame Moglen came an unctuous corroboration. "So it is indeed. Remember the same for Dame Moglen." "The punishment is now accomplished," declared Dame Budetta, still using a careful and strained voice. "Everyone will surely be the better for it. Now we must put it from our minds. You are the precious Princess Suldrun, and honest Dame Moglen will instruct you in the proprieties." "I do not want her. I want a Hermie." "Tush now, be complacent." Suldrun was taken to her chamber. Dame Moglen plumped herself in a chair and began to work embroidery. Suldrun went to the window and stared out across the harbor. Dame Moglen trudged up the circular stone steps to Dame Budetta's apartments, hips rolling and thrusting under her dark brown gown. On the third floor she halted to pant, then went to an arched door of fitted timbers, bound with black iron straps. The door stood ajar. Dame Moglen pushed it somewhat more open, with a creaking of iron hinges, so that she could pass her amplitude through the gap. She advanced to stand in the doorway, eyes darting to all corners of the room at once. Dame Budetta sat at a table, tendering rapeseed on the tip of a long, thin forefinger to a caged tomtit. "Peck, Dicko, peck, like a gallant bird. Ah, that was a good one." Dame Moglen crept a pace or two forward, and at last Dame Budetta looked up. "What is it now?" Dame Moglen shook her head, wrung her hands, and licked her pursing lips. "The child is like a stone. I can do nothing with her." Dame Budetta made a short, brittle sound. "You must be brisk. Arrange a schedule. Insist on obedience." Dame Moglen held her arms wide and spoke a single poignant word. "How?" Dame Budetta gave an annoyed snap of tongue against teeth. She turned back to the birdcage. "Dicko, twit-twit, Dicko, one more peck and that is all. No more." Dame Budetta rose to her feet, and with Dame Moglen in her wake went downstairs and up to Suldrun's chambers. She opened the door, looked into the sitting-room. "Princess?" Suldrun made no response, and indeed was nowhere to be seen. The two advanced into the room. "Princess," called Dame Budetta, "are you hiding from us? Come now, don't be naughty." Dame Moglen moaned in a sad contralto. "Where is the perverse little thing? I gave stern instructions that she must sit in her chair." Dame Budetta looked into the bedchamber. "Princess Suldrun, where are you?" She cocked her head sidewise to listen, but heard nothing. The chambers were empty. Dame Moglen muttered, "She's gone off again to the store-woman." Dame Budetta went to the window, thinking to overlook a view to the east, but the way was concealed by the slanting, tiled roof over the arcade and the mouldering bulk of Zoltra's wall. Below was the orangery. To the side, half hidden under dark green foliage, she noted the glimmer of Suldrun's white frock. Silent and grim, she stalked from the room, followed by Dame Morglin, hissing and muttering furious phrases under her breath. They descended the stairs, went out and around to the orangery. Suldrun sat on a bench playing with a wisp of grass. She noted the approach of the two women without emotion, and returned her attention to the grass. Dame Budetta halted and stood looking down at the small blonde head. Anger surged up within her, but she was too clever and too wary to allow it tangible scope. Behind stood Dame Morglin, mouth puckered in excitement, hoping that Dame Budetta would deal roughly with the princess. A shake, a pinch, a slap on the firm little buttocks. Princess Suldrun raised her eyes and for a moment stared up at Dame Budetta. Then, as if in boredom or apathy, she looked away, and Dame Budetta was left with a strange sensation that she was seeing ahead down long years of the future. Dame Budetta spoke in a voice grating with effort. "Princess Suldrun, you are not happy with Dame Morglin's instruction?" "I don't like her." "But you like a Hermie?" Suldrun merely twitched the grass stalk. "Very well," said Dame Budetta grandly. "So it will be. We cannot have our precious princess unhappy." A quick glance upward, which seemed to read Dame Budetta through and through. Dame Budetta thought with bitter amusement, "If that's the way it is, let it be. At least we understand each other." To Salvage Face, she said sternly, "A Hermie shall return. But you must heed Dame Morglin, who will instruct your deportment." Chapter 2. A Hermie returned, and Dame Morglin continued her attempts to instruct Suldrun, with success no greater than before. Suldrun was not so much insubordinate as remote. Rather than spend effort in defying Dame Morglin, she simply ignored her. Dame Morglin was placed in an irksome predicament. If she admitted her incapacity, Dame Budetta might put her to even less pleasant employment. So daily Dame Morglin presented herself to Suldrun's chambers, where a Hermie was already on hand. The two might or might not acknowledge her presence. Dame Morglin, then, wearing a moony grin and looking in all directions at once, would wander about the room, pretending to put things to rights. At last she would advance upon Suldrun in breezy and lightsome confidence. "Now, Princess, today we must think about making a fine court lady out of you. To start, show me your best curtsy." Suldrun had been tentatively instructed in 6 curtsies of varying formality, mainly by Dame Morglin's ponderous demonstrations, over and over again, joints creaking audibly, until Suldrun, taking pity, might make an attempt at the exercise. After the noon meal, which would be served either in Suldrun's chambers or in the orangery if the weather were fine, a Hermie returned home to manage her own household, while Dame Morglin laid herself down for an afternoon nap. Suldrun also was expected to sleep, but as soon as Dame Morglin's throat began to rattle, Suldrun was out of her bed, into her shoes, and away along the hall and down the stairs to wander the fastnesses of the ancient palace. During the slow hours of the afternoon, the palace itself seemed to drowse, and the small, frail shape moved along the galleries and through the tall chambers like a dream-wisp. In sunny weather she might visit the orangery to play pensive games in the shade of 16 old orange trees. More often she went by unobtrusive ways to the great hall, and thence to the hall of honors beyond, where 54 great chairs, ranking the walls to right and left, represented the 54 most noble houses of Lyonesse. The emblem above each chair, for Suldrun, told the innate nature of the chair, qualities distinctive, vivid, and complex. One chair was characterized by a shifting, sidelong deceit, but pretended graceful charm. Another exhibited a doomed and reckless bravery. Suldrun recognized a dozen varieties of menace and cruelty, and as many nameless affections which could not be described or worded, which caused her a churning of the bowels, or thrills along her skin, or erotic sensations, transient, pleasant, but very strange. Certain chairs loved Suldrun and gave her protection. Others were heavy with danger. Moving among these massive entities, Suldrun felt subdued and tentative, She walked with slow steps, listening for inaudible sounds and watching for movement or shifting of the muted colors. Sitting half-drowsing, half-alert in the arms of a chair who loved her, Suldrun became receptive. The murmuring, unheard voices approached the audible, as tragedies and triumphs were told and retold, the colloquy of the chairs. At the end of the room, a dark red gonfalon, embroidered with a tree of life, hung from the beams to the floor. A split in the fabric allowed access to a retiring chamber, a room dark and dingy, smelling of ancient dust. In this room were stored ceremonial oddments, a bowl carved from alabaster, chalices, bundles of cloth. Suldrun disliked the room. It seemed a cruel little place where cruel deeds had been planned and perhaps accomplished, leaving a subliminal quiver in the air. Occasionally the halls lacked zest. Then Suldrun might go out along the parapets of the old keep, where always there were interesting sights to be seen along the sphere-arched. Travelers coming and going, wagons loaded high with barrels, bales, and baskets, vagabond knights in dented armor, grandees with their retinues, mendicants, wandering scholars, priests and pilgrims of a dozen sects, country gentry come to buy good cloth, spices, trifles of this and that. To the north, the sphere-arched passed between the crags Mager and Yax, petrified giants who had helped King Zoltra Brightstar dredge Lioness Harbor. Becoming obstreperous, they had been transformed into stone by Amber the sorcerer, so the story went. From the parapets, Suldrun could see the harbor and wonderful ships from far lands creaking at their moorings. They were unattainable. To venture so far would arouse storms of reproach from Dame Moglen. She might be taken in disgrace before Queen Solace, or even into the awesome presence of King Casmir. She had no wish to see either. Queen Solace was little more than an imperious voice from a billow of splendid robes. King Casmir, to Suldrun, meant a stern face with prominent blue eyes, golden curls, and a golden crown on top, and a fringe of golden beard below. To risk confrontation with either Queen Solace or King Casmir was not to be considered. Suldrun confined her adventures to the precincts of Hydian. When Suldrun was 7, Queen Solace once more grew big, and on this occasion gave birth to a boy. Solace had lost some of her fear, and as a consequence suffered far less than she had with Suldrun. The baby was named Cassander. In due course he would become Cassander V. He was born during the fine weather of summer, and the festivals attending his birth continued a week. Hydian hosted notable guests from across the Elder Isles. From Dacinet came Prince Othmar and his Aquitanian spouse, Princess Eulinette, the Dukes Athabanus, Helingus, and Utrimidax, with their retinues. From Troysenet, King Granis sent his princely brothers, Arbamet and Ospero, Arbamet's son, Triwan, and Ospero's son, Aelus. From South Ulfland came Grand Duke Erwig, with a birth gift, a magnificent mahogany chest inlaid with red chert and blue turquoise. King Gax of North Ulfland, beleaguered by the Ska, made no representation. King Audrey of Dahote sent a delegation of nobles and a dozen elephants carved from ivory, and so it went. At the name-giving ceremony in the great hall, Princess Suldrun sat demurely with 6 daughters of the upper nobility. Opposite sat the princelings Triwan and Aelus of Troysenet, Belath of Cadus, and the 3 young dukes of Dacinet. For the occasion, Suldrun wore a gown of pale blue velvet, and a fillet studded with moonstones confined her soft pale hair. She was clearly well-favored, and attracted the thoughtful attention of many persons who previously had paid her little heed, including King Casmir himself. He thought, "She is pretty, certainly, if somewhat thin and peaked. She has a solitary look about her. Perhaps she keeps too much to herself. Well, all this can be remedied. She will grow to be a desirable match." And Casmir, who ever more fervently yearned to restore the ancient grandeur of Lioness, went on to reflect, "It is certainly not too early to think along these lines." He cast his mind across the possibilities. De Hout was of course the great obstacle to his plans, and King Audrey was his dedicated, if covert, enemy. Some day the old war must continue, but rather than attack De Hout on the east, through Pomperol, where Audrey's lines of operation were short, which had been King Fristen's grim mistake, Casmir hoped to attack through South Ulfland, to gnaw at De Hout's exposed western flanks. And King Casmir mused upon South Ulfland. King Orianti, a pallid, round-headed little man, was ineffectual, shrill, and waspish. He reigned at his castle Svansveg near the town Oaldis, but could not rule the fiercely independent barons of mountain and moor. His queen, Behus, was both tall and corpulent, and she had borne him a single son, Quilci, now 5 years old, somewhat lack-witted and unable to control the flow of saliva from his mouth. A match between Quilci and Suldrun could bring great advantage. Much depended upon how much influence Suldrun could exert over a feeble-minded spouse. If Quilci were as tractable as reports suggested, a clever woman should find no difficulty with him. Such were King Casmir's reflections as he stood in the great hall at the name-day of his son Cassander. Suldrun felt her father's eyes upon her. The intensity of his gaze made her uncomfortable, and for a moment she feared that she had aroused his disapproval. But presently he looked away, and to her relief paid her no more heed. Directly opposite sat the princelings from Troysenet. Triwan was 14 years old, tall and strong for his age. His dark hair was cut low and square across the forehead, and hung thick at the sides past his ears. His features were perhaps a trifle heavy, but he was by no means ill-favored. Indeed, he already had made his presence felt among the housemaids at Zarkone, the manor house of Prince Arbamet, his father. His eyes rested often upon Suldrun in a way she found disturbing. The second Troyes princeling was Aelus, 2 or 3 years younger than Triwan. He was slender of hip and square in the shoulder. His straight light brown hair was cropped into a cap covering the top of his ears. His nose was short and even. The line of his jaw showed clean and definite. He seemed not to notice Suldrun, which prompted in her an absurd little quiver of vexation, even though she had disapproved of the other prince's boldness. Her attention was distracted by the coming of 4 gaunt druid priests. They wore long robes of brown furs, belted and hooded to hide their faces, and each carried an oak branch from their sacred grove. They shuffled forward, their long white feet appearing and disappearing below the robes, and arranged themselves to north, south, east, and west of the cradle. The druid to the north held the oak branch over the child and touched his forehead with a wooden periapt, then spoke. "The Dagda blesses you and gives you the benefit of your name, Cassander." The druid to the west extended his oak branch. "Bridget, first daughter of the Dagda, blesses you and gives you the benefit of poetry, and names you Cassander." The druid to the south extended his oak branch. "Bridget, second daughter of Dagda, blesses you and gives the benefit of strong health and powers of healing, and calls you Cassander." The druid to the east extended his oak branch. "Bridget, third daughter of the Dagda, blesses you and gives the benefit of iron in sword and shield, in sickle and plough, and calls you Cassander." All held their branches to form a leafy ceiling over the child. "May the light of Lug warm your body. May the dark of Ogma improve your prospects. May Lir support your ships. May the Dagda forever hold you in grace." They turned and moved on slow, bare feet from the hall. Pages in scarlet puff pantaloons raised clarions and blew the Queen's honor. The company stood in murmurous near silence as Queen Sullus retired on the arm of Lady Lenore, while Lady Desdea supervised the removal of the infant prince. Musicians appeared on the high gallery, with dulcimer, pipes, lute, and a cadwal, this a single-stringed fiddle apt for the playing of jigs. The centre of the hall was cleared. The pages blew a second fanfare, "Lo, the jocund king." King Casmir addressed himself to the Lady Aresmi, Duchess of Slahan. The musicians produced a stately concord, and King Casmir led Lady Aresmi forth for the pavan, followed by the lords and ladies of the realm, in a pageant of magnificent costumes of every color, with every gesture, every step, every bow and position of head, hand, and wrist ordained by etiquette. Suldrun watched in fascination. Slow step, pause, little bow and swing of the arms in graceful style, then another step and shimmer of silk, the rustle of petticoats to the careful sonorities of the music. How stern and stately seemed her father, even engaged in the frivolity of dancing the pavan. The pavan ended, and the company removed to the Clod Andach Nair, and found their places at the banquet table. The most rigid rules of precedence applied. The chief herald and an ordinator had worked with enormous pains, making the most subtle of discriminations. Suldrun was seated directly to the right of King Casmir, in that chair usually occupied by the Queen. Tonight Queen Solace was unwell, and lay in her bed, where she ate to repletion of sweet curd tarts, while Suldrun for the first time dined at the same table with her father, the king. 3 months after the birth of Prince Cassander, the circumstances of Suldrun's life altered. Hermie, already mother to a pair of sons, gave birth to twins. Her sister, who had managed the household while Hermie was at the palace, married a fisherman, and Hermie could no longer serve Suldrun. Almost coincidentally, Dame Budetta announced that by the wishes of King Casmir, Suldrun must be schooled in deportment, dancing, and all other skills and graces appropriate to a royal princess. Suldrun resigned herself to the program, which was rendered by various ladies of the court. As before, Suldrun used the soporific hours of early afternoon to wander quietly abroad, out into the orangery, or the library, or the hall of honors. From the orangery the way led along an arcade, up to Zoltra's wall, through a vaulted tunnel, and out upon the Urquell. Suldrun ventured so far as the tunnel, and stood in the shadows watching the men-at-arms as they drilled with pikes and swords. They made a gallant spectacle, thought Suldrun, stamping, shouting, lunging forward, falling back. To the right a crumbling wall flanked the Urquell. Almost hidden behind a sprawling old larch, a heavy wooden door, desiccated with age, led through the wall. Suldrun slipped from the tunnel and into the shadows behind the larch. She peered through a crack in the door, then pulled at a bolt which held the warped timbers in place. She exerted all her strength, to no avail. She found a rock and used it as a hammer. The rivets parted, the bolts sagged aside. Suldrun pushed, the door creaked and shuddered. She turned around and bumped it with her round little buttocks. The door protested with an almost human voice, and moved ajar. Suldrun squeezed through the gap and found herself at the head of a ravine, which seemed to descend all the way to the sea. Greatly daring, she ventured a few steps down an old path. She stopped to listen. No sound. She was alone. She went another 50 feet and came upon a small structure of weathered stone, now desolate and empty, apparently an ancient fane. Suldrun dared go no farther. She would be missed, and Dame Budetta would scold her. She craned her neck to look down the ravine and glimpsed the foliage of trees. Reluctantly she turned and went back the way she had come. An autumn storm brought 4 days of rain and mist to Lioness Town, and Suldrun was pent within Hydian. On the 5th day the clouds broke, and shafts of sunlight struck down through the rents at various angles. By noon the sky was half blue space, half hurrying cloud-rack. At first opportunity Suldrun ran up the arcade, through the tunnel under Zoltra's wall. Then, after a precautionary glance around the Urquell, under the larch and through the old wooden door. She closed the door behind her, and stood tingling with a sense of isolation from all the rest of the world. She descended the old path to the fane, an octagonal stone structure perched on a stone shelf, with the ridge rising steeply behind. Suldrun looked through the low arched door. 4 long steps would take her to the back wall, where the symbol of Mithra overlooked a low stone altar. To each side a narrow window admitted light. Slate tiles covered the roof. A drift of dead leaves had blown through the doorway. Otherwise the fane was empty. The atmosphere carried a dank, clammy sweet odor, faint but unpleasant. Suldrun twitched her nose and backed away. The ravine descended steeply. The ridges to either side assumed the semblance of low, irregular cliffs. The path angled this way and that, through stones, clumps of wild thyme, asphodel, and thistles, and out upon a terrace where the soil lay deep. 2 massive oaks, almost filling the ravine, stood sentinel over the ancient garden below, and Suldrun felt like an explorer discovering a new land. To the left the cliff rose high, and irregular copse of yew, laurel, hornbeam, and myrtle shaded an undergrowth of shrubs and flowers, violets, ferns, harebells, forget-me-nots, anemones. Banks of heliotrope scented the air. On the right hand, the cliff, almost equally tall, trapped sunlight. Below grew rosemary, asphodel, foxglove, wild geranium, lemon verbena, slim black-green cypress, and a dozen enormous olive trees, gnarled, twisted, the fresh gray-green foliage in contrast with the age-worn trunks. Where the ravine widened, Suldrun came upon the ruins of a Roman villa. Nothing remained but a cracked marble floor, a half-toppled colonnade, a tumble of marble blocks among weeds and thistles. At the edge of the terrace grew a single old lime tree, with a heavy trunk and sprawling boughs. Below, the path led down to a narrow beach of shingle, curving between a pair of capes where the cliffs on either hand thrust into the sea. The wind had eased to a near calm, but swells from the storm continued to bend around the headlands and break upon the shingle. For a time Suldrun watched the sunlight sparkling on the sea, then turned and looked back up the ravine. The old garden doubtless was enchanted, she thought, with a magic evidently benign. She felt only peace. The trees basked in the sunlight and paid her no heed. The flowers all loved her, except the proud asphodel, which loved only itself. Melancholy memories stirred among the ruins, but they were insubstantial, less than wisps, and they had no voices. The sun moved across the sky. Suldrun reluctantly turned to go. She would be missed if she stayed longer. Up through the garden she went, out the old door, and back down the arcade to Hydian. Chapter 3. Suldrun awoke to a cold, grey room and a dismal, wet light from outside her windows. The rains had returned, and the chambermaid had neglected to build up the fires. Suldrun waited a few minutes, then resignedly slid from her bed, and with shanks shivering to the chill, dressed herself and combed out her hair. The maid at last appeared, and hurriedly built the fires, fearful lest Suldrun might denounce her to Dame Budetta, but the lapse had already slipped from Suldrun's mind. She went to stand by the window. Rain blurred the panorama. The harbor was a rain puddle. The tiled roofs of the town were 10,000 shapes in many tones of gray. Where had the color gone? Color! What peculiar stuff! It glowed in the sunlight, but in the dimness of rain it faded. Most peculiar. Suldrun's breakfast arrived, and as she ate, she pondered the paradoxes of color. Red and blue, green and purple, yellow and orange, brown and black, each with its character and special quality, yet impalpable. Suldrun went down to the library for her lessons. Her tutor was now Master James, archivist, scholar, and librarian to the court of King Casmir. Suldrun had at first found him a daunting figure of severity and precision, for he was tall and thin, and a great thin beak of a nose gave him the look of a predatory bird. Master James was a few years past the first wild urgencies of youth, but not yet old, nor even middle-aged. His coarse black hair was cut level with his mid-forehead, clear around the scalp, to hang in a shelf over his ears. His skin was parchment pale, his arms and legs were long and as gaunt as his torso. Nevertheless, he carried himself with dignity and even an odd, ungainly grace. He was the sixth son to Sir Crinsey of Hredek, an estate comprising 30 acres of stony hillside, and had gained nothing from his father but gentle birth. He resolved to teach Princess Suldrun with dispassionate formality, but Suldrun quickly learned how to charm and befuddle him. He fell hopelessly in love with her, though he pretended that the emotion was no more than easy tolerance. Suldrun, who was perceptive when she put her mind to it, saw through his attempts at airy detachment, and took charge of the learning process, as when Master James frowned at her writing and said, "These A's and G's look quite alike. We must do them all over, in a careful hand." "But the quill is broken." "Then sharpen it. Carefully now, do not cut yourself. It is a knack you must learn." "Ooh, ow, ooh!" "Did you cut yourself?" "No, I was just practicing in case I did." "You need not practice. Cries of pain come quite easily and naturally." "How far have you traveled?" "What has that to do with cutting a quill?" "I wonder if the students in far places like Africa cut their quills differently." "As to that I can't say." "How far have you traveled?" "Oh, not too far. I studied at the university in Avalon, and also at Metheglin. Once I visited Aquitania." "What is the farthest place of the whole world?" That is hard to say. Cathay? The far side of Africa?" "That can't be the proper answer." "Oh, in that case please instruct me." "There is no such place. Something farther always lies beyond." "Yes, perhaps so. Let me cut the quill. There, just so. Now, as to the A's and G's." On the rainy morning, when Suldrun went into the library for lessons, she found Master James already on hand, with a dozen quills cut and ready. "Today," said Master James, "you must write your name, in whole and full, and with such exquisite skill that I will exclaim in surprise." "I will do my best," said Suldrun. "These are beautiful quills." "Excellent indeed." "The plumes are all white." "I believe that is true." "This ink is black. I think black plumes would be better for black ink." "I don't think the difference is noticeable." "We could try white ink with these white plumes." "I have no white ink, nor yet black parchment. So now,
Master James, this morning I wondered about colors. Where do they come from? What are they?"
Master James blinked and tilted his head to the side. "Colors? They exist. Everywhere we see color."
"But they come and go. What are they?"
"Well, truthfully, I don't know. How clever of you to ask the question. Red things are red, and green things are green, and that would seem to be that." Suldrun smilingly shook her head.
"Sometimes, Master James, I think I know as much as you."
"Do not reproach me. Do you see those books yonder? Plato and Cnessus and Rowan and Herodotus? I have read them all, and I have learned only how much I do not know."
"What of the magicians? Do they know everything?"
Master James slouched his awkward length back in his chair and gave up all hopes for a formal and correct atmosphere. He looked out the library window and presently said, "When I still lived at Hredek, I was little more than a lad. I became friendly with a magician." Glancing at Suldrun, he saw that he had captured her attention. "His name was Shimrod. One day I visited his house, Trilda, and forgot all about time. Night came, and I was far from home. Shimrod caught a mouse and changed it into a fine horse. 'Ride home at speed,' he told me. 'Do not dismount or touch the ground before your destination, for as soon as your foot touches ground, the horse is once more a mouse.' And so it was. I rode in style, to the envy of those who saw me, and I took care to dismount behind the stable so that none would know that I had been riding a mouse. Alas, we are wasting time." He straightened up in his chair. "Now then, take up your pen, dip ink, and inscribe me a good R, as you will need to write your name."
You have not answered my question.
Do magicians know everything? The answer is no. Now, the characters, in a fine square hand.
Oh, Master James, today I am bored with writing. Teach me magic instead.
Oh, if I knew magic, would I be frowsting here at 2 florins a week? No, no, my princess. I have better schemes in mind. I would take 2 fine mice and change them to a pair of beautiful horses, and I would become a handsome young prince, not much older than you. And we would go riding away over hill and dale to a wonderful castle in the clouds, and there we would dine on strawberries and cream and listen to the music of harps and fairy bells. Alas, I know no magic. I am the wretched Master James, and you are sweet, mischievous Suldrun who won't learn her letters.
No, said Suldrun in sudden decision. I'll work very hard so that I can read and write. And do you know why? So that I may learn magic, and you need only learn to catch mice.
Master James uttered a queer, choked laugh. He reached across the table and took her 2 hands. Suldrun, you already know magic. For a moment they smiled at each other. Then, in sudden embarrassment, Suldrun bowed her head over her work. The rains continued. Master James, walking abroad in the cold and wet, caught a fever and could not teach. No one troubled to notify Suldrun, and she went down to the library to find it empty. For a time she practiced writing, and looked through a leather-bound book brought down from Northumbria, illuminated with exquisite depictions of saints in landscapes wrought in vivid inks. At last Suldrun put the book aside and went out into the hall. The time was now mid-morning, and servants were busy in the long gallery. Undermaids polished the flagstones with beeswax and lambskin. A footman stalking on 10-foot stilts replenished the sconces with oil of nenufar. From outside the palace, muffled by the intervening walls, came the blare of clarions announcing the arrival of notables. Looking along the gallery, Suldrun saw them enter the reception hall, 3 grandees stamping and shaking the rain from their garments. Footmen hastened forward to relieve them of their cloaks, helmets, and swords. From the side a herald raised his voice to its most resonant pitch. From the realm of Dahote, 3 noble personages. I declare their identities. Leonard, Duke of Mech, Milleflor, Duke of Cawdey and Josselm, Imphal, Marquis of the Celtic March. King Casmir stepped forward. Sirs, I give you welcome to Hydian. The 3 grandees performed a ritual genuflection, bobbing their right knees toward the floor, rising to hold hands out from the sides with head and shoulders still bent. The circumstances indicated an occasion of formal but less than ceremonial import. King Casmir returned them a gracious wave of the hand. Sirs, for now I suggest that you make haste to your chambers, where warm fires and dry clothing will bring you comfort. In due course we will exchange our counsels. Sir Milleflor responded, Thank you, King Casmir. In truth we are wet. The cursed rain has allowed us no respite. The visitors were ushered away. King Casmir turned down the gallery. He noticed Suldrun and stopped short. Then, what's this? Why are you not at lessons? Suldrun thought to gloss over Master James' absence from his duties. I have only just finished my work for the day. I can write all the characters well, and I can use them to make up words. This morning I read a great book about the Christians. Ha, so, read you did, characters and all. Not all the characters, father. They were uncial, and the language was Latin. I have trouble with both, but I scanned the pictures carefully, and Master James tells me that I am doing well. That is good to hear. Still, you must learn proper comportment, and not go strolling up and down the gallery unattended. Suldrun spoke in apprehension. Father, sometimes I prefer to be alone. Casmir, faintly frowning, stood with feet apart and hands behind his back. He disliked opposition to his judgments, especially from a girl so small and inexperienced. In a measured voice, intended to define the facts with exactitude and finality, he said, Your preference must, on occasion, yield
to the forces of reality.
Yes, Father.
You must hold in mind your importance. You are the Princess Suldrun of Lioness. Soon the quality of the world will be coming to woo you in marriage, and you must not seem a hoyden. We want to pick and choose for the best advantage to yourself and the kingdom.
Suldrun said uncertainly, Father, marriage is nothing I care to think about. Casmir narrowed his eyes. Again, the hint of willfulness. In reply, he used a voice of bluff jocularity.
I should hope not. You are only just a child. Still, you are never too young to be conscious of position. Do you understand the word diplomacy?
No, Father.
It means dealing with other countries. Diplomacy is a delicate game, like a dance. Troisinet, Dahote, Lioness, the Ska, and the Celts, all in pirouettes, all ready to join in 3s or 4s to deal the outsiders their death blow. I must ensure that Lioness is not excluded from the quadrille. Do you understand my meaning?
Suldrun considered. I think so. I'm happy that I must not do any such dancing. Casmir stood back, wondering whether she might have perceived his meaning all too well. He said shortly,
That's all for now. Be off with you to your proper quarters. I will speak to Lady Desdia. She will find you a suitable set of companions.
Suldrun started to explain that she needed no new companions, but glancing up into King Casmir's face, she held her tongue and turned away. In order to obey King Casmir's command, in its exact and literal sense, Suldrun ascended to her chambers in the East Tower. Dame Moglen sat snoring in a chair with her head thrown back. Suldrun looked out the window to discover the steady fall of rain. She thought a moment, then slipped past Dame Moglen into her dressing-room and changed into a frock woven from dark green linen. With a final demure over-the-shoulder glance toward Dame Moglen, she left the chambers. King Casmir's order had been obeyed. If he chanced to see her, she could demonstrate as much by her change of garments. Daintily, step by step, she descended the stairs to the octagon. Here she halted to look and listen. The long gallery was empty. No sound. She wandered an enchanted palace where everyone drowsed. Suldrun ran to the great hall. The grey light which managed to seep through the high windows was lost in the shadows. On silent feet she went to a tall, narrow portal in the long wall, looked over her shoulder, mouth twitching up at the corners. Then she tugged open the massive door and slipped into the Hall of Honors. The light, as in the great hall, was grey and dim, and the solemnity of the chamber was enhanced. As always, 54 tall chairs ranged the walls to left and right, and all seemed to stare in brooding disdain at the table, which, with 4 attendant and lesser chairs, had been placed at the center of the room. Suldrun surveyed the interloping furniture with equal disapproval. It intruded into the space between the tall chairs, and impeded their easy intercourse. Why would anyone do so clumsy a deed? No doubt the arrival of the 3 grandees had dictated the arrangement. The thought stopped Suldrun in her tracks. She decided to depart the Hall of Honors at once, but not quickly enough. From outside the door, voices. Suldrun, startled, froze into a statue. Then she ran back and forth in confusion, and finally darted behind the throne. At her back lay the dark red gonfalon. Suldrun slipped through the slit in the fabric into the storage room. By standing close to the hanging and twitching open the slit, Suldrun watched a pair of footmen enter the hall. Today they wore special ceremonial livery, scarlet puff pantaloons, black and red striped hose, black shoes with curled tips, ochre tabards embroidered with the tree of life. They paced around the room, setting alight the wall sconces. 2 other footmen carried in a pair of heavy black iron candelabra, which they set on the table. The candles, each 2 inches thick and molded from bayberry wax, were also set alight. Suldrun had never seen the Hall of Honors so resplendent. She began to feel annoyed with herself. She was the Princess Suldrun, and need not hide from footmen. Still, she remained in concealment.
News travelled quickly among the corridors of Hydian. If the footmen saw her, soon Dame Magdalene would know, then Dame Budetta, and who knows how high the story might rise. The footmen completed their preparations and retired from the room, leaving the doors open. Suldrun stepped out into the chamber. Beside the throne, she paused to listen, face slantwise, fragile and pale, alive with excitement. Suddenly bold, she ran out across the chamber. She heard new sounds, the jingle of metal, the tramp of heavy footsteps. In a panic, she turned and ran back behind the throne. Looking over her shoulder, she glimpsed King Casmir in full panoply of might and majesty. He marched into the Hall of Honors, head high, chin and short blond beard jutting. The flames from the sconces reflected from his crown, a simple gold band under a circlet of silver laurel leaves. He wore a long black cape trailing almost to his heels, black and brown doublet, black trousers, black ankle boots. He carried no weapon and wore no ornament. His face, as usual, was cold and impassive. To Suldrun he seemed the embodiment of awful pomp. She dropped to her hands and knees and crawled under the gonfalon into the back room. Finally she dared to stand erect and peer through the slit. King Casmir had failed to notice a twitching of the gonfalon. He stood by the table, with his back to Suldrun, hands on the chair in front of him. Heralds entered the room, 2 by 2, to the number of 8, each bearing a standard displaying the lioness tree of life. They took positions along the back wall. Into the room marched the 3 grandees who had arrived earlier in the day. King Casmir stood waiting until the 3 had separated to stand by their chairs, then seated himself, followed by his 3 guests. Stewards placed beside each man a silver chalice, which the chief steward filled with dark red wine from an alabaster pitcher. He then bowed and departed the room, and after him the footmen, and then the heralds. The 4 sat alone at the table. King Casmir held aloft his chalice. "I propose joy to our hearts, fulfillment to our needs, and success to those goals which we hold in mutuality." The 4 men drank wine. King Casmir said, "Now then, to our affairs. We sit in informality and privacy. Let us speak in candor, without restraint. Such a discussion will yield benefit to us all." "We will take you at your word," spoke Sir Millefleur. He smiled a thin smile. "Still, I doubt if our heart's desires run quite so closely in conjunction as you envision." "Let me define a position which all of us must endorse," said King Casmir. "I cite the memory of the olden times, when a single rule maintained a halcyon peace. Since then we have known incursions, pillage, war, and suspicion. The 2 Ulflands are poisonous wastes, where only the Ska, robbers and wild beasts, dare walk abroad. The Celts are suppressed only by dint of constant vigilance, as Sir Imphal will attest." "I do so attest," said Sir Imphal. "Then I will put the matter into simple terms," said King Casmir. "Dahote and Lioness must work in concert. With this combined force under a single command, we can drive the Ska out of the Ulflands and subdue the Celts. Next Dacinet, then Troysinet, and the Elder Isles are once more whole. First, the merging of our 2 lands." Sir Millefleur spoke. "Your statements are beyond debate. We are halted by a set of questions. Who becomes preeminent? Who leads the armies? Who rules the realm?" "These are blunt questions," said King Casmir. "Let the answers wait until we are agreed in principle, then we will examine such possibilities." Sir Millefleur said, "We are agreed on the principles. Let us now explore the real issues. King Audrey sits on the ancient throne Evandig. Will you concede his preeminence?" "I cannot do so. Still we can rule in tandem as equals. Neither King Audrey nor Prince Dorcas are stern soldiers. I will command the armies. King Audrey shall conduct the diplomacy." Sir Leonard uttered a grim laugh. "At the first difference of opinion, the armies might well overcome the diplomats." King Casmir also laughed. That condition need not arise. Let King Audrey rule supreme until his death. Then I will rule until my death. Prince Dorcas shall succeed me. In the event that he breeds no sons, Prince Cassander will be next in line." "That is an interesting concept," said Sir Millefleur dryly. "King Audrey is old, and you are relatively young, need I remind you? Prince Dorcas might wait 30 years for his crown." "Possibly so," said King Casmir without interest. "King Audrey has instructed us," said Sir Millefleur. "His anxieties are similar to yours, but he is wary of your notorious ambitions. He suggests that you would like de Haute to engage the Ska, thereby allowing you to attack Troysinet." King Casmir sat silent a moment, then stirred and spoke. "Will Audrey agree to a joint effort against the Ska?" "He will indeed if the armies are under his command." "Has he no alternate proposals?" "He notes that the Princess Suldrun will soon arrive at marriageable age. He suggests the possibility of betrothal between Princess Suldrun and Prince Huimus of de Haute." King Casmir leaned back in his chair. "Huimus is his third son?" "That is true, your Majesty." Footnote: The honorifics of the time are modified by 100 special cases. It is impossible to translate them into contemporary terms with both crispness and accuracy. They will therefore be rendered in more familiar, if simplistic, terms. End of footnote. King Casmir smiled and touched his short blonde beard. "Let us rather unite his first daughter, the Princess Cloyer, with my nephew, Sir Nonus Roman. We will dutifully convey your suggestion to the court at Avalon." King Casmir drank from the chalice. The emissaries courteously drank as well. King Casmir looked from face to face. "Are you then merely messengers, or in truth can you negotiate?" Sir Millefleur said, "We may negotiate within the limits set by our instructions. Would you care to rephrase your proposal in the simplest way, without euphemism?" King Casmir picked up the chalice in his 2 hands, held it to chin level, and turned his pale blue eyes over the top. "I propose that the assembled might of Lioness and de Haute, under my command, attack the Ska and drive them back out across the Atlantic, and that next we subdue the Celts. I propose that we join our kingdoms not only through cooperation, but also through marriage. Either Audrey or I will die first. The survivor shall thereupon rule the joint kingdoms, to be known as the Kingdom of the Elder Isles, in the old fashion. My daughter, Princess Suldrun, shall marry the Prince Dorcas. My son, Prince Cassander, shall marry suitably. So much I propose." "The proposal has much in common with our position," said Sir Leonard. "King Audrey prefers that military operations conducted on the soil of de Haute be commanded by himself. Secondly—" The negotiations proceeded another hour, but only emphasized the mutual inflexibility. Since nothing more had been expected, the conversations ended on a polite basis. The envoys departed the Hall of Honors, that they might rest before the evening's banquet, while King Casmir remained brooding alone at the table. In the back room Suldrun watched in fascination, then in panic as King Casmir picked up one of the candelabra, turned, and with heavy steps walked toward the back chamber. Suldrun stood paralyzed. Her presence was known. She turned, darted to the side, ducked into the corner beside a storage case, and pulled a fragment of old rag over her shining hair. The hangings parted. Candlelight flickered through the chamber. Suldrun crouched, awaiting the voice of King Casmir. But he stood in silence, nostrils dilated, perhaps sensing the fragrance of the lavender sachet in which Suldrun's clothes were laid. He looked over his shoulder, then went to the back wall. From a crevice he took a thin iron rod, which he pushed into a small hole at the level of his knee, then into another somewhat higher. A door opened, emitting a light, quivering and almost palpable, like a flickering alternation of purple and green.
Out from the room flowed the thrilling tingle of magic. A pair of high-pitched voices produced a babbling outcry.
"Silence!" said King Casmir.
He entered the room and closed the door. Suldrun jumped from the corner and departed the room. She ran across the Hall of Honors, slipped out into the great hall, and thence to the long gallery. Once more she went sedately to her rooms, where Dame Moglen scolded her for soiled clothes and a dirty face. Suldrun bathed, dressed in a warm robe. She went to the window with her lute and pretended to practice, making such energetic discords that Dame Moglen threw up her hands and went elsewhere. Suldrun was left alone. She put the lute aside and sat looking across the landscape. The time was late afternoon. The weather had broken. Sunlight glistened on the wet roofs of Lioness Town. Slowly, incident by incident, Suldrun reviewed the events of the day. The 3 envoys from de Haute interested her little, except that they wanted to take her away to Avalon and marry her to a strange man. Never! She would run away. She would become a peasant or a minstrel girl, or gather mushrooms in the woods. The secret room behind the Hall of Honors in itself seemed neither extraordinary nor remarkable. In fact, it only corroborated certain of her half-formed suspicions regarding King Casmir, who wielded such absolute and awful power. Dame Moglen returned to the room, panting in haste and excitement. "Your father commands you to the banquet. He wishes you to be everything a beautiful princess of Lioness should be. Do you hear? You may wear your blue velvet gown and your moonstones. At all times remember court etiquette. Don't spill your food. Drink very little wine. Speak only when you are addressed, then respond with courtesy and without chewing your words. Neither titter nor scratch yourself nor wriggle in your chair as if your bottom itched. Do not belch, gurgle, or gulp. If someone breaks wind, do not stare or point or attempt to place the blame. Naturally, you will control yourself as well. Nothing is more conspicuous than a farting princess. Come, I must brush your hair." In the morning, Suldrun went to take her lessons in the library, but again Master James was not on hand, nor on the day after, nor the day after. Suldrun became a trifle miffed. Surely Master James might have communicated with her despite his indisposition. For an entire week she ostentatiously absented herself from the library, but still no word from Master James. In sudden alarm, Suldrun sought out Dame Boudetta, who sent a footman to Master James's bleak little cell in the west tower. The footman discovered Master James outstretched and dead on his pallet. His fever had become pneumonia, and he had died with no one the wiser. Chapter 4. One morning of the summer before Suldrun's 10th birthday, she went to the 3rd-floor parlor in the squat old Tower of Owls for her dancing lesson. The room itself she thought perhaps the finest of all Hydean. A well-waxed birch parquetry floor reflected light from 3 windows draped with a pearl-gray satin. Furniture upholstered in pale gray and scarlet ranged the walls, and Mistress Laletta made sure that fresh flowers were to be found on all the tables. The students included 8 boys and 8 girls of high degree, ranging in age from 8 to 12. Suldrun judged them a mixed lot, some agreeable, others tiresome and dull. Mistress Laletta, a slender, dark-eyed young woman of gentle birth but few prospects, taught competently and showed no favoritism. Suldrun neither liked nor disliked her. On this morning Mistress Laletta was indisposed and could not teach. Suldrun returned to her chambers to discover Dame Moglen lying grandly naked on Suldrun's bed, mounted by a hearty young footman named Lopus. Suldrun watched in startled fascination, until Dame Moglen caught sight of her and uttered a horrified cry. "Disgusting," said Suldrun, "and in my bed!" Lopus, sheepishly disengaging himself, drew on his breeches and departed. Dame Moglen dressed herself no less hastily, meanwhile making jovial small talk. "Back so soon from dancing, my dear princess? Well, then, did you have a good lesson? What you saw was nothing of moment, just a bit of play. Better, far better, if no one knew." Suldrun spoke in annoyance. "You've soiled my bed." "Now then, dear princess."
Take all the bedding out. No, first go wash yourself, then bring in all clean bedding and air the room well. Yes, dear princess. Dame Moglen hastened to obey, and Suldrun ran off down the stairs, with a lift of the spirits, a skip, and a gleeful laugh. Dame Moglen's strictures might now be dismissed, and Suldrun could do as she pleased. Suldrun ran up the arcade, scanned the Urquhart to make sure that no one watched, then ducked under the old larch and thrust open the groaning old gate. She squeezed through, shut the gate, and descended the winding path past the fane and into the garden. The day was bright and sunny. The air smelled sweet of heliotrope and fresh green leaves. Suldrun surveyed the garden with satisfaction. She had uprooted all those weeds she considered rank and crass, including all the nettles and most of the thistles. The garden now was almost orderly. She had swept leaves and dirt from the tessellated floor of the old villa, and had cleared detritus from the bed of a little stream which trickled down one side of the ravine. There was still much to do, but not today. Standing in the shadow of a column, she opened the clasp at her shoulder, let her gown drop around her ankles, and stepped away naked. Sunlight tingled on her skin. Cool air produced a delicious contrast of sensations. She moved down through the garden. Just so must a dryad feel, thought Suldrun. Just so must it move, in just such a hush, with no sound but the sigh of the wind in the leaves. She halted in the shade of the solitary old lime tree, then continued down to the beach to see what the waves had brought in. When the wind blew from the southwest, as was often the case, the currents swung around the headland and curled into her little cove, bringing all manner of stuff to the beach until the next high tide, when the same current lifted the articles and took them away once more. Today the beach was clean. Suldrun ran back and forth, skirting the surf as it moved along the coarse sand. She halted to scrutinize a rock 50 yards out under the headland, where she once had discovered a pair of young mermaids. They had seen her and called out, but they used a slow, strange language Suldrun could not understand. Their olive-green hair hung about their pale shoulders. Their lips and the nipples of their breasts were also a pale green. One waved, and Suldrun saw the webbing between her fingers. Both turned and looked offshore to where a bearded merman reared from the waves. He called out in a hoarse, windy voice. The mermaids slipped from the rocks and disappeared. Today the rocks were bare. Suldrun turned and walked slowly up into the garden. She dressed in her rumpled frock and returned to the top of the ravine. First a peek through the gateway to make sure no one watched, then quickly through, and a run, hop, and skip back down the arcade, past the orangery, and once more into Hydian. A summer storm blowing in from the Atlantic brought a soft rain to Lioness Town. Suldrun was confined to Hydian. One afternoon she wandered into the Hall of Honors. Hydian was quiet. The castle seemed to hold its breath. Suldrun walked slowly around the room, examining each of the great chairs as if to appraise its strength. The chairs in turn considered her. Some stood proud and aloof, others were surly. Some were dark and sinister, others benevolent. At the throne of King Casmir, Suldrun surveyed the dark red gonfalon which concealed the back room. Nothing, she told herself, could induce her to venture within, not with magic so close. Stepping to the side, she evaded the purview of the throne and felt more at ease. There, not 10 feet from her face, hung the gonfalon. Naturally, she dared not enter, nor even approach the back room. Still, to look would cause no harm. On soft feet she sidled close to the hanging and gently pulled it aside. Light from the high windows passed over her shoulder to fall on the far stone wall. There, in a crevice, the iron rod. There, the upper and lower lock-holes. And beyond, the room where only King Casmir might go. Suldrun let the panels come together. She turned away, and in a sober mood departed the Hall of Honors. Relations between Lioness and Troysinet, never warm, had become strained for a variety of reasons, which, trifle by trifle, acted to create hostility. The ambitions of King Casmir excluded neither Troysinet nor Dacinet, and his spies pervaded every level of Troy's society. King Casmir was handicapped in his program by the absence of a navy. Despite a long coastline, Lyonesse lacked easy access to the sea, with blue-water ports only at Sloot Scheme, Bulmer Scheme, Lyonesse Town, and Pargetta, behind Cape Farewell. The indented coast of Troysinet created dozens of sheltered harbors, each with piers, yards, and ways. There was an amplitude both of skilled shipwrights and good timber, hackberry and larch for knees, oak for frames, stands of young pinhead spruce for masts, and a dense resinous pine for planking. Troy's merchant ships ranged north to Jutland, Britain, and Ireland, south down the Atlantic to Mauritania and the Kingdom of the Blue Men, east past Tingis and into the Mediterranean. King Casmir considered himself a master of intrigue, and sought incessantly for some trifling advantage which he might exploit. On one occasion, a heavily laden Troyes cog, inching along the coast of Dacinet in a dense fog, ran aground on a sandbank. Ivar Excelsus, the irascible king of Dacinet, instantly claimed the vessel and its cargo, citing maritime law, and sent lighters to unload the cargo. A pair of Troyes warships appeared, repelled what was now a swarming flotilla of half-piratical Dace, and, at high tide, pulled the cog into deep water. In a fury, King Ivar Excelsus sent an abusive message to King Granis at Alcanor, demanding reparations upon pain of punitive action. King Granis, who well knew the temperament of Ivar Excelsus, ignored the message, exasperating the Dace king almost to a state of incandescence. King Casmir now dispatched a secret emissary to Dacinet, urging attack upon Troysinet and promising full assistance. Troy's spies intercepted the envoy and took him with his documents to Alcanor. A week later, a cask was delivered to King Casmir at Hydian, in which he discovered the body of his envoy, with the documents crammed into his mouth. Meanwhile, King Ivar Excelsus became distracted by another matter, and his threats against Troysinet came to nothing. King Granis made no further remonstrance to King Casmir, but began seriously to consider the possibility of an unwelcome war. Troysinet, with a population half that of Lyonesse, could never expect to win such a war, and hence had nothing to gain and everything to lose. From the town, Pargetta, close by Cape Farewell, came ill reports of pillage and slaughter by the Ska. 2 black ships, arriving at dawn, discharged troops who looted the town with a dispassionate precision more terrifying than savagery. All who interfered were killed. The Ska took crocks of olive oil, saffron, wine, gold from the Mithraic temple, tin and silver ingots, flasks of quicksilver. They took away no captives, put torches to no buildings, committed no rape or torture, and killed only those folk who impeded their robbery. 2 weeks later, a Troyes cog, putting into Lyonesse town with a cargo of Irish flax, reported a disabled Ska ship in the Sea of Tethra, west of Cape Farewell. The Troyes cog had put in close to discover 40 Ska sitting at their benches, too weak to row. The Troyes had offered a tow, but the Ska refused to take a line, and the cog sailed away. King Casmir instantly dispatched 3 war galleys to the area, where they found the long black ship wallowing dismasted in the swells. The galleys drew up alongside to discover disaster, anguish, and death. A storm had broken the vessel's backstay. The mast had collapsed upon the forepeak, crushing the water casks, and half the ship's complement already had succumbed to thirst. 19 men survived. Too weak to offer resistance, they were taken aboard the Lyonesse ships and given water. A line was made fast to the longship, the corpses were thrown overboard, and all returned to Lyonesse town, and the Ska were jailed in an old fort at the west end of the harbor. King Casmir, riding his horse Chavan, went down to the harbor to inspect the long ship. The contents of the forward and after cargo holds had been conveyed to the dock. A case of gold and silver temple adornments, glass jars of saffron gathered from the sheltered valleys behind Cape Farewell, pottery urns stamped with the symbol of the Bulmer Scheme Press. King Casmir inspected the loot and the longship, then rowed Chavan around the chale to the fortress. At his command the prisoners were brought out and ranked before him, to stand blinking into the sunlight, tall, dark-haired men, pale of complexion, thin and sinewy rather than massive. They looked about them with the easy curiosity of honored guests, and spoke to each other in soft, measured voices. King Casmir addressed the group. "Which among you is captain of the vessel?" The Ska turned to look at him, politely enough, but no one answered. King Casmir pointed to a man in the front rank. "Which man among you is in authority? Point him out." "The captain is dead. We are all dead. Authority is gone, and everything else of life." "To me you appear quite alive," said Casmir, smiling coldly. "We reckon ourselves dead. Because you expect to be killed, suppose I allowed you ransom. Who would ransom a dead man?" King Casmir made an impatient gesture. "I want information, not garble and cant." He looked through the group, and in one man, somewhat older than the others, thought to recognize the quality of authority. "You will remain here," he signaled the guards. "Take the others back to confinement." King Casmir took the man he had selected aside. "Are you also dead?" "I am no longer among the living Ska. To my family, my comrades, and myself, I am dead." "Tell me this. Suppose I wished to confer with your king. Would he come to Lioness under guarantees of protection?"
"Naturally not." The Ska seemed amused.
"Suppose I wished to explore the possibility of an alliance?"
"To what end?"
"The Ska Navy and the 7 Lioness armies, acting in concert, might be invincible."
"Invincible? Against whom?"
King Casmir disliked anyone who pretended to more acuity than himself. "Against all others of the Elder Isles. Whom else?"
"You imagine the Ska assisting you against your enemies? The idea is preposterous. If I were alive, I would laugh. The Ska are at war with all the world, including Lioness."
"That is no vindication. I'm about to adjudge you a pirate."
The Ska looked up at the sun, around the sky, and out over the sea. "Do as you like. We are dead."
King Casmir showed a grim smile. "Dead or not, your fate shall serve to daunt other murderers, and the time shall be noon tomorrow."
Along the breakwater 19 frames were erected. The night passed. The day dawned bright and clear. By mid-morning, crowds had assembled along the chale, including folk from coastal villages, peasants in clean smocks and bell hats, vendors of sausages and dried fish. On the rocks west of the chale crawled cripples, lepers, and the weak-minded, in accordance with the statutes of Lioness. The sun reached the zenith. The Ska were led from the fortress. Each was spread-eagled, naked, to a frame, and hung upside down, facing out to sea. Down from the Pain-Hadder came Zerling, the chief executioner. He walked along the row, stopped by each man, slit the abdomen, threw out the intestines with a double-pronged hook so that they fell over the chest and head, then moved on to the next. A black and yellow flag was hoisted at the entrance to the harbor, and the dying men were left to themselves. Dame Morgulin pulled an embroidered bonnet over her head and went down to the chale. Suldrun thought that she might be left to herself, but Dame Budetta took her to the balcony outside the Queen's bedchamber, where ladies of the court gathered to watch the execution. At noon the conversations halted, and all pressed to the balustrade to view the proceedings. As Zerling went about his duties, the ladies sighed and made murmuring sounds. Suldrun was lifted to the balustrade, the better that she might learn the fate accorded to outlaws. In fascinated revulsion she watched Zerling saunter from man to man, but distance concealed the details of his work.
Few of the ladies present spoke favorably of the occasion. For Lady Duisane and Lady Ermely, who suffered poor vision, the distances were too great. Lady Spanice pronounced the affair simply dull. It was like butcher's work upon dead animals. The scar showed neither fear nor penitence. What kind of execution is that? Queen Solace grumbled, "Worst of all, the wind blows directly across the harbor and into our windows. In 3 days the stink will drive us off to Saris." Suldrun listened in hope and excitement. Saris was the summer palace, some 40 miles to the east, beside the river Glame. But there was no instant removal to Saris, despite the inclinations of Queen Solace. The corpses were quickly scavenged by carrion birds. King Casmir became bored with the frames and the fragments of bones and gristle hanging at odd angles, and ordered the display dismantled. Hydian was quiet. Dame Moglen, suffering from swollen legs, lay moaning in her chamber, high in the Tower of Owls. Suldrun, alone in her room, became restless, but a blustering wind, raw and cold, dissuaded her from the secret garden. Suldrun stood looking from the window, troubled by a sweet, sad malaise. Oh, for a magic steed to carry her away through the air! How far she would fly, across the white clouds, over the land of the silver river, to the mountains at the edge of the world. For a breathless moment she thought how it would be to don her cloak, slip from the palace, and be away, up the sphere-arched to Old Street, with all the wide land before her. She sighed, and smiled a wan smile for the folly of her fancies. The vagabonds she had seen from the parapets were by and large a disreputable lot, hungry and dirty, and sometimes rather crass in their habits. Such a life lacked appeal. And now, as she considered the matter, Suldrun decided that she very much enjoyed shelter from the wind and rain, and nice clean clothes, and the dignity of her person. If only she had a magic carriage, which at night became a little cottage where she could dine on the things she liked and sleep in a snug bed. She sighed once more. An idea came into her mind. She licked her lips at the audacity. Dared she? What harm could be done if she were extremely careful? She thought a moment, lips pursed and head tilted sideways. The definitive image of a girl planning mischief. At the hearth, Suldrun put flame to the candle in her night lamp and drew down the hood. Carrying the candle, she descended the stairs. The Hall of Honors was dim and dreary, and quiet as the grave. Suldrun entered the chamber with exaggerated stealth. Today the great chairs gave her small attention. The unfriendly chairs maintained a stony reserve. The kind chairs seemed absorbed in their own affairs. Very well, let them ignore her. Today she would ignore them as well. Suldrun went around the throne to the back wall, where she slid the hood from her candle. Just one look, that was all she intended. She was far too wise a girl to venture into danger. She pushed aside the hanging. Candlelight illuminated the room, and the stone wall to the rear. Suldrun hurriedly found the iron rod. If she hesitated, her daring might desert her. Quick, then! She pushed the rod into the holes, bottom and top, and returned the iron to its place. The door shuddered open, releasing a plane of purple-green light. Suldrun moved a tentative step forward. No more than a peep or two. Wary now, and slow. Magic had its entrapments, so much she knew. She eased the door open. The room swam in layers of colored light. Green, purple, persimmon red. To one side was a table supporting a peculiar instrument of glass and carved black wood. Flasks, bottles, and squat stoneware pots were ranged on shelves, as well as books, librams, touchstones, and mugrifiers. Suldrun came a cautious pace forward. A soft, throaty voice called out, "Who comes to see us, quiet as a mouse, a nose at a time, with small white fingers, and the smell of flowers?" A second voice said, come in, perhaps you will do a kind service to earn our blessings and our rewards." On the table, Suldrun saw a green glass bottle of a size to hold a gallon.
The mouth fitted tightly about the neck of a double-headed homunculus, so that only its two small heads protruded. These were squat, no larger than cat's eyes, with wrinkled, bald pates, snapping black eyes, a nose and oral apparatus of tough brown horn. The body was obscured by the glass and a dark liquid like strong beer. The heads craned to look at Suldrun, and both spoke. "Ah, what a pretty girl! And kind-hearted as well. Yes, that's Princess Suldrun. Already she is known for good works. Have you heard how she nursed a little sparrow back to its health? Come a bit closer, my dear, so that we may enjoy your beauty." Suldrun remained where she stood. Other objects claimed her attention, but all seemed curious, and items to excite amazement rather than functional equipment. An urn exuded the colored light, which like liquid flowed down or drifted up to its proper level. On the wall hung an octagonal mirror in a frame of tarnished wood. Farther along, pegs supported a quasi-human skeleton of black bones, slender as withes. From the shoulder blades protruded a pair of curving pinions, punctured with dozens of sockets, from which might have grown feathers, or scales. The skeleton of a demon? Looking into the eye sockets, Suldrun felt an eerie conviction that the creature had never flown the air of earth. The imps called out in hearty tones, "Suldrun, beautiful princess, step forward! Give us the benefit of your presence." Suldrun moved a step farther into the room. She bent to examine a plumb bob suspended over a dish of roiling quicksilver. On the wall above, a leaden tablet displayed a set of crabbed black characters, which altered as she watched. A remarkable object, indeed. Suldrun wondered what the characters portended. They were like none she had seen before. A voice issued from the mirror, and Suldrun saw that a lower section of the frame had been shaped to represent a wide mouth curled up at the corners. The characters read thus: "Suldrun, sweet Suldrun, leave this room before harm arrives upon you." Suldrun looked about her. "What would harm me?" "Let the bottled imps clamp your hair or your fingers, and you will learn the meaning of harm." The two heads spoke at the same time. "What a wicked remark! We are as faithful as doves. Oh, it is bitter to be maligned when we cannot seek redress for the wrong." Suldrun shrank even farther to the side. She turned to the mirror. "Who is it that is speaking?" "Persilian." "You are kind to warn me." "Perhaps. Perversity moves me from time to time." Suldrun came cautiously forward. "May I look in the mirror?" "Yes, but be warned. What you see you may not like." Suldrun paused to reflect. What might she not wish to see? If anything, the concept twitched at her curiosity. She slid a three-legged stool across the room and climbed upon it so that she looked into the mirror. "Persilian, I see nothing. It is like looking into the sky." The surface of the mirror moved. For an instant a face looked into her own, a man's face. Dark hair curled down past a flawless complexion, fine eyebrows curved over lustrous dark eyes, a straight nose complemented a full, supple mouth. The magic faded. Suldrun again stared into a void. In a thoughtful voice she asked, "Who was that?" "If ever you meet him, he will pronounce his name. If you see him never again, then his name will serve you no purpose." "Persilian, you mock me." "Perhaps. From time to time I demonstrate the inconceivable, or mock the innocent, or give truth to liars, or shred the poses of virtue, all as perversity strikes me. Now I am silent. This is my mood." Suldrun climbed down from the stool, blinking at tears which had come to her eyes. She felt confused and depressed. The two-headed goblin suddenly stretched one of its necks, and with its beak seized at Suldrun's hair. It caught only a few strands, which it snatched out by the roots. Suldrun stumbled from the room. She started to close the door, then remembered her candle. She ran back into the room, snatched the candle, and left. The jeering cries of the two-headed goblin were muffled by the closing of the door. Chapter 5. On the day of Beltane, in the spring of the year following Suldrun's 11th birthday, occurred the ancient rite known as bloodfad, or coming into flower. With 23 other girls of noble lineage, Suldrun stepped through a circlet of white roses, and then led a pavan with Prince Belath of Cadus for a partner. Belath, at the age of 16 years, was spare rather than sturdy. His features were crisp, well-shaped, if somewhat austere. His manners were precisely correct and pleasantly modest. In certain qualities he reminded Suldrun of someone else she had known. Who could it be? She searched her mind in vain. As they stepped the careful measures of the pavan, she studied his face, to discover that he was giving her a similar scrutiny. Suldrun had decided that she liked Belath. She laughed self-consciously. "Why do you watch me so intently?" Belath asked, half apologetically. "Shall I tell you the truth?" "Of course." "Very well, but you must control your anguish. I have been told that you and I are eventually to marry." Suldrun could find nothing to say. In silence they performed the stately evolutions of the dance. Belath finally spoke in anxiety. "I hope that you are not disturbed by what I said." "No. I must marry one day, so I suppose. I am not ready to think about it." Later that night, as she lay in her bed considering the events of the day, Suldrun recalled of whom Prince Belath reminded her. It was none other than Master James. Bloodfad brought changes to Suldrun's life. Despite her inclinations, she was moved from her dear and familiar chambers in the East Tower to more commodious quarters on the next floor below, and Prince Cassander moved into Suldrun's old rooms. 2 months previously, Dame Moglen had died of the dropsy. Her place was taken by a seamstress and a pair of maids. To Dame Budetta was given supervision of Prince Cassander. The new archivist, a wizened little pedant named Julius Sagamundus, became Suldrun's instructor in orthography, history, and calculation with numbers. For the enhancement of her maidenly graces, Suldrun was given into the charge of the Lady Desdia, widow of Queen Solis's brother, who resided permanently at Hydian and performed genteel duties at the languid behest of Queen Solis. 40 years old, without property, large-boned, tall, with over-large features and bad breath, Lady Desdia had no prospects whatever. Still, she beguiled herself with impossible fantasies. She primped, powdered, and perfumed herself. She dressed her chestnut hair in high style, with a complicated bun at the back and twin sponsons of crisp curls confined in nets over her ears. Suldrun's fresh young beauty and easy absent-minded habits rasped the most sensitive fibers of Lady Desdia's disposition. Suldrun's visits to the old garden had now become generally known. Lady Desdia automatically disapproved. For a high-born maiden, or any other kind of maiden, the desire for privacy was not only eccentric, it was absolutely suspicious. Suldrun was somewhat too young to have taken to herself a lover. And yet, the idea was absurd. Her breasts were but nubbins. Still, might she have been beguiled by a faun, who were known to be partial to the tart-sweet charms of young maidens? So went Lady Desdia's thinking. One day she blandly suggested that Suldrun escort her through the garden. Suldrun tried to evade the issue. "You wouldn't like the place. The path goes over rocks, and there is nothing much to see." "Still, I think I would like to visit this place." Suldrun studiously said nothing, but Lady Desdia persisted. "The weather is fine. Suppose we take our little walk now." "You must excuse me, my lady," said Suldrun politely. "This is a place where I go only when I am alone." Lady Desdia raised high her thin chestnut eyebrows. "Alone? It is not seemly that young ladies of your place should wander alone through remote areas." Suldrun spoke in a placid and offhand manner, as if enunciating a known truth. "There is no harm enjoying one's private garden." Lady Desdia could find nothing to say. Later she reported Suldrun's obstinacy to Queen Solis. who at the moment was testing a new pomade formulated from the wax of lilies. "I've heard something of this," said Queen Solace, rubbing a goblet of white cream along her wrist. "She is a strange creature. At her age I had eyes for several gallant lads, but as for Suldrun, such ideas never enter her odd little head. Ha! This offers a rich scent. Feel the unction." On the next day, the sun shone fair among small, high cloud tufts. Reluctantly to her lessons with Julius Sagamundus went Suldrun, wearing a prim little lavender and white striped gown, gathered high up under her breasts, and trimmed with lace at hem and collar. Perched on a stool, Suldrun dutifully wrote the ornate lioness script with a grey goose quill, so fine and long that the tip twitched a foot above her head. Suldrun found herself gazing out the window ever more frequently, and the characters began to straggle. Julius Sagamundus, seeing how the wind blew, sighed once or twice, but without emphasis. He took the quill from Suldrun's fingers, packed his exercise books, quills, inks, and parchments, and went off about his own affairs. Suldrun climbed down from the stool and stood rapt by the window, as if listening to far music. She turned and left the library. Lady Desdea emerged into the gallery from the green parlour, where King Casmir had instructed her in careful detail. She was only just in time to notice the lavender and white flutter of Suldrun's dress as she disappeared into the octagon. Lady Desdea hurried after, heavy with King Casmir's instructions. She went into the octagon, looked right and left, then went outside to glimpse Suldrun already at the end of the arcade. "Ah, Miss Slyboots," said Lady Desdea to herself. "Now we shall see. But presently. She tapped her mouth with her finger, then went up to Suldrun's chambers, and there put inquiries to the maids. Neither knew Suldrun's whereabouts. "No matter," said Lady Desdea. "I know where to find her. Now then, lay out her pale blue afternoon gown with the lace bodice, and all to match, and draw her a bath." Lady Desdea descended to the gallery, and for half an hour sauntered here and there. At last she turned back up the long gallery. "Now," she told herself, "now we shall see." She ascended the arcade, and passed through the tunnel out upon the parade ground. To her right, wild plum and larch shadowed an old stone wall in which she spied a dilapidated timber door. She marched forward, ducked under the larch, pushed open the door. A path led away and down through juts and shoulders of rock. Clutching skirts above ankles, Lady Desdea picked her way down irregular stone steps, which angled first right, then left, past an old stone fane. She proceeded, taking great care not to stumble and fall, which would certainly compromise her dignity. The walls of the ravine spread apart. Lady Desdea overlooked the garden. Step by step she descended the path, and were she not so alert for mischief, she might have noticed the banks of flowers and pleasant herbs, the small stream flowing into artful pools, then tinkling down from stone to stone and into yet another pool. Lady Desdea saw only an area of rocky wasteland, uncomfortable of access, dank and unpleasantly isolated. She stumbled, hurt her foot, and cursed, angry at the circumstances which had brought her so far from Hydian. And now she saw Suldrun 30 feet along the path, quite alone, as Lady Desdea had known she must be. She had only hoped for scandal. Suldrun heard the steps and looked up. Her eyes glowed blue in a face pale and furious. Lady Desdea spoke peevishly. "I've hurt my foot on the stones. It's truly a shame." Suldrun's mouth moved. She could not find words to express herself. Lady Desdea heaved a sigh of resignation and pretended to look around her. She spoke in a voice of whimsical condescension. "So, my dear princess, this is your little retreat." She gave an exaggerated shudder, hunching her shoulders. "Aren't you at all sensitive to the air? I feel such a dank waft it must come from the sea." Again she looked about her, mouth pursed in amused disapproval. "Still, it's a wild little nook, like the world must have been before man appeared. Come, child, show me about." Fury contorted Suldrun's face.
so that teeth showed through her clenched mouth. She raised her hand and pointed. "Go. Go away from here!" Lady Desdea drew herself up. "My dear child, you are rude. I'm only concerned with your welfare, and I do not deserve your spite." Suldrun spoke wildly. "I don't want you here! I don't want you around me at all! Go away!" Lady Desdea stood back, her face an ugly mask. She seethed with conflicting impulses. Most urgently she wanted to find a switch, lift the impudent child's skirt, and lay 6 goodly stripes across her bottom, an act in which she dared not indulge herself. Backing away a few steps, she spoke in dreary reproach. "You are the most ungrateful of children. Do you think it pleasure to instruct you in all that is noble and good, and guide your innocence through the pitfalls of the court, when you fail to respect me? I look for love and trust. I find rancor. Is this my reward? I struggle to do my duty. I am told to go away." Her voice became a ponderous drone. Suldrun turned half away and gave her attention to the flight of a rock swallow, then another. She watched ocean swells crashing through the offshore rocks, then come twinkling and foaming up to her beach. Lady Desdea spoke on. "I must make clear, not for my benefit do I clamber through rock and thistle to notify you of duties such as today's important reception, as I now have done. No, I must accept the role of meddlesome Lady Desdea. You have been instructed, and I can do no more." Lady Desdea swung around her haunches, trudged up the path, and departed the garden. Suldrun watched her go with brooding gaze. There had been an indefinable air of satisfaction in the swing of her arms and the poise of her head. Suldrun wondered what it meant. The better to protect King Duel of Pomperol and his retinue from the sun, a canopy of red and yellow silk, the colors of Pomperol, had been erected across the great courtyard at Hydian. Under this canopy, King Casmir, King Duel, and various persons of high degree came to take their pleasure at an informal banquet. King Duel, a thin, sinewy man of middle years, carried himself with mercurial energy and zest. He had brought only a small entourage: his only son, Prince Kestrel, 4 knights, sundry aides and lackeys, so that, as King Duel expressed it, "We are free as birds, those blessed creatures who soar the air, to go where we wish, at our own speed and pleasure." Prince Kestrel had achieved his 15th year, and resembled his father only in his ginger-colored hair. Otherwise he was staid and phlegmatic, with a fleshy torso and a placid expression. King Casmir nonetheless thought of Kestrel as a possible match for the Princess Suldrun, if options more advantageous were not open, and so arranged that a place for Suldrun be laid at the banquet table. When the place remained vacant, King Casmir spoke sharply aside to Queen Solace. "Where is Suldrun?" Queen Solace gave her marmoreal shoulders a slow shrug. "I can't say. She is unpredictable. I find it easiest to leave her to her own devices." "All well and good. Nevertheless, I commanded her presence." Queen Solace shrugged once more and reached for a sugar-plum. "In that case, Lady Desdea must inform us." King Casmir looked over his shoulder to a footman. "Bring here the Lady Desdea." King Duel, meanwhile, enjoyed the antics of trained animals, which King Casmir had ordained for his pleasure. Bears in blue-cocked hats tossed balls back and forth. 4 wolves in costumes of pink and yellow satin danced a quadrille. 6 herons, with as many crows, marched in formations. King Duel applauded the spectacle, and was especially enthusiastic in regard to the birds. "Splendid! Are they not worthy creatures, stately and wise? Notice the grace of their marching. A pace, so, another pace, just so." King Casmir acknowledged the compliment with a stately gesture. "I take it that you are partial to birds." "I consider them remarkably fine. They fly with an easy courage and a grace far exceeding our own capabilities." "Exactly true. Excuse me, I must have a word with Lady Desdea." King Casmir turned aside. "Where is Suldrun?" Lady Desdea feigned puzzlement. "Is she not here? Most odd. She is stubborn and perhaps a bit wayward, but I cannot believe her to be wilfully disobedient." "Where is she, then?" Lady Desdea made a facetious grimace and waved her fingers.
As I say, she is a headstrong child and given to vagaries. Now she has taken a fancy to an old garden under the Urquell. I have tried to dissuade her, but she makes it her favored resort."
King Casmir spoke brusquely. "And she's there now, unattended?"
"Your Majesty, she permits no one in the garden but herself, or so it would seem. I spoke to her and communicated your Majesty's wishes. She would not listen, and sent me away. I assume she remains still in the garden."
King Duel sat enthralled by the performance of a trained ape walking a tightrope. King Casmir murmured an excuse and strode away. Lady Desdea went about her own affairs with a pleasant sense of achievement. King Casmir had not set foot in the old garden for 20 years. He descended along a path paved with pebbles set into sand, among trees, herbs, and flowers. Halfway to the bench he came upon Suldrun. She knelt in the path, working pebbles into the sand. Suldrun looked up without surprise. King Casmir silently surveyed the garden, then looked down at Suldrun, who slowly rose to her feet. King Casmir spoke in a flat voice. "Why did you not heed my orders?"
Suldrun stared in slack-jawed puzzlement. "What orders?"
"I required your attendance upon King Duel of Pomperol and his son Prince Kestrel."
Suldrun cast back into her memory and now recovered the echo of Lady Desdea's voice. Squinting off toward the sea, she said, "Lady Desdea might have said something. She talks so much that I seldom listen."
King Casmir allowed a wintry smile to enliven his face. He also felt that Lady Desdea spoke at unnecessary length. Once more he inspected the garden. "Why do you come here?"
Suldrun said haltingly, "I am alone here. No one troubles me."
"But are you not lonely?"
"No. I pretend that the flowers talk to me."
King Casmir grunted. Such fancies in a princess were unnecessary and impractical. Perhaps she was indeed eccentric. "Should you not entertain yourself among other maids of your station?"
"Father, I do so at my dancing lessons."
King Casmir examined her dispassionately. She had tucked a small white flower into her gleaming, dusty gold hair. Her features were regular and delicate. For the first time, King Casmir saw his daughter as something other than a beautiful, absent-minded child. "Come along," he said gruffly. "We shall go at once to the reception. Your costume is far from adequate, but neither King Duel nor Kestrel will think the worse of you." He noticed Suldrun's melancholy expression. "Well, then, are you reluctant for a banquet?"
"Father, these are strangers. Why must I meet them today?"
"Because in due course you must marry, and Kestrel might be the most advantageous match."
Suldrun's face fell even further. "I thought that I was to marry Prince Belath of Cadus."
King Casmir's face became hard. "Where did you hear that?"
"Prince Belath told me himself."
King Casmir voiced a harsh laugh. 3 weeks ago, Belath became betrothed to Princess Mehave of Dahot.
Suldrun's mouth sagged. "Is she not already a grown woman?"
"She is 19 years old and ill-favored to boot. But no matter, he obeyed his father, the king, who chose Dahot over Lyonesse, to his great folly, as he will learn. So, you became fond of Belath?"
"I liked him well enough."
"It's of no consequence now. We need both Pomperol and Cadus. If we make a match with Duel, we'll have them both. Come along, and mind you, show courtesy to Prince Kestrel." He turned on his heel. Suldrun followed him up the path on laggard feet. At the reception she was seated beside Prince Kestrel, who practiced lofty airs upon her. Suldrun failed to notice. Both Kestrel and the circumstances bored her. In the autumn of the year, King Quert of Cadus and Prince Belath went to hunt in the long hills. They were set upon by masked bandits and killed. Cadus was thereby plunged into confusion, foreboding, and doubt. In Lyonesse, King Casmir discovered a claim to the throne of Cadus, stemming from his grandfather, Duke Cassander, brother to Queen Lydia of Cadus. The claim, based upon the flow of lineage from sister to brother, thence to a descendant twice removed,
while legal, with qualifications, in Lyonesse and also in the Ulflands, ran counter to the strictly patrilinear customs of de Haut. The laws of Cadus itself were ambiguous. The better to press his claim, Casmir rode to Montroc, capital of Cadus, at the head of 100 knights, which instantly aroused King Audrey of de Haut. He warned that under no circumstances might Casmir so easily annex Cadus to his crown, and began to mobilize a great army. The dukes and earls of Cadus, thus emboldened, began to express distaste for Casmir, and many wondered, ever more pointedly, as to the identity of bandits so swift, so deadly, and so anonymous in a countryside ordinarily so placid. Casmir saw the way the wind was blowing. One stormy afternoon, as the nobles of Cadus sat in conclave, a weird woman dressed in white entered the chamber holding high a glass vessel which exuded a flux of colors swirling behind her like smoke. As if in a trance, she picked up the crown, set it on the head of Duke Thurlach, husband to Etain, younger sister to Casmir. The woman in white departed the chamber and was seen no more. After some contention, the omen was accepted at face value, and Thurlach was enthroned as the new king. Casmir rode home with his knights, satisfied that he had done all possible to augment his interests, and indeed his sister Etain, now Queen of Cadus, was a woman of redoubtable personality. Suldrun was 14 years old and marriageable. The rumor of her beauty had traveled far, and to Hydian came a succession of young grandees, and others not so young, to judge the fabulous Princess Suldrun for themselves. King Casmir extended to all an equal hospitality, but was in no hurry to encourage a match until all of his options were clear to him. Suldrun's life became increasingly complex, what with balls and banquets, fetes and follies. Some of the visitors she found pleasing, others less so. King Casmir, however, never asked her opinion, which in any case was of no interest to him. A different sort of visitor arrived at Lyonesse town. Brother Umfred, a portly, round-faced evangelist, originally from Aquitania, who had arrived at Lyonesse by way of Whanish Isle and the diocese of Scrow. With an instinct as certain and sure as that which takes a ferret to the rabbit's throat, Brother Umfred found the ear of Queen Solace. Brother Umfred used an insistent, mellifluous voice, and Queen Solace became a convert to Christianity. Brother Umfred established a chapel in the Tower of Palamon, only a few steps from Queen Solace's chambers. At Brother Umfred's suggestion, Cassander and Suldrun were baptized, and required to attend early morning mass in the chapel. Brother Umfred attempted next to convert King Casmir, and far overstepped himself. "Exactly what is your purpose here?" demanded King Casmir. "Are you a spy for Rome?" "I am a humble servant of the one and all-powerful God," said Brother Umfred. "I carry his message of hope and love to all folk, despite hardship and tribulation. No more." King Casmir uttered a derisive laugh. "What of the great cathedrals at Avalon and Tassiel? Did God supply the money? No, it was milked from peasants." "Your Majesty, humbly we accept alms." "It would seem far easier for all-powerful God to create the money." "No further proselytizing. If you accept a single farthing from anyone in Lyonesse, you will be whipped from here to Port Fader and shipped back to Rome in a sack." Brother Umfred bowed without visible resentment. "It shall be as you command." Suldrun found Brother Umfred's doctrines incomprehensible, and his manner over-familiar. She stopped attending Mass, and so incurred her mother's displeasure. Suldrun found little time for herself. Noble maidens attended most of her waking hours, to chatter and gossip, to plan small intrigues, to discuss gowns and manners, and to analyze the persons who came courting to Hydian. Suldrun found little solitude, and few occasions to visit the old garden. Early one summer morning, the sun shone so sweetly, and the thrush sang such plaintive songs in the orangery, that Suldrun felt impelled to leave the palace. She pretended indisposition to avoid her maids-in-waiting, and furtively, lest someone notice and suspect a lover's tryst, she ran up the arcade, through the old portal, and into the garden. Something had changed. She felt as if she were seeing the garden for the first time, even though every detail, every tree and flower was familiar and dear. She looked about her in sadness for the lost vision of childhood. She saw evidence of neglect. Harebells, anemones, and violets growing modestly in the shade had been challenged by insolent tufts of rank grass. Opposite, among the cypresses and olive trees, nettles had risen more proudly than the asphodel. The path she had so diligently paved with beach pebbles had been broken by rain. Suldrun went slowly down to the old lime tree, under which she had passed many dreaming hours. The garden seemed smaller. Ordinary sunlight suffused the air, rather than the old enchantment which had gathered in this place alone, and surely the wild roses had given a richer fragrance when first she had entered the garden. At a crunch of footsteps she looked about, to discover a beaming Brother Umfred. He wore a brown cassock tied with a black cord. The cowl hung down between his plump shoulders. His tonsured baldness shone pink. Brother Umfred, after a quick glance to left and right, bowed and clasped his hands before him. "Blessed Princess, surely you have not come so far without escort." "Exactly so, since I have come here for solitude." Suldrun's voice was devoid of warmth. "It pleases me to be alone." Brother Umfred, still smiling, again surveyed the garden. "This is a tranquil retreat. I, too, enjoy solitude. Is it possible that we two are cut from the same cloth?" Brother Umfred moved forward, halting no more than a yard from Suldrun. "It is a great pleasure to find you here. I have long wanted to talk to you in all earnestness." Suldrun spoke in an even colder voice. "I do not care to talk to you or anyone else. I came to be alone." Brother Umfred gave a wry, jocular grimace. "I will go at once. Still, do you think it proper to venture alone into a place so secluded? How tongues would wag, were it known. All would wonder whom you favored with such intimacy." Suldrun turned her back in icy silence. Brother Umfred performed another comical grimace, shrugged, and ambled back up the path. Suldrun seated herself beside the lime tree. Brother Umfred, so she suspected, had gone up to wait among the rocks, hoping to discover who came to keep rendezvous. At last she arose and started back up the path. The outrage of Brother Umfred's presence had restored something of the garden's charm, and Suldrun stopped to pull weeds. Perhaps tomorrow morning she would come to uproot the nettles. Brother Umfred spoke to Queen Solace and made a number of suggestions. Solace reflected. Then, in a spirit of cold and deliberate malice, she had long decided that she did not particularly care for Suldrun. She gave appropriate orders. Several weeks passed before Suldrun, despite her resolution, returned to the garden. Upon passing through the old timber door, she discovered a gang of masons at work upon the old fane. They had enlarged the windows, installed a door, and broken open the back to expand the interior, and had added an altar. In consternation, Suldrun asked the master mason, "What are you building here?" "Your Highness, we build a churchlet, or a chapel, as it might be called, that the Christian priest may conduct his rituals." Suldrun could hardly speak. "But who gave such orders?" "It was Queen Solace herself, Your Highness, for her ease and convenience during her devotions." Chapter 6. Between Dassinet and Troysinet was Scola, an island of crags and cliffs 20 miles across, inhabited by the Skyles. At the center, a volcanic peak, Crow, reminded all of its presence with an occasional rumbling of the guts, a wisp of steam, or a bubble of sulfur. From Crow radiated 4 steep ridges, dividing the island into 4 duchies. Sadirax to the north, Corso to the east, Rhamnanthus to the south, and Malvang to the west, nominally ruled by dukes who in turn gave fealty to King Ivar Excelsus of Dassinet. In practice, the Skyles, a dark, crafty race of unknown origin, were uncontrollable. They lived isolated in mountain glens, emerging only when the time came for dreadful deeds. Vendetta, revenge, and counter-revenge ruled their lives. The Skyle's virtues were stealth, reckless élan, bloodlust, and stoicism under torment. His word, be it promise, guarantee, or threat, might be equated with certainty. Indeed, the Skyle's exact adherence to his pledge often verged upon the absurd. From birth to death, his life was a succession of murders, captivities, escapes, wild flights, daring rescues, deeds incongruous in a landscape of Arcadian beauty. On days of festival, truce might be called. Then merrymaking and revelling exceeded rational bounds. Everything was to excess. Tables groaned under the weight of food. Fabulous feats of wine drinking were performed. There was passionate music and wild dancing. In sudden spasms of sentiment, ancient enmities might be resolved, and feuds of 100 murders put to rest. Old friendships were made whole amid tears and reminiscences. Beautiful maidens and gallant lads met and loved, or met and parted. There were rapture and despair, seductions and abductions, pursuits, tragic deaths, virtue blighted, and fuel for new vendettas. The clansmen along the west coast, when the mood came on them, crossed the channel to Troysenet, where they performed mischiefs, including pillage, rape, murder, and kidnap. King Granis had long and often protested the acts to King Ivar Excelsus, who replied in effect that the incursions represented little more than youthful exuberance. He implied that in his opinion the better part of dignity was simply to ignore the nuisances, and that in any event King Ivar Excelsus knew no practical method of abatement. Port Mel, at the eastern tip of Troysenet, each year celebrated the summer solstice with a 3-day festival and a grand pageant. Retherd, the young and foolish Duke of Malvang, in the company of 3 roistering friends, visited the festival incognito. At the grand pageant, they agreed that the maidens who represented the 7 graces were remarkably charming, but could form no consensus as to which was supreme. They discussed the matter well into the evening over wine, and at last, to resolve the matter in a practical way, kidnapped all 7 of the maidens and took them across the water to Malvang. Duke Retherd was recognized, and the news swiftly reached King Granis. Wasting no time in a new complaint to King Ivar Excelsus, King Granis landed an army of 1,000 warriors on Skola, destroyed Retherd's castle, rescued the maidens, gelded the duke and his cronies, then, for good measure, burned a dozen coastal villages. The 3 remaining dukes assembled an army of 3,000 and attacked the Troyes encampment. King Granis had secretly reinforced his expeditionary army with 200 knights and 400 heavy cavalry. The undisciplined clansmen were routed, the 3 dukes were captured, and King Granis controlled Skola. Ivar Excelsus issued an intemperate ultimatum. King Granis must withdraw all troops, pay an indemnity of 100 pounds of gold, rebuild Malvang Castle, and put a bond of another 100 pounds of gold to ensure no further offences against the kingdom of Dacinet. King Granis not only rejected the ultimatum, but decreed annexation of Skola to Troysenet. King Ivar Excelsus raged, expostulated, then declared war. He might not have acted so strongly had he not recently signed a treaty of mutual assistance with King Casmir of Lyonesse. At the time, King Casmir had thought only to strengthen himself for his eventual confrontation with Tahote, never expecting to be embroiled in trouble not of his own choosing, especially a war with Troysenet. King Casmir might have extricated himself by one pretext or another, had not the war, upon due reflection, seemed to promise advantage. King Casmir weighed all aspects of the situation. Allied with Dacinet, he might base his armies on Dacinet, then thrust with all force across Skola against Troysenet, and thereby neutralize Troy's sea power, which was otherwise invulnerable. King Casmir made a fateful decision. He commanded 7 of his 12 armies to Bulmer's scheme. Then Citing past sovereignty, present complaints, and his treaty with King Ivar Excelsus, he declared war upon King Granis of Troysinet. King Ivar Excelsus had acted in a fit of fury and drunken bravado. When he became sober, he perceived the error of his strategy, which neglected an elemental fact. He was outmatched by the Trois in every category: numbers, ships, military skills, and fighting spirit. He could take comfort only in his treaty with Lyonesse, and was correspondingly cheered by King Casmir's ready participation in the war. The marine transport of Lyonesse and Dacinet assembled at Bulmer Scheme, and there at midnight the armies of Lyonesse embarked and sailed for Dacinet. They discovered first contrary winds, then at dawn a fleet of Trois warships. In the space of 2 hours, half of the overloaded ships of Lyonesse and Dacinet were either sunk or broken on the rocks, with a loss of 2,000 men. The lucky half fled back downwind to Bulmer Scheme and grounded on the beach. Meanwhile, a miscellaneous flotilla of Trois merchant ships, coastal cogs, and fishing vessels, loaded with Trois troops, put into Arquencio, where they were hailed as Lyonesse troops. By the time the mistake was discovered, the castle had been taken and King Ivar Excelsus captured. The war with Dacinet was over. Granis declared himself king of the Outer Islands, a realm still not so populous as either Lyonesse or Dahaut, but which held in total control the Lier and the Cantabrian Gulf. The war between Troysinet and Lyonesse was now an embarrassment for King Casmir. He proposed a cessation of hostilities, and King Granis agreed, subject to certain terms. Lyonesse must cede the Duchy of Tremblance, at the far west of Lyonesse, beyond the Troag, and undertake to build no warships by which it might again threaten Troysinet. King Casmir predictably rejected such harsh conditions, and warned of bitter consequences if King Granis persisted in his unreasonable hostility. King Granis responded, "Let it be remembered, I, Granis, instituted no war upon you. You, Casmir, made wanton war upon me. You were dealt a great and just defeat. Now you must suffer the consequences. You have heard my terms. Accept them, or continue a war which you cannot win, and which will cost you dearly in men, resources, and humiliation. My terms are realistic. I require the Duchy of Tremblance to protect my ships from the Ska. I can land a great force at Cape Farewell when so I choose. Be warned." King Casmir responded in tones of menace. "On the basis of a small and temporary success, you challenge the might of Lyonesse. You are as foolish as you are arrogant. Do you think that you can outmatch our great power? I now declare a proscription against you and all your lineage. You will be hunted as criminals and killed on sight. I have no more words for you." King Granis replied to the message with the force of his navy. He blockaded the coast of Lyonesse so that not so much as a fishing boat could safely navigate the Lier. Lyonesse took its subsistence from the land, and the blockade meant only nuisance and a continuing affront which King Casmir was powerless to rebuff. In his turn, King Granis could inflict no great damage upon Lyonesse. Harbors were few and well defended. Additionally, Casmir maintained a vigilant shore watch and employed spies in both Dacinet and Troysinet. Meanwhile, Casmir assembled a council of shipwrights and charged them to build swiftly and well a fleet of warships to defeat the Trois. In the estuary of the river Seim, the best natural harbor of all Lyonesse, 12 keels went on the ways, and as many more at smaller yards on the shores of Balt Bay in the Duchy of Fetz. One moonless night along the Seim, when the ships were framed, planked, and ready for launching, 6 Trois galleys stealthily entered the estuary, and despite fortifications, garrisons, and watches, burned the shipyards. Simultaneously, Trois raiders landed in small boats along the shores of Balt Bay, burning shipyards, boats on the ways, and a great stock of timber planks. Casmir's plans for a quick armada went glimmering. In the green parlour at Hydian, King Casmir breakfasted alone, on pickled eel, boiled eggs, and scones, then leaned back to ponder his many affairs. The defeat at Bulmer's scheme and its anguish had receded. He was able to assess the aftermath with at least a degree of dispassion. All in all, there seemed to be scope for cautious optimism. The blockade was a provocation and an insult which, for the nonce, in the interests of dignity, he must passively accept. In due course he would inflict harsh retribution, but for the present he must proceed with his grand design. In short, the defeat of King Audrey and restoration of the throne Evandig to Hydian. De Hout was most vulnerable to attack from the west, so to bypass the line of forts along the Pomperol border. The avenue of such an invasion led north from Nalsby-Sevan, past the castle Tinsinfirel, then north along that road known as the Trampada into De Hout. The route was blocked by two staunch fortresses, Call Bocach at the gates of Cerberus, and Tinsinfirel itself. A South Ulfish garrison guarded Call Bocach, but King Orianti of South Ulfland, in fear of Casmir's displeasure, had already granted Casmir and his armies freedom of passage. Tinsinfirel alone stood athwart Casmir's ambition. Tinsinfirel reared high above two gorges and controlled both the Trampada and the way through Vale Evander into South Ulfland. Ford Carfiliot, who ruled Vale Evander from his impregnable eyrie, in vanity and arrogance, recognized no master, least of all his nominal sovereign, King Orianti. An under-chamberlain entered the green parlour. He bowed before King Casmir. "Sir, a person waits upon your pleasure. He names himself Shimrod, and is here, so he declares, at your Majesty's orders." Casmir straightened in his chair. "Bring him here." The under-chamberlain retired, to return with a tall young man of spare physique, wearing a smock and trousers of good cloth, low boots, and a dark green cap, which he doffed to reveal thick dust-coloured hair, cut at ear level after the fashion of the day. His features were regular, if somewhat gaunt, a thin nose, a bony jaw and chin, with a wide, crooked mouth and bright grey eyes which gave him a look of droll and easy self-possession, in which there was perhaps not quite enough reverence and abnegation to please King Casmir. "Sir," said Shimrod, "I am here in response to your urgent request." Casmir surveyed Shimrod with compressed mouth and head skeptically aslant. "For a fact, you are not as I expected you to be." Shimrod made a polite gesture, disclaiming responsibility for King Casmir's perplexity. King Casmir pointed to a chair. "Be seated, if you will." He himself rose and went to stand with his back to the fire. "I am told that you are trained in magic." Shimrod nodded. Tongues will wag at every departure from the ordinary. Casmir smiled somewhat thinly. "Well, then, are these reports accurate?" "Your Majesty, magic is a taxing discipline. Some persons have easy and natural abilities. I am not one of them. I am a careful student of the techniques, but that is not necessarily a measure of my competence." "What then is your competence?" "Compared to that of the adepts, the ratio is, let us say, 1 to 30. "You are acquainted with Mergen?" "I know him well." "And he has trained you?" "To a certain extent." King Casmir kept his impatience under control. Shimrod's airy mannerisms skirted safely around the far edge of insolence. Still, Casmir found them irritating, and his response to questions with precise but minimal information made conversation tiresome. Casmir spoke on in an even voice. "As you must know, our coast is blockaded by the Trois. Can you suggest how I might break this blockade?" Shimrod reflected a moment. "Everything considered, the simplest way is to make peace." "No doubt." King Casmir pulled at his beard. Magicians were odd folk. "I prefer a method, possibly more complicated, which will advance the interests of Lioness." You would have to counter the blockade with a superior force. Exactly so. That is the crux of my difficulty. I have thought to enlist the Ska as allies, and I wish you to foretell the consequences of such an act. Shimrod smilingly shook his head. Your Majesty, few magicians can read the future. I am not one of them. Speaking as a man of ordinary common sense, I would advise you against such an act. The Ska have known 10,000 years of travail. They are a harsh folk. Like you, they intend to dominate the Elder Isles. Invite them into the Lear, give them bases, and they will never depart. So much is obvious. King Casmir's gaze narrowed. He was seldom dealt with so briskly. Still, so he reasoned, Shimrod's manner might well be a measure of his candor. No one attempting to dissemble would use quite so easy a tone. He asked in a carefully neutral voice, "What do you know of Tinsinfirel, the castle?" "This is a place I have never seen. It is said to be impregnable, as I am sure you already know." King Casmir gave a crisp nod. "I have also heard that magic is part of its defense." "As to that I can't say. It was built by a lesser magician, Hugo Goliath, so that he might rule Vale Evander, secure from the syndics of Ys." "Then how did Carfiliot gain the property?" "In this regard I can only repeat rumor." King Casmir, with an impassive gesture, indicated that Shimrod was to proceed. "Carfiliot's own lineage is a matter of doubt," said Shimrod. "It's quite possible that he was sired by the sorcerer Tamarello, upon the witch Desmei. Still, nothing is known certainly except that first Desmei disappeared, then Hugo Goliath, with all of his staff, as if devils had snatched them away, and the castle was empty until Carfiliot arrived with a troop of soldiers and took possession." "It would seem that he also is a magician." "I think not. A magician would conduct himself differently." "Then you are acquainted with him?" "Not at all. I have never seen him." "Still, you appear to be familiar with his background and personality." "Magicians are as prone to gossip as anyone else, especially when the subject is as notorious as Carfiliot." King Casmir pulled a bell cord. 2 footmen entered the parlor with wine, nuts, and sweetmeats, which they arranged upon the table. King Casmir seated himself across the table from Shimrod. He poured 2 goblets of wine, one of which he tendered to Shimrod. "My best respects to your Majesty," said Shimrod. King Casmir sat looking into the fire. He spoke thoughtfully. "Shimrod, my ambitions are perhaps no secret. A magician such as yourself could provide me invaluable aid. You would find my gratitude commensurate." Shimrod twirled the goblet of wine and watched the spin of the dark liquid. "King Audrey of Dahote has made the same approach to Tamarello. King Ivar Excelsus sought the aid of Numique. All refused, by reason of Mergin's great edict, which applies no less to me." "Bah!" snapped King Casmir. "Does Mergin's authority transcend all other?" "In this regard, yes." King Casmir grunted. "Still you have spoken without any apparent restraint." "I have only advised you as might any reasonable man." King Casmir rose abruptly to his feet. He tossed a purse upon the table. "That will reimburse your service." Shimrod turned out the purse. 5 golden crowns rolled forth. They became 5 golden butterflies, which fluttered into the air and circled the parlor. The 5 became 10, 20, 50, 100. All at once they dropped to cluster upon the table, where they became 100 gold crowns. Shimrod took 5 of the coins, returned them to the purse, which he placed in his pouch. "I thank your Majesty." He bowed and departed the chamber. Odo, Duke of Folies, rode with a small company north through the Troag, a dreary land of crags and chasms, into South Ulfland, past Call Bocach, where opposing cliffs pressed so close together that 3 men could not ride abreast. A fan of small waterfalls fell into the defile to become the south fork of the Evander River. Road and river proceeded north side by side. Ahead rose a massive crag, the Tooth of Cronus, or the Tack Tor. Down through a gorge came the north fork of the Evander. The two forks joined and passed between the Tack Tor and the crag which supported the castle Tinsin-Firel. Duke Odo announced himself at a gate, and was conducted up a zigzag road into the presence of Ford Carfiliot. 2 days later he departed and returned the way he had come to Lioness Town. He alighted in the armory yard, shook the dust from his cloak, and went directly to an audience with King Casmir. Hydian, at all times an echo-chamber of rumor, immediately reverberated to the impending visit of an important grandee, the remarkable lord of 100 mysteries, Ford Carfiliot of Tinsin-Firel. Chapter 7. Suldrun sat in the orangery with her 2 favorite maids-in-waiting, Leah, daughter to Tander, Duke of Sondbahar, and Tuisany, daughter to the Earl of Merse. Leah already had heard much talk of Carfiliot. He is tall and strong, and as proud as a demigod. His gaze is said to fascinate all who look upon him. He would seem an imposing man, said Tuisany, and both girls looked sidewise at Suldrun, who twitched her fingers. Imposing men take themselves too seriously, said Suldrun. Their talk is mostly orders and complaints. There is much else, declared Leah. It comes from my seamstress, who heard the conversation of Lady Pedrea. It seems that Ford Carfiliot is the most romantic of men. Each evening he sits in a high tower watching the stars rise, pining. Pining for what? For love. And who is the haughty maiden who causes him such pain? That is the curious part. She is imaginary. He worships this maiden of his dreams. I find this hard to believe, said Tuisany. I suspect that he spends more time in bed with real maidens. As to that I cannot say. After all, the reports may be exaggerated. It will be interesting to discover the truth, said Tuisany. But here is your father, the king. Leah rose to her feet, as did Tuisany, and more slowly Suldrun. All performed a formal curtsy. King Casmir sauntered forward. Maidens, I wish to speak with the princess on a private affair. Please allow us a few moments alone. Leah and Tuisany withdrew. King Casmir surveyed Suldrun a long moment. Suldrun turned half away, a chill of apprehension at the pit of her stomach. King Casmir gave a small, slow nod of the head, as if in corroboration of some private concept. He spoke in a portentous voice. You must know that we are expecting the visit of an important person, Duke Carfiliot of Vale Evander. I have heard so much, yes. You have come to marriageable age, and should Duke Carfiliot find you pleasing, I would look favorably upon the match, and I shall impart so much to him. Suldrun raised her eyes to the golden-bearded face. Father, I am not ready for such an event. I have not the slightest yearning to share a man's bed. King Casmir nodded. That is sentiment properly to be expected in a maiden chaste and innocent. I am not displeased. Still, such qualms must bend before affairs of state. The friendship of Duke Carfiliot is vital to our interests. You will quickly become accustomed to the idea. Now then, your conduct toward Duke Carfiliot must be amiable and gracious, yet neither fulsome nor exaggerated. Do not press your company upon him. A man like Carfiliot is stimulated by reserve and reluctance. Still, be neither coy nor cold. Suldrun cried in distress, Father, I will not need to feign reluctance. I am not ready for marriage. Perhaps I never shall be. Tush now. King Casmir's voice sharpened. Modesty is all very well in moderation, even appealing. Still, when exercised to excess, it becomes tiresome. Carfiliot must not think you a prig. These are my wishes. Are they quite clear? Father, I understand your wishes very well. Good. Make certain that they influence your conduct. A cavalcade of 20 knights and men-at-arms came down the Spher Arched and into Lioness Town. At their head rode Duke Carfiliot,
erect and easy, a man with black curling hair cropped at his ears, a fair skin, features regular and fine, if somewhat austere, save for the mouth, which was that of a sentimental poet. In the armory yard the company halted. Carfilhiot dismounted, and his horse was led away by a pair of grooms in the lavender and green of Hydian. His retinue likewise dismounted and ranged themselves behind him. King Casmir descended from the upper terrace and crossed the yard. Duke Carfilhiot performed a bow of conventional courtesy, as did his company. "Welcome," spoke King Casmir. "Welcome to Hydian." "I am honored by your hospitality." Carfilhiot spoke in a voice firm, rich, and well modulated, but lacking timbre. "I introduce to you my seneschal, Sir Mungo. He will show you to your rooms. A collation is being laid, and when you are refreshed we will take an informal repast on the terrace." An hour later Carfilhiot stepped out on the terrace. He had changed to a robe of grey and black striped silk, with black trousers and black shoes, an unusual garment which enhanced his already dramatic presence. King Casmir awaited him by the balustrade. Carfilhiot approached and bowed. "King Casmir, already I am finding pleasure in my visit. The palace Hydian is the most splendid of the Elder Isles. Its prospect over city and sea is without parallel." King Casmir spoke with stately affability. "I hope that your visit will often be repeated. We are, after all, the closest of neighbors." "Precisely so," said Carfilhiot. "Unluckily I am vexed with problems which keep me preoccupied at home, problems happily unknown to Lioness." King Casmir raised his eyebrows. "Problems? We are by no means immune. I count as many problems as there are Troyes in Troysinet." Carfilhiot laughed politely. "In due course we must exchange commiserations." "I would as lief exchange problems." "My robbers, footpads, and renegade barons, for your blockade of warships? It would seem a bad bargain for both of us." "As an inducement you might wish to include 1,000 of your ska." "Gladly, were they my ska. For some odd reason they avoid South Ulfland, though they rampage across the north blithely enough." A pair of heralds blew a shrill, sweet fanfare to signal the appearance of Queen Solace and a train of her ladies. King Casmir and Carfilhiot turned to meet her. King Casmir presented his guest. Queen Solace acknowledged Carfilhiot's compliments with a bland stare, which Carfilhiot graciously ignored. Time passed. King Casmir became restive. He glanced over his shoulder toward the palace ever more frequently. Finally he muttered a few words to a footman, and another 5 minutes passed. The heralds raised their clarions and blew another fanfare. Out upon the terrace came Suldrun at a lurching run, as if she had been pushed. In the shadows behind her the contorted face of Lady Desdea showed for an instant. With a grave face Suldrun approached the table. Her gown, of a soft pink stuff, clung close to her figure. From beneath a round white cap soft golden curls hung to her shoulders. Slowly Suldrun came forward, followed by Leah and Tuisany. She paused, looked across the terrace, brushing Carfilhiot with her gaze. A steward approached with a tray. Suldrun and her maids took goblets of wine, then went modestly apart, where they stood murmuring together. King Casmir watched under lowering brows, and at last turned to Sir Mungo, his seneschal. "Inform the princess that we wait upon her attendants." Sir Mungo delivered the message. Suldrun listened with a drooping mouth. She seemed to sigh, then crossed the terrace, halted in front of her father, and performed a sombre curtsy. In his richest tones Sir Mungo declared, "Princess Suldrun, I am honored to introduce you to Duke Ford Carfilhiot of Vale Evander." Suldrun inclined her head. Carfilhiot smilingly bowed and kissed her hand. Then, raising his head and looking into her face, he said, "Rumors of Princess Suldrun's grace and beauty have crossed the mountains to Tinsinfirel. I see that they were not exaggerated." Suldrun responded in a colorless voice, "I hope you have not heeded these rumors. I'm sure they would give me no pleasure if I heard them." King Casmir leaned quickly forward with lowering brows, but Carfilhiot spoke first. "Indeed? How so?" Suldrun refused to look toward her father.
I am made out to be something I do not choose to be.
You do not enjoy the admiration of men?
I have done nothing admirable.
Nor has a rose, nor a sapphire of many facets.
They are ornaments. They have no life of their own.
Beauty is not ignoble, said King Casmir heavily. It is a gift bestowed to only a few. Would anyone, even the Princess Suldrun, prefer to be ugly?
Suldrun opened her mouth to say, I would prefer first of all to be somewhere other than here. She thought better of the remark and closed her mouth.
Beauty is a most peculiar attribute, Carfilhiot declared. Who was the first poet? It was he who invented the concept of beauty.
King Casmir gave an indifferent shrug and drank from his purple glass goblet. Carfilhiot continued, his voice easy and musical.
Our world is a place terrible and wonderful, where the passionate poet who yearns to realize the ideal of beauty is almost always frustrated.
Suldrun, her hands clasped together, studied her fingertips. Carfilhiot said,
It would seem that you have reservations.
Your passionate poet might well be a very tiresome companion.
Carfilhiot clapped his hands to his forehead in mock outrage. You are as heartless as Diana herself. Have you no sympathy for our passionate poet, this poor moon-struck adventurer?
Probably not. He seems over-emotional and self-centered at the very least. The Emperor Nero of Rome, who danced to the flames of his burning city, was perhaps such a passionate poet.
King Casmir made a restive movement. This sort of conversation seemed a pointless frivolity. Still, Carfilhiot appeared to be enjoying himself. Was it possible that timid, reclusive Suldrun was cleverer than he had supposed? Carfilhiot addressed himself to Suldrun. I find this conversation most interesting. I hope that we can continue it another time.
Suldrun replied in her most formal voice, Truly, Duke Carfilhiot, my ideas are not at all profound. I would be embarrassed to discuss them with a person of your experience.
It shall be as you wish, said Carfilhiot. Still, please allow me the simple pleasure of your company.
King Casmir hastened to intervene before Suldrun's unpredictable tongue gave offense.
Duke Carfilhiot, I notice certain grandees of the realm who wait to be introduced.
Later, King Casmir took Suldrun aside.
I am surprised by your conduct in regard to Duke Carfilhiot. You do more harm than you know. His goodwill is indispensable to our plans.
Standing before the majestic bulk of her father, Suldrun felt limp and helpless. She cried out in a plaintive, soft voice, Father, please do not force me upon Duke Carfilhiot. I am frightened by his company.
King Casmir had prepared himself against piteous appeals. His response was inexorable. Ah! You are silly and unreasonable. There are far worse matches than Duke Carfilhiot, I assure you. It shall be as I decide.
Suldrun stood with downturned face. She apparently had no more to say. King Casmir swung away, marched off down the long gallery and up the stairs to his chambers. Suldrun stood looking after him, hands clenched and pressed to her sides. She turned and ran down the gallery, out into the fading light of afternoon, up the arcade, through the old gate, and down into the garden. The sun, hanging low in the sky, sent a sombre light under a tall bank of clouds. The garden seemed cool and remote. Suldrun wandered down the path, past the ruins, and settled herself under the old lime tree, arms clasped around her knees, and considered the fate which seemed to be advancing upon her. Beyond doubt, or so it seemed to her, Carfilhiot would choose to wed her, take her away to Tinsinfirel, there at his own good time to explore the secrets of her body and her mind. The sun sank into clouds. The wind blew cold. Suldrun shivered. Rising, she returned the way she had come, slowly, with eyes downcast. She climbed to her chambers where Lady Desdea gave her a fretful scolding. "Where have you been? By the Queen's command I must array you in fine garments. There is to be a banquet and dancing. Your bath is ready." Suldrun passively stepped out of her clothes and into a wide marble basin brimming with warm water. Her maids rubbed her with soap of olive oil and ash of aloe, then rinsed her in water scented with lemon verbena, and dried her with soft cotton towels. Her hair was brushed till it shone.
She was dressed in a dark blue gown, and a fillet of silver set with tablets of lapis lazuli was placed on her head. Lady Desdea drew back. "That's the best I can do with you. No doubt but what you are well favoured. Still, something is lacking. You must use a bit of flirtation, not to excess, mind you. Let him know that you understand what he has in mind. Mischief in a girl is like salt on meat. Now, tincture of foxglove to sparkle your eyes." Suldrun jerked back. "I want none of it." Lady Desdea had learned the futility of argument with Suldrun. "You are the most obstinate creature alive. As usual, you shall do as you please." Suldrun laughed bitterly. "If I did as I please, I would not be going to the ball." "La, then, you saucy minx!" Lady Desdea kissed Suldrun on the forehead. "I hope that life will dance to your tune. Come now to the banquet. I pray you be civil to Duke Carfiliet, since your father hopes for a betrothal." At the banquet, King Casmir and Queen Solace sat at the head of the great table, with Suldrun at her father's right and Carfiliet to the left of Queen Solace. Covertly, Suldrun studied Carfiliet. What with his clear skin, thick black hair, and lustrous eyes, he was undeniably handsome, almost to an excess. He ate and drank gracefully. His conversation was courteous. Perhaps his only affectation was modesty. He spoke little of himself. Yet Suldrun found herself unable to meet his gaze, and when she spoke to him, as occasion compelled, words came with difficulty. Carfiliet sensed her aversion, so she divined, and it only seemed to stimulate his interest. He became even more fulsome, as if he sought to overcome her antipathy by sheer perfection of gallantry. All the while, like a chill on the air, Suldrun felt the careful attention of her father, to such an extent that she began to lose her composure. She bent her head over her plate, but found herself unable to eat. She reached for her goblet, and chanced to meet Carfiliet's eyes. For a moment she stared, transfixed. "He knows what I think," went her thoughts. "He knows. And now he smiles, as if already he owned me." Suldrun wrenched her gaze down to her plate. Still smiling, Carfiliet turned to listen to the remarks of Queen Solace. At the ball, Suldrun thought to evade notice by mingling with her maids-in-waiting, but to no effect. Sir Eschar, the under-seneschal, came to seek her out, and took her into the presence of King Casmir, Queen Solace, and Duke Carfiliet, and other high dignitaries. When the music started, she was convenient to the arm of Duke Carfiliet, and dared not refuse. In silence they stepped the measures, back and forth, bowing, turning with graceful gesture among colored silks and sighing satins. 1,000 candles in 6 massive candelabra suffused the chamber with mellow light. When the music stopped, Carfiliet led Suldrun to the side of the room and somewhat apart. "I hardly know what to say to you," Carfiliet remarked. "Your manner is so glacial as to seem menacing." Suldrun replied in her most formal voice, "Sir, I am unaccustomed to grand affairs, and in all truth they do not amuse me." "So that you would prefer to be elsewhere?" Suldrun looked across the chamber to where Casmir stood among the grandees of his court. "My preferences, whatever they may be, seem to be of consequence only to myself, so I have been given to understand." "Surely you are mistaken. I, for one, am interested in your preferences. In fact, I find you most unusual." Suldrun's only response was an indifferent shrug, and Carfiliet's airy whimsicality for a brief moment became strained, even a trifle sharp. "Meanwhile, your opinion of me is a person ordinary, drab, and perhaps something of a bore?" So much said in the hope of exciting a tumble of embarrassed disclaimers. Suldrun, looking off across the room, responded in an absent-minded voice, "Sir, you are my father's guest. I would not presume to form such an opinion, or any opinion whatsoever." Carfiliet uttered a soft, strange laugh, so that Suldrun turned in startled puzzlement, to look as through a rift into Carfiliet's soul, which quickly made itself whole. Once more debonair, Carfiliet held out his hands, to express polite and humorous frustration. "Must you be so aloof? Am I truly deplorable?" Suldrun once more used cool formality.
Sir, certainly you have given me no reason to form such judgments.
But is that not an artificial pose? You must know that you are admired. I, for one, am anxious to gain your favorable opinion.
Sir, my father wants to marry me away. That is well known. He pushes me faster than I want to go. I know nothing of love or loving.
Carfiliot took both of her hands and compelled her to face him. I will reveal some arcane facts. Princesses seldom marry their lovers. As for loving, I would willingly teach a pupil so innocent and so beautiful. You would learn overnight, so to speak.
Suldrun pulled her hands away. Let us rejoin the others.
Carfiliot escorted Suldrun to her place. A few minutes later she informed Queen Solace that she felt unwell, and slipped quietly from the chamber. King Casmir, elevated by drink, failed to notice. On Durfey Meadow, 2 miles south of Lioness Town, King Casmir ordained a pageant and pleasure fair to celebrate the presence of his honored guest, Ford Carfiliot, Duke of Vale Evander and Lord of Tinsinfirel. Preparations were elaborate and bountiful. Bullocks had been turning over coals since the preceding day, with good bastings of oil, onion juice, garlic, and syrup of tamarind. Now they were done to a turn, and exuded a tantalizing waft across all the meadow. Trays nearby were heaped high with loaves of white bread, and to the side 6 tons of wine awaited only a starting of the bungs. Villages of the neighborhood had sent young men and women in festival costumes. To the music of drums and pipes, they danced jigs and kick-steps until sweat beaded their foreheads. At noon, clowns fought with bladders and wooden swords, and somewhat later, knights of the royal court jousted with lances tipped with leather pillows. Footnote: the tournament in which armored knights jousted with lances or fought mock battles had not yet evolved. Contests of this time and place were relatively mild events, competitions at wrestling, horse racing, vaulting, events in which the aristocracy seldom, if ever, competed. End of footnote. Meanwhile, the roast meat had been lifted to the carving table, cut into slices and chunks and taken away on half-loaves of bread by all who chose to partake of the king's bounty, while wine bubbled happily through the spigots. King Casmir and Carfiliot watched the jousting from a raised platform in company with Queen Solace, Princess Suldrun, Prince Cassander, and a dozen others of rank. King Casmir and Carfiliot then strolled across the meadow to watch an archery contest, and conversed to the hiss and chunk of arrows striking into butt. 2 from Carfiliot's retinue had entered the contest, and were shooting with such proficiency that King Casmir was moved to comment. Carfiliot responded, I command a relatively small force, and all must excel with their weapons. I reckon each soldier the equal of 10 ordinaries. He lives and dies by steel. None the less I envy you your 12 great armies. King Casmir gave a dour grunt. 12 armies are a fine thing to command, and King Audrey sleeps poorly on their account. Still, 12 armies are useless against the Troyes. They sail back and forth along my shores, they laugh and joke, they pull up beside my harbor and show me their naked backsides. Well beyond bowshot, no doubt. 50 yards beyond bowshot. Most vexing. King Casmir spoke weightily. My ambitions are no secret. I must reduce the Haute, subdue the Ska, and defeat the Troyes. I will bring the throne Evandig and the table Kerbra and Midan to their rightful places, and once more the Elder Isles will be ruled by a single king. That is a noble ambition, said Carfiliot graciously. Were I king of Lioness, I would strive no differently. The strategies are not easy. I can work south against the Troyes, with the Ska as allies, or into the Ulflands, presupposing that the Duke of Vale Evander allows me thoroughfare past Tinsinfirel. Then my armies drive the Ska from the foreshore, overawe the Godelians, and turn eastward into the Haute for the climactic campaign. With a flotilla of 1,000 ships, I overwhelm Troysinet, and the Elder Isles are once more a single kingdom, with the Duke of Vale Evander, now Duke of South Ulfland. It is a pretty concept,
and I would think feasible. My own ambitions are not affected. Indeed, I am content with Vale Evander. I have yearnings of quite a different sort. In all candor, I have become enamored of the Princess Suldrun. I find her the most beautiful of living creatures. Would you consider me presumptuous if I asked her hand in marriage?
I would consider it a most suitable and auspicious match.
I am happy to hear your approval. What of Princess Suldrun? She has allowed me no conspicuous favor.
She is somewhat fanciful. I will have a word with her. Tomorrow you and she shall take your betrothal vows in a ceremonial rite, and nuptials will follow in due course.
This is a joyful prospect for myself, and so I hope the Princess Suldrun as well. Late in the afternoon, the royal carriage returned to Hydian with King Casmir, Queen Solace, and Princess Suldrun. Riding on horseback beside were Carfiliot and young Prince Cassander. King Casmir spoke to Suldrun in a ponderous voice.
Today I have conferred with Duke Carfiliot, and he declares himself enamored of you. The match is advantageous, and I agreed to your betrothal.
Suldrun stared aghast, her worst apprehensions realized. Finally she found her tongue. "Sir, can you not believe me? I want no marriage now, least of all to Carfiliot. He does not suit me at all." King Casmir brought the full impact of his round-eyed blue gaze to bear on Suldrun.
"This is niminy-piminy petulance. I will not hear of it. Carfiliot is a noble and handsome man. Your qualms are over-nice. Tomorrow at noon you will pledge troth with Carfiliot. In 3 months you shall marry. There is no more to be said."
Suldrun subsided into the cushions. The carriage rumbled along the road, swaying on springs of layered hornbeam. Poplars beside the road passed in front of the sun. Through tears, Suldrun watched lights and shadows playing across her father's face. In a soft, broken voice, she essayed a final plea. "Father, do not force this marriage on me." King Casmir listened stolidly, and turning his face away, made no reply. In anguish, Suldrun looked to her mother for support, but saw only waxen dislike. Queen Solace said tartly, "You are marriageable, as anyone with eyes can see. It is time you were away from Hydian. With your vapors and vagaries you have brought us no joy." King Casmir spoke.
"As a princess of Lyonesse you know neither toil nor care. You dress in soft silk and enjoy luxuries beyond the hopes of ordinary women. As a princess of Lyonesse you also must bend to the dictates of policy, even as I. The marriage will proceed. Have done with this petty diffidence, and approach Duke Carfiliot with amiability. I will hear no more on the subject."
Upon arrival at Hydian, Suldrun went directly to her chambers. An hour later, Lady Desdea found her staring into the fire.
"Come now," said Lady Desdea, "moping causes the flesh to sag and yellows the skin. Be of good cheer, then. The king desires your presence at the evening meal in an hour's time."
"I prefer not to go."
"Still you must. The king has given his order. So, hey nunny no, to supper we shall go. You shall wear the dark green velvet which becomes you, so that every other woman looks a dead fish. Were I younger I would gnash my teeth for jealousy. I cannot understand why you sulk."
"I have no taste for Duke Carfiliot."
"Tush, in marriage all things alter. You may come to dote on him. Then you will laugh to think of your foolish whims. Now then, off with your clothes. Hey-ho! Think how it will be when Duke Carfiliot gives the command. So sharp! Where is that flibbit of a maid? So sharp! Brush the princess's hair, 100 strokes to either side. Tonight it must glisten like a river of gold."
At the supper, Suldrun tried to achieve an impersonal manner. She tasted a morsel of stewed pigeon. She drank half a glass of pale wine. When remarks were addressed to her, she responded politely, but clearly her thoughts were elsewhere. Once, looking up, she met Carfiliot's gaze, and for a moment stared into his lambent eyes like a fascinated bird. She shifted her gaze and broodingly studied her plate. Carfiliot was undeniably gallant, brave, and handsome. Why, then, her antipathy? She knew her instincts to be accurate. Carfiliot was involuted. His mind teemed with strange rancours and peculiar inclinations. Words entered her mind as if from another source. For Carfiliot Beauty was not to be cherished and loved, but something to be plundered and hurt. The ladies left for the Queen's drawing-room. Suldrun quickly ran off to her own chambers. Early in the morning, a brief rain swept in from the sea, to wash the greenery and settle the dust. By mid-morning the sun shone through broken clouds and sent hurrying shadows across the city. Lady Desdea arrayed Suldrun in a white gown with a white surcoat embroidered in pink, yellow, and green, and a small white cap inside a golden diadem studded with garnets. On the terrace 4 precious rugs had been laid end to end, from Hydian's ponderous main entrance to a table draped with heavy white linen. Antique silver vases 4 feet tall overflowed with white roses. The table supported the sacred chalice of the lioness kings, a silver vessel a foot tall, carved with characters no longer intelligible to lioness. As the sun rose toward noon, dignitaries began to appear, wearing ceremonial robes and ancient emblems. At noon Queen Solace arrived. She was escorted by King Casmir to her throne. Behind came Duke Carfiliot, escorted by Duke Tander of Sondbehar. A moment passed. King Casmir looked toward the door, where the Princess Suldrun should now be appearing, on the arm of her aunt, the Lady Desdea. Instead, he glimpsed only a flutter of agitated motion. Presently he noted the beckoning arm of Lady Desdea. King Casmir rose from the throne and strode back to the palace, where Lady Desdea stood gesturing in confusion and bewilderment. King Casmir looked around the foyer, then turned back to Lady Desdea. "Where is Princess Suldrun? Why do you cause this undignified delay?" Lady Desdea blurted an explanation. "She was ready. She stood there beautiful as an angel. I led the way downstairs. She followed. I went along the gallery, and I had a strange feeling. I stopped and turned to look, and she stood there, pale as a lily. She called out something, but I could not quite hear. I think she said, 'I cannot. No, I cannot.' And then she was gone, out the side door and away up under the arcade. I called after her, to no avail. She would not look back." King Casmir turned and walked out on the terrace. He halted, looked around the half-circle of questioning faces. He spoke in a harsh monotone. "I beg the indulgence of those now assembled. The Princess Suldrun has suffered indisposition. The ceremony will not proceed. A collation has been laid out. Please partake as you wish." King Casmir turned and re-entered the palace. Lady Desdea stood to the side, hair in disorder, arms hanging like ropes. King Casmir inspected her for 5 seconds, then stalked from the palace. Up the arcade, under Zoltra Brightstar's wall, through the timber gate, and down into the old garden he strode. Here Suldrun sat, on a fallen column, elbows on knees and chin in her hands. King Casmir halted 20 feet behind her. Slowly Suldrun looked around, eyes wide, mouth drooping. King Casmir said, "You have come to this place in defiance of my command." Suldrun nodded. "I did so, yes." "You have marred the dignity of Duke Carfiliot in a manner which can know no mitigation." Suldrun's mouth moved, but no words came. King Casmir spoke on. "For frivolous whim you have come here, rather than in dutiful obedience to the place required by my command. Therefore remain in this place, both night and day, until the great hurt you have done me is assuaged, or until you are dead. If you depart, either boldly or by stealth, you shall be slave to whomever first lays claim to you, be he knight or peasant, loon or vagabond. No matter. You shall be his thing." King Casmir turned, climbed the path, passed through the gate which closed hard behind him. Suldrun turned slowly, face blank and almost serene. She looked out to sea, where rays of sunlight shot through gaps in the clouds and down at the water. King Casmir found a silent group awaiting him on the terrace. He looked this way and that. "Where is Duke Carfiliot?" Duke Tander of Sondbehar came forward. "Sire,
Upon your departure he waited 1 minute. Then he called for his horse, and with his company he rode from Hydian.
"What said he?" cried King Casmir. "Gave he no notice of any kind?"
Duke Tander responded, "Sire, he spoke no word." King Casmir cast one terrible glance around the terrace, then turned and walked on long strides back into the palace Hydian. King Casmir brooded for a week, then uttered an angry expletive and set himself to the composition of a letter. The final version read, "For the notice of the noble Duke Ford Carfilhiot at Tinsinfirel, his castle. Noble Sir, with difficulty I write these words, in reference to an incident which has given me great embarrassment. I cannot properly apologize, since I am as much victim of the circumstances as yourself, perhaps even more. You suffered an affront which understandably caused you exasperation. Still, there is no doubt but what a dignity such as yours is proof against the vapors of a captious and silly maiden. On the other hand, I have lost the privilege of uniting our houses through a marital link. Despite all, I can convey my sorrow that this event occurred at Hydian, and so, in this measure, marred my hospitality. I trust that in the generous breadth of your tolerance you will continue to look upon me as your friend and ally in mutual endeavors of the future. With my best regards, I am Casmir, Lioness, the King." An envoy carried the letter to Tinsinfirel. In due course he returned with a response. "For the attention of His August Majesty Casmir of Lioness, the King. Revered Sir, be assured that the emotions I derived from the incident to which you refer, while they arose within me, understandably I hope, like a storm, subsided almost as quickly, and left me embarrassed for the narrow verges of my forbearance. I agree that our personal association should in no way be compromised by the unpredictabilities of a young maiden's fancy. As always, you may rely upon my sincere respect, and my great hope that your proper and legitimate ambitions may be realized. Whenever the wish comes upon you to see something of Vale Evander, be assured that I shall welcome the opportunity to extend to you the hospitality of Tinsinfirel. I remain, in all amiability, your friend, Carfilhiot." King Casmir studied the letter with care. Carfilhiot apparently cherished no pangs of resentment. Still, his declarations of goodwill, while hearty, might have gone somewhat further and been more specific. Chapter 8. King Granis of Troysinet was a man thin, grizzled, and angular, abrupt of manner, and notably terse, until events went awry, whereupon he singed the air with expletives and curses. He had greatly desired a son and heir, but Queen Bodil gave him 4 daughters in succession, each born to the sound of Granis's furious complaints. The first daughter was Lorissa, the second Ethel, the third Ferniste, the fourth Byron. Then Bodil went barren, and Granis's brother, Prince Arbamet, became heir presumptive to the throne. Granis's second brother, Prince Ospero, a man of complicated personality and somewhat frail constitution, not only lacked ambition to the throne, but so disliked the flavor of court life, with its formality and artificial circumstances, that he stayed almost reclusively at his manor, Watershade, at the center of the Kield, Troysinet's inner plain. Ospero's spouse, Aenor, had died, bearing his single son, Aelas, who in due course grew to be a strong, broad-shouldered lad of middle stature, taut and sinewy rather than massive, with ear-length blonde-brown hair and grey eyes. Watershade occupied a pleasant place beside Janglin Water, a small lake with hills to the north and south, and the Kield stretching away to the west. Originally, Watershade had served to guard the Kield, but 300 years had passed since the last armed excursion through its gates, and the defenses had fallen into a state of picturesque disrepair. The armory was silent, except for the forging of shovels and horseshoes. The drawbridge had not been raised within memory. The squat round towers of Watershade stood half in the water, half on the shore, with trees overhanging the conical tiled roofs.
In the spring, blackbirds flocked above the marsh, and crows wheeled in the sky, calling caw, caw, caw across far distances. In the summer, bees droned through the mulberry trees, and the air smelled of reeds and water-washed willow. At night, cuckoos cried in the forest, and in the morning brown trout and salmon struck at the bait almost as soon as it touched the water. Ospero, Ailus, and their frequent guests took supper outdoors on the terrace, and watched many a glorious sunset fade over jangling water. In fall, the leaves turned color, and the storehouses became chock-full with the yields of harvest. In winter, fires burned in all the fireplaces, and the white sunlight reflected in diamond sparkles from jangling water, while the salmon and trout lay close to the bottom and refused to strike at bait. Ospero's temperament was poetic rather than practical. He took no great interest either in events at the royal palace Miraldra, nor the war against Lyonesse. His bent was that of the scholar and antiquarian. For the education of Ailus, he brought savants of high repute to Watershade. Ailus was instructed in mathematics, astronomy, music, geography, history, and literature. Prince Ospero knew little of martial techniques, and delegated this phase of Ailus' education to Tonsi, his bailiff, a veteran of many campaigns. Ailus learned the use of bow, sword, and that recondite art of the Galician bandits, knife-throwing. "This use of the knife," stated Tonsi, "is neither courteous nor knightly. It is rather the desperado's resource, a ploy of the man who must kill to survive the evening. The thrown knife suffices to a range of 10 yards. Beyond, the arrow excels. But in cramped conditions, a battery of knives is a most comfortable companion. Again, I prefer the small sword to the heavy equipment favored by the mounted knight. With my small sword I will maim a full-armored man in half a minute, or kill him if I choose. It is the supremacy of skill over brute mass. Here, lift this two-hander. Strike at me." Ailus dubiously hefted the sword. "I fear that I might cut you in 2 parts. "Stronger men than you have tried, and who stands here to tell about it? So, swing with a will." Ailus struck out. The blade was deflected. He tried once more. Tonsi wrenched, and the sword flew from Ailus' hands. "Once more," said Tonsi. "See how it goes? Flick, slide, off, away. You may drive down the weapon with all your weight. I interpose, I twist, the sword leaves your grasp. I stab where your armor gaps. In goes the sword, and out comes your life." "That is a useful skill," said Ailus, "especially against our chicken thieves." "Ha! You will not keep to Watershade all your days, not with the land at war. Leave the chicken thieves to me. Now, to proceed. You are sauntering along the back streets of Avalon. You step into a tavern for a cup of wine. A great lummox claims that you have molested his wife. He takes up his cutlass and comes at you. So, now, with your knife, draw and throw, all in a single movement. You advance, pull your knife from the villain's neck, wipe it on his sleeve. If in fact you have molested the dead churl's wife, bid her begone. The episode has quite dampened your spirit, but you are attacked from another side by another husband. Quick!" So the lesson proceeded. At the end, Tonsi said, "I consider the knife a most elegant weapon. Even apart from its efficacy, there is beauty in its flight, as it cleaves hard to its target. There is a spasm of pleasure as it strikes home, deep and true." In the springtime of his 18th year, Ailus rode somberly forth from Watershade, never looking over his shoulder. The road took him beside the marshes which bordered the lake, across the Kield, and up through the hills to Green Man's Gap. Here Ailus turned to look back across the Kield. Far in the distance, beside the glimmer of jangling water, a dark blot of trees concealed the squat towers of Watershade. Ailus sat a moment in contemplation of the dear familiar places he was leaving behind, and tears came to his eyes. Abruptly he reined his horse about, rode through the tree-shrouded gap, and down Rundle River Valley.
Late in the afternoon he glimpsed the Lear ahead, and shortly before sunset arrived at Hag Harbor under Cape Hayes. He went directly to the Sea Coral Inn, where he was well known to the landlord, and so was provided a good meal and a comfortable chamber for the night. In the morning he rode westward along the coast road, and by early afternoon arrived at the city Domrese. He paused on the heights overlooking the city. The day was windy. The air seemed more than transparent, like a lens transmitting minute detail with clarity. Hob Hook, with a beard of foaming surf along its outer face, surrounded the harbor. At the base of Hob Hook stood Castle Miraldra, the seat of King Granis, with a long parapet extending to a lighthouse at the end of the hook. Originally a watchtower, Miraldra across the ages had been conjoined to an amazing complex of additions. Halls, galleries, a dozen towers of apparently random mass and height. Aelus rode down the hill, past the Palios, a temple sacred to Gia, where a pair of 12-year-old maidens in white kirtles tended a sacred flame. Aelus rode through the town, the hooves of his horse suddenly loud on the cobbled way. Past the docks, where a dozen ships were moored, past narrow-fronted shops and taverns, then out on the causeway to Castle Miraldra. The outer walls loomed high above Aelus. They seemed almost unnecessarily massive, and the entrance portal, flanked by a pair of barbicans, seemed disproportionately small. 2 guards, wearing the dress maroon and grey of Miraldra, with polished silver helmets and bright silver cuirasses, stood with halberds tilted at parade rest. From the barbican, Aelus was recognized. Heralds blew a fanfare. The guards jerked the halberds into the erect salute position as Aelus passed through the portal. In the courtyard, Aelus dismounted and gave his horse over to a groom. Sir Esti, the portly seneschal, coming to meet him, performed a gesture of surprise.
"Prince Aelus, have you come alone, without retinue?"
"By preference, Sir Esti, I came alone." Sir Esti, who was notorious for his aphorisms, produced yet another comment upon the human condition.
"Extraordinary that those who command the perquisites of place are those most ready to ignore them. It is as if the blessings of Providence are specious and notable only in their absence. Ah, well, I refuse to speculate."
"You are well, I trust, and enjoying your own perquisites?"
"To the fullest. I have, you must know, this deep-seated fear that were I to neglect one of my little privileges, Providence might become peevish and whisk them away. Come now, I must see to your comfort. The king is away to Ardlemouth for the day. He inspects a new vessel which is said to be swift as a bird."
He signalled to a footman.
"Take Prince Aelus to his chamber, see to his bath, and provide him garments suitable for the court."
Late in the afternoon, King Granis returned to Miraldra. Aelus met him in the grand hall. The two embraced.
"And how goes the health of my good brother Ospero?"
"He ventures seldom from water-shade. The outer air seems to bite at his throat. He tires easily and goes to hard gasping, so that I fear for his life."
"All his years he has been frail. In any case, you seem sound enough."
"Sir, you also seem to enjoy the best of health."
"True, lad. And I will share with you my little secret. Every day at this very hour I take a cup or 2 of good red wine. It enriches the blood, brightens the gaze, sweetens the breath, and stiffens the frontal member. Magicians search high and low for the elixir of life, and they already hold it in their hands if only they knew our little secret. Eh, lad?"
And Granis clapped Aelus on the back.
"Let us invigorate ourselves."
"With pleasure, sir." Granis led the way into a parlour hung with banners, escutcheons, and trophies of war. A fire blazed on the hearth. Granis warmed himself while a servant poured wine into silver cups. Granis waved Aelus to a chair, and settled himself into a chair beside the fire.
"I summoned you here for a reason. As a prince of the blood, it is time that you acquainted yourself with affairs of state. The surest fact of this precarious existence is that one may never stand static. In this life everyone walks on 10-foot stilts. He must move and hop and cause an agitation, otherwise he topples. Fight or die, swim or drown, run or be trampled.
Grannis drank down a cup of wine at a gulp. "The placidity here at Miraldra, then, is no more than an illusion?" Ailus suggested. Grannis gave vent to a grim chuckle. "Placidity? I know none of it. We are at war with Lioness and wicked King Casmir. It is the case of a small stopper holding back the contents of a tun. I will not recite the number of ships patrolling the Lioness coast. That number is a war secret, which Casmir's spies would be glad to learn. Just as I would be glad to learn the number of Casmir's spies. They are everywhere like flies in a barn. Just yesterday I hanged a pair, and their cadavers dangle high on Semaphore Hill. Naturally I employ spies of my own. When Casmir launches a new ship, I am notified, and my agents set it afire while it lies at dock, and Casmir gnashes his teeth to the gum. So goes the war, at a stalemate, until the sluggish King Audrey sees fit to intervene. And then? And then, battle and blood, sinking ships, burning castles. Casmir is astute and more flexible than he might seem. He risks little until the gain is great. When he could not strike at us, his thoughts went to the Ulflands. He tried to suborn the Duke of Vale-Evander. The ploy failed. Relations between Casmir and Carfilhiot are now at best correct. So what will he do next? King Grannis performed a cryptic gesture. Ultimately, if we hold him off long enough, he must make peace with us, at our terms. Meanwhile, he struggles and squirms, and we try to read his mind. We puzzle over the dispatches of our spies. We look at the world as it must appear from the parapets of Hydian. Well, enough for now of plots and intrigue. Your cousin Triwan is somewhere at hand, a stern and earnest young man, but worthy, or so I hope, since one day, if events pursue their normal course, he will be king. Let us step into the dining hall, where no doubt we will discover more of this noble Voluspa. At supper, Ailus found himself seated beside Prince Triwan, who had grown to be a burly, darkly handsome young man, a trifle heavy in the face, with dark round eyes separated by a long patrician nose. Triwan dressed with care, in a style consonant with his rank. Already he seemed to anticipate the day when he would become king, which would be upon the death of his father Arbamet, if Arbamet indeed succeeded Grannis as king. Ordinarily Ailus refused to take Triwan seriously, thus vexing Triwan and incurring his heavy disapproval. On this occasion Ailus restrained his levity, that he might learn as much as possible, and Triwan was more than ready to instruct his bucolic cousin. "Truly," said Triwan, "it is a pleasure to see you down from Watershade, where time goes like a dream." "We have little to startle us," agreed Ailus. "Last week a kitchen maid went to pull greens in the garden and was stung by a bee. That was the most notable event of the week." "Things go differently at Miraldra, I assure you. Today we inspected a great new ship, which we hope will augment our power and cause Casmir a canker. Did you know that he wants to ally with the Ska and turn them against us?" "It seems an extreme measure." "Exactly so, and Casmir may not dare so greatly. Still, we must prepare for any eventuality, and this has been my point of view in the councils." "Tell me about this new ship." "Well, its design comes from the seas under Arabia. The hull is wide at the deck and narrow at the water, so that it is very easy and stable. There are 2 short masts, each supporting a very long yard at its middle point. One end of the yard is brought down to the deck, the other lifts high to catch the upper wind. The ship should move at speed even in light airs in any direction whatever. There will be catapults fore and aft, and other contrivances to foil the Ska. As soon as possible after shakedown, mind you now this is secret information, the king has required that I undertake a diplomatic mission of great importance. At the moment I can say no more." "What brings you to Miraldra?" "I am here at King Grannis's command." "For what purpose?" "I'm not sure." "Well, we shall see," said Triwan rather grandly. "I will put in a word for you during my next conference with King Grannis. It may help your prospects, and certainly can't hurt." "That is good of you," said Ailus. On the following day,
Granis, Triwan, Aelus, and several others rowed out from Miraldra, through Domrace, then 2 miles north along the shore to an isolated shipyard in the estuary of the tumbling river. The group passed through a guarded gate, then walked along a trestle to a cove hidden from the sea by a bend of the river. Granis told Aelus, "We attempt secrecy, but the spies refuse to oblige us. They come over the mountains to swarm among the shipwrights. Some come by boat, others think to swim. We only know of the ones we capture, but it is a good sign that they keep coming, which tells us something of Casmir's curiosity. There is the vessel itself. The Saracens call this type a felucca. Notice how low she floats. The hull is shaped like a fish and eases through the water without stirring a wake. The riggers are now stepping the masts." Granis pointed to a pole hanging from a derrick. "The mast is timber-lined spruce, which is light and resilient. Yonder lie the yards, which are built of spruce poles, scarfed, glued, and seized with iron wire and pitch to make a very long spar tapered at each end. There are no better masts or yards on the face of the earth, and in a week we shall put them to test. It will be named Smadra, after the Bithyni-Shassian goddess of the sea." Footnote: one of the Third Era peoples to inhabit the Elder Isles. End of footnote. "Let us go aboard." Granis led the way to the after cabin. "We are not so commodious as on a merchantman, but the quarters suffice. Now, sit you two yonder." Granis waved Aelus and Triwan to a bench. "Steward, bring Sir Thanet here, and you may also give us refreshment." Granis seated himself at the table and inspected the 2 young men. "Triwan, Aelus, listen now with all 4 of your ears. You are presently to make a voyage aboard the Smadra. Ordinarily a new ship would be indulged with careful sea trials, and all its parts tested. We shall still do so, but very hastily." Sir Thanet entered the cabin, a sturdy white-haired man with a face chiseled from rough stone. He gave a laconic greeting to Granis and seated himself at the table. Granis continued his exposition. "I have had recent advice from Lyonesse. It appears that King Casmir, writhing and casting about like a wounded snake, has sent a secret mission to Skaghain. He hopes for the use of a Ska fleet, if only to protect a landing of Lyonesse troops on Troysinet. The Ska so far have committed themselves to nothing. Neither, of course, trusts the other. Each would want to emerge with advantage. But evidently Troysinet faces a grave danger. If we are defeated, so go the Elder Isles, either to Casmir, or worse, to the Ska." Triwan said in a portentous voice, "That is menacing news." "It is indeed, and we must take countermeasures. If the Smadra behaves as we hope, 6 new hulls go on the ways at once. Second, I hope to bring pressure, both military and diplomatic, to bear against Casmir, though without any great optimism. Still, the effort can do no harm. To this end, as soon as possible, I will send the Smadra with envoys first to Dahote, Blalock, and Pomperol, then Godelia, and finally South Ulfland. Sir Thanet will command the voyage. You, Aelus, and you, Triwan, shall be his aids. I intend that you make this voyage not for your health, nor personal satisfaction, nor the enhancement of your vanities, but for education. You, Triwan, are in direct line for the throne. You will need to learn a great deal about marine warfare, diplomacy, and the quality of life around the Elder Isles. The same applies to Aelus, who must justify his rank and its perquisites by service to Troysinet." "Sir, I shall do my best," said Aelus. "And I no less," declared Triwan. Granis nodded. "Very good. I expected no less. During this voyage, remember well, you are under the command of Sir Thanet. Listen to him carefully, and profit by his wisdom. He will not require your advice, so please reserve your opinions and theories unless they are specifically required. In fact, on this voyage, forget that you are princes and conduct yourselves as cadets.
unskilled and inexperienced, but eager to learn. Do I make myself clear? Trewan?"
Trewan spoke in a surly voice.
"I shall obey, of course. Still, I was under the impression—"
"Revise that impression. What of you, Ailus?"
Ailus could not help but grin.
"I understand perfectly, sir. I shall do my best to learn."
"Excellent. Now, look around the ship, the two of you, while I confer with Sir Famet."
Chapter 9. The pre-dawn air was quiet and cool. The sky showed the colors of citron, pearl, and apricot, which were reflected from the sea. Out from the tumbling river estuary drifted the black ship Smadra, propelled across the water by its sweeps. A mile offshore the sweeps were shipped. The yards were raised, sails sheeted taut, and backstays set up. With the sunrise came breeze. The ship glided quickly and quietly into the east, and presently Troysinet had become a shadow along the horizon. Ailus, tiring of Trewan's company, went forward to the bow, but Trewan sauntered after him, and took occasion to explain the workings of the bow catapults. Ailus listened with polite detachment. Exasperation and impatience were profitless exercises in dealing with Trewan.
"Essentially, these are no more than monstrous crossbows," said Trewan in the voice of one providing insights of great interest to a respectful child. "Their range is functionally 200 yards, though accuracy is compromised on a moving ship. The tensile member is laminated of steel, ash, and hornbeam, assembled and glued in an expert and secret method. The instruments will hurl harpoons, stones, or fireballs, and are highly effective. Eventually, and I shall see to it personally if need be, we shall deploy a navy of 100 ships such as this, equipped with 10 larger and heavier catapults. There will also be supply ships, and an admiral's flagship with proper accommodations. I am not particularly pleased with my present quarters. It is an absurd little place for one of my rank."
Here Trewan referred to his cubbyhole beside the aft cabin. Ailus occupied a similar space opposite, with Sir Famet enjoying the relatively commodious aft cabin itself. Ailus said in full gravity, "Perhaps Sir Famet might consider changing berths with you, if you put it to him in a reasonable manner." Trewan merely spat over the rail. He found Ailus' humor at times a trifle tart, and for the rest of the day he had nothing to say. At sundown the winds diminished to a near calm. Sir Famet, Trewan, and Ailus took supper at a table on the rear deck, under the tall bronze stern lantern. Over a beaker of red wine Sir Famet relaxed his taciturnity.
"Well, then," he asked almost expansively, "and how goes the voyage?"
Trewan at once brought forward a set of peevish complaints, while Ailus looked on and listened in slack-jawed wonder. How could Trewan be so insensitive?
"Well enough, or so I suppose," said Trewan. "There is obvious room for improvement."
"Indeed?" asked Sir Famet without overmuch interest.
"How so?" "In the first place, my quarters are intolerably cramped. The ship's designer could well have done better. By adding 10 or 15 feet to the length of the ship, he might have provided 2 comfortable cabins instead of 1, and certainly a pair of dignified privies."
"True," said Sir Famet, blinking over his wine.
"With another 30 feet still, we might have brought valets, hairdressers, and concubines. What else troubles you?"
Trewan, absorbed in his grievances, failed to heed the tenor of the remark.
"I find the crew far too casual. They dress as they please. They lack smartness. They know nothing of punctilio. They take no account of my rank. Today, while I was inspecting the ship, I was told to 'Move aside, sir, you are in the way,' as if I were a squire."
No muscle of Sir Famet's hard face so much as twitched. He considered his words, then said,
"At sea, as on the battlefield, respect does not come automatically. It must be earned. You will be judged by your competence rather than your birth. It is a condition with which I, for one, am content. You will discover that the obsequious sailor, like the over-respectful soldier, is not the one you most want beside you in either a battle or a storm."
A trifle daunted, Trelawney nevertheless argued his point. "Still, a proper deference is ultimately important. Otherwise all authority and order is lost, and we would live like wild animals."
"This is a picked crew. You will find them orderly indeed when the time comes for order."
Sir Famet drew himself up in his chair.
"Perhaps I should say something about our mission. The overt purpose is to negotiate a set of advantageous treaties. Both I and King Granis would be surprised if we did so. We would be dealing with persons of status exceeding our own, of the most various dispositions, and all stubbornly controlled by their own conceptions. King Duel of Pomperol is an ardent ornithologist. King Milo of Blalock ordinarily consumes a gill of aquavit before he rises from bed in the morning. The court at Avalon seethes with erotic intrigues, and King Audrey's chief catamite wields more influence than the Lord General Sir Hermes Properogoros. Our policy, therefore, is flexible. At minimum, we hope for polite interest and a perception of our power."
Trelawney frowned and pursed his lips. "Why be content with modesty and half measures? I would hope in my conversations to achieve something closer to the maximum. I suggest that we arrange our strategies more on these terms." Sir Famet, tilting his head back, showed a cool, thin smile to the evening sky and drank wine from his beaker. He set the vessel down with a thump.
"King Granis and I have established both strategy and tactics, and we will adhere to these procedures."
"Of course. Still, 2 minds are better than 1. Trelawney spoke past Ailus as if he were not present. "And there is clearly scope for variation in the arrangements."
"When circumstances warrant, I shall consult with Prince Ailus and yourself. King Granis envisioned such training for you both. You may be present at certain discussions, in which case you shall listen, but at no time speak, unless I direct you so to do. Is this clear, Prince Ailus?"
"Sir, absolutely."
"Prince Trelawney?"
Trelawney performed a curt bow, whose effect he at once attempted to ameliorate with a suave gesture. "Naturally, sir, we are under your orders. I will not put forward my personal views. Still, I hope that you will keep me informed as to all negotiations and commitments, since after all it is I who eventually must deal with the aftermath." Sir Famet responded with a cool smile.
"In this regard, Prince Trelawney, I will do my best to oblige you."
"In that case," declared Trelawney in a hearty voice, "there is no more to be said." Halfway through the morning, an islet appeared off the port bow. A 1/4 mile away, the sheets were eased, and the ship lost way. Ailus went to the boatswain, who stood by the rail. "Why are we stopping?" "Yonder is Malia, the Merman's Isle. Look sharp. Sometimes you will see them on the low rocks, or even on the beach." A raft of scrap lumber was lifted on the cargo boom. Jars of honey, packets of raisins, and dried apricots were stowed aboard. The raft was lowered into the sea and set adrift. Looking down through the clear water, Ailus saw the flicker of pallid shapes, an upturned face with hair floating behind. It was a strange, narrow face with limpid black eyes, a long, thin nose, an expression wild, or avid, or excited, or gleeful. There were no precepts in Ailus' background for the comprehension of such an expression. For a few minutes the Smadra floated still in the water. The raft drifted slowly at first, then more purposefully, and with small jerks and impulses moved toward the island. Ailus put another question to the boatswain. "What if we went to the island with such gifts?" "Sir, who can say? If you dared to row your boat yonder without such gifts, you would surely find misfortune. It is wise to deal politely with the merfolk. After all, the sea is theirs. Now then, time to be under way. Hoy, you yonder, trim the sheets. Over with the helm. Let's kick up the spume." The days passed. Landfalls were made and departures taken. Later, Ailus recalled the events of the voyage as a collage of sounds, voices, music, faces and forms, helmets, armor, hats and garments, reeks, perfumes and airs, personalities and postures, ports, piers, anchorages, and roadsteads. There were receptions, audiences, banquets, and balls.
Aelus could not gauge the effect of their visits. They made, so he felt, a good impression. The integrity and strength of Sir Famet could not be mistaken, and Trewan for the most part held his tongue. The kings were uniformly evasive and would consider no commitments. Drunken King Milo of Blalock was sober enough to point out, "Yonder stand the tall forts of Lyonesse, where the Troyes navy exerts no strength. Sir, it is our hope that as allies we may ease the threat of these forts." King Milo responded only with a melancholy gesture and raised a tankard of aquavit to his mouth. Mad King Dual of Pomperol was equally indefinite. To obtain an audience, the Troyes delegation traveled to the summer palace, Alcantade, through a pleasant and prosperous land. The folk of Pomperol, far from resenting the obsessions of their monarch, enjoyed his antics. He was not only tolerated in his follies, but encouraged. King Dual's madness was harmless enough. He felt an excessive partiality for birds, and indulged himself with absurd fancies, some of which, by virtue of his power, he was able to make real. He dubbed his ministers with such titles as Lord Goldfinch, Lord Snipe, Lord Pewit, Lord Bobolink, Lord Tanager. His dukes were Duke Bluejay, Duke Curlew, Duke Black-Crested Tern, Duke Nightingale. His edicts proscribed the eating of eggs as a cruel and murderous delinquency subject to punishment dire and stern. Alcantade, the summer palace, had appeared to King Dual in a dream. Upon awakening, he called his architects and ordained the substance of his vision. As might be conjectured, Alcantade was an unusual structure, but nonetheless a place of curious charm, light, fragile, painted in gay colors, with tall roofs at various levels. Arriving at Alcantade, Sir Famet, Aelus, and Trewan discovered King Dual resting aboard his swan-headed barge, which a dozen young girls clad in white feathers propelled slowly across the lake. In due course King Dual stepped ashore, a small, sallow man of middle years. He greeted the envoys with cordiality. "Welcome, welcome! A pleasure to meet citizens of Troysinet, a land of which I have heard great things. The broad-billed grebe nests along the rocky shores in profusion, and the nuthatch dines to satiety upon the acorns of your splendid oaks. The great Troyes horned owls are renowned everywhere for their majesty. I confess to a partiality for birds. They delight me with their grace and courage. But enough of my enthusiasms. What brings you to Alcantade?" "Your Majesty, we are the envoys of King Granis, and we bear his earnest message. When you are so disposed, I will speak it out before you." "What better time than now? Steward, bring us refreshment. We will sit at yonder table. Speak now your message." Sir Famet looked right and left at the courtiers who stood in polite proximity. "Sir, might you not prefer to hear me in private?" "Not at all," declared King Dual. "At Alcantade we have no secrets. We are like birds in an orchard of ripe fruit, where everyone trills his happiest song. Speak on, Sir Famet." "Very well, sir. I will cite certain events which disquiet King Granis of Troysinet." Sir Famet spoke. King Dual listened carefully, with head cocked to the side. Sir Famet finished his exposition. "These, sir, are the dangers which menace us all, in the not-too-distant future." King Dual grimaced. "Dangers everywhere, dangers. I am beset on all hands, so that often I hardly take rest of nights." King Dual's voice became nasal, and he twitched in his chair as he spoke. "Daily I hear a dozen pitiful cries for protection. We guard our entire north border against the cats, stoats, and weasels employed by King Audrey. The Godelians are also a menace, even though their roosts lie 100 leagues distant. They breed and train the cannibal falcons, each a traitor to his kind. To the west is an even more baleful threat, and I allude to Duke Ford Carfiliot, who breathes green air. Like the Godelians, he hunts with falcons, using bird against bird." Sir Famet protested in a strained voice. "Still, you need fear no actual assault. Tinsinfirel stands far beyond the forest." King Dual shrugged. "It is admittedly a long day's flight, but we must face reality. I have named Carfiliot a dastard. and he dared not retort for fear of my mighty talons. Now he skulks in his toad wallow, planning the worst kinds of mischief."
Prince Trewan, ignoring Sir Femmet's cold blue side glance, spoke out briskly.
"Why not place the strength of those same talons beside those of your fellow birds? Our flock shares your views in regard to Carfiliot and his ally King Casmir. Together we can rebuff their attacks with great blows of talon and beak."
"True. Some day we shall see the formation of just such a mighty force. In the meantime, each must contribute where he can. I have cowed the squamous Carfiliot and defied the Godelians. Nor do I spare mercy upon Audrey's bird-killers. You are thereby liberated to aid us against the Scar, and sweep them from the sea. Each does his part, I through the air, you on the ocean wave."
The Smadra arrived at Avalon, largest and oldest city of the Elder Isles, a place of great palaces, a university, theatres, and an enormous public bath. There were a dozen temples erected to the glory of Mithra, Dis, Jupiter, Jehovah, Lug, Gia, Enlil, Dagon, Baal, Cronus, and three-headed Dion of the ancient Hybrassian pantheon. The Samrak Lamdor, a massive domed structure, housed the sacred throne Ivandig and the table Kebra An-Midan, objects whose custody in olden days had legitimized the kings of Hybris. Footnote: the table Kebra An-Midan was divided into 23 segments, each carved with now unreadable glyphs, purportedly the names of 22 in the service of the fabulous King Mahadion. In years to come, a table in the style of Kebra An-Midan would be celebrated as the Round Table of King Arthur. End of footnote. King Audrey returned from his summer palace, riding in a scarlet and gold carriage drawn by 6 white unicorns. On the same afternoon the Troyes emissaries were allowed an audience. King Audrey, a tall, saturnine man, had a face of fascinating ugliness. He was noted for his amours, and said to be perceptive, self-indulgent, vain, and occasionally cruel. He greeted the Troyes with urbanity, and put them at their ease. Sir Femmet delivered his message, while King Audrey leaned back into his cushions, eyes half closed, stroking the white cat which had jumped into his lap. Sir Femmet concluded his statement.
"Sir, that is my message to you from King Granis."
King Audrey nodded slowly.
"It is a proposal with many sides and more edges. Yes, of course, I dearly yearn for the subjugation of Casmir and the end of his ambitions. But before I can commit treasure, arms, and blood to such a project, I must secure my flanks. Were I to look away an instant, the Godelians would come pounding down on me, looting, burning, taking slaves. North Ulfland is a wilderness, and the Scar have encroached upon the foreshore. If I embroiled myself in North Ulfland against the Scar, then Casmir would be upon me."
King Audrey reflected a moment. Then, "Candor is such a poor policy that we all recoil automatically from the truth. In this case you might as well know the truth. It is to my best interests that Troysinet and Lyonesse maintain a stalemate.
Daily the Scar grows stronger in North Ulfland. They too have ambitions. I hold them in check with my fort Poelitets. First the Godelians, then the Scar, then Casmir. Meanwhile, what if Casmir, with the help of the Scar, takes Troysinet? A disaster for both of us. Fight well!"
Dartweg, king of the Godelian Celts, listened to Sir Femmet with a ponderous and bland courtesy. Sir Femmet came to the end of his remarks.
"That is the situation as it seems from Troysinet. If events go with King Casmir, he will move at last into Godelia, and you will be destroyed."
King Dartweg pulled at his red beard. A druid bent to mutter in his ear, and Dartweg nodded. He rose to his feet.
"We cannot spare the Dauts so that they may conquer Lyonesse. They would thereupon attack us with new strength. No, we must guard our interests."
The Suldrun sailed on, through days bright with sunlight and nights sparkling with stars, across Daffodilly Bay, around Torgy Head, and into the narrow sea, with the wind dead fair and wake warbling up astern, then south past Skaghain and Freehain and smaller islands by the dozens, cliff-girt palaces of forest, moor, and crag, exposed to all the winds of the Atlantic, inhabited by multitudes of sea-birds, and the Ska. On various occasions Ska ships were sighted, and as many of the small trading cogs, Irish, Cornish, Troyes, or Aquitanian, which the Ska suffered to ply the narrow sea. The Ska ships made no effort to close, perhaps because the Suldrun clearly was able to outrun them down a fresh wind. Oaldies, where ailing King Orianti maintained a semblance of a court, was passed by. The final port of call would be Ys, at the mouth of the Evander, where the 40 factors preserved the independence of Ys against Carfiliot. 6 hours out of Ys, the wind slackened, and at this time a Ska longship, powered by sweeps and a red and black square sail, came in view. Upon sighting the Suldrun, it changed course. The Suldrun, unable to outrun the Ska ship, prepared for battle. The catapults were manned and armed, fire-pots prepared and slung to booms, arrow screens raised above the bulwarks. The battle went quickly. After a few arrow volleys, the Ska moved in close and tried to grapple. The Troyes returned the arrow fire, then winged out a boom and slung a fire-pot accurately onto the longship, where it exploded in a terrible surprise of yellow flame. At a range of 30 yards, the Suldrun's catapults, in a leisurely fashion, broke the longship apart. The Suldrun stood by to rescue survivors, but the Ska made no attempt to swim from the wallowing hulk of their once proud ship, which presently sank under the weight of its loot. The Ska commander, a tall, black-haired man in a 3-pronged steel helmet and a white cap over the pangolin scales of his armor, stood immobile on the afterdeck, and so sank with his ship. Casualties aboard the Suldrun were slight. Unfortunately, they included Sir Famet, who in the initial volley took an arrow in the eye and now lay dead on the afterdeck, with the arrow shaft protruding from his head 2 feet into the air. Prince Trewan, conceiving himself the second-ranking member of the delegation, took command of the ship. "Into the sea with our honored dead," he told the captain. "The rites of mourning must wait upon our return to Domrese. We will proceed as before to Ys." The Suldrun approached Ys from the sea. At first nothing could be seen but a line of low hills parallel to the shore. Then, like shadows looming through the haze, the high serrated outline of the Teach Tak Teach appeared. Footnote, literally peak on peak, in one of the precursor tongues. End of footnote. A wide, pale beach gleamed in the sunlight, with a glistening fringe of surf. Presently the mouth of the river Evander appeared beside an isolated white palace on the beach. Ailith's attention was caught by its air of seclusion and secrecy, and its unusual architecture, which was like none other of his experience. The Suldrun entered the Evander estuary, and gaps in the dark foliage shrouding the hills revealed many more white palaces on terrace above terrace. Clearly Ys was a rich and ancient city. A stone jetty came into view, with ships moored alongside, and behind a row of shops, taverns, greengrocers' booths, and fishmongers' stalls. The Suldrun eased close to the jetty, made fast to wooden bollards carved to represent the torsos of mermen. Trewan, Ailith, and a pair of ship's officers jumped ashore. No one took notice of their presence. Trewan had long since placed himself thoroughly in command of the voyage. By various hints and signals he gave Ailith to understand that, in the context of the present business, Ailith and the ship's officers occupied an exactly equal standing as members of the retinue. Ailith, sourly amused, accepted the situation without comment. The voyage was almost over, and Trewan, in all probability, for better or worse, would be the future king of Troyes. At Trewan's behest, Ailith made inquiries, and the group was directed to the palace of Lord Shane, the first factor of Ys. The route took them a quarter-mile at a slant up the hillside, from terrace to terrace, in the shade of tall samphire trees. Lord Shane received the four Trois with neither surprise nor effusive demonstration. Trewan performed the introductions. "Sir, I am Trewan, Prince at the court of Miraldra, and nephew to King Granis of Troysinet. Here is Sir Lebes and Sir Elmoret, and here my cousin, Prince Aelas of Watershade." Lord Shane acknowledged the introductions informally. "Please be seated." He indicated settees and signaled his servants to bring refreshment. He himself remained standing, a slender olive-skinned man of early maturity, dark-haired, who carried himself with the elegance of a mythical dawn dancer. His intelligence was obvious. His manners were courteous, but so in contrast to Trewan's sententiousness that he seemed almost frivolous. Trewan explained the business of the delegation, as he had heard Sir Famet put it on previous occasions. To Aelas' mind, an insensitive misreading of conditions at the city Ys, what with Ford Carfiliot looming above Vale Evander only 20 miles east, and Ska ships daily visible from the jetty. Shane, half smiling, shook his head and gave Trewan's proposals short shrift. "Understand, if you will, that Ys is something of a special case. Normally we are subject to the Duke of Vale Evander, who in equal measure is a dutiful vassal of King Oriente. Which is to say, we heed Carfiliot's orders even less than he obeys King Oriente. Not at all, in sheer fact. We are detached from the politics of the Elder Isles. King Casmir, King Audrey, King Granis, they are all beyond our concerns." Trewan made an incredulous expostulation. "You would seem to be vulnerable on both sides, to Ska and Carfiliot alike." Shane, smiling, demolished Trewan's concept. "We are Trevinas, like all the folk of the Vale. Carfiliot has only 100 men of his own. He could raise 1,000 or even 2,000 troops from the valley, if a clear need arose, but never to attack Ys. Still, what of the Ska? On a moment's notice they could overrun the city." Shane once again demurred. "We Trevinas are an old race, as old as the Ska. They will never attack us." "I cannot understand this," muttered Trewan. "Are you magicians?" "Let us talk of other matters. You are returning to Troysinet?" "At once." Shane looked quizzically around the group. "With absolutely no offense intended, I am perplexed that King Granis sends what appears a rather junior group on affairs of so much consequence, especially in view of his special interests here in South Ulfland." "What special interests are these?" "Are they not clear? If Prince Quilcy dies without issue, Granis is next in the lawful succession, through the line that starts with Danglish, Duke of South Ulfland, who was grandfather to Granis's father, and also grandfather to Oriente. But surely you were well aware of all this." "Yes, of course," said Trewan. "Naturally we keep abreast of such matters." Shane was now openly smiling. "And naturally you are aware of the new circumstances in Troysinet?" "Naturally," said Trewan. "We are returning to Domrace at once." He rose to his feet and bowed stiffly. "I regret that you could not take a more positive attitude." "Still, it will have to serve. I bid you a pleasant voyage home." The Trois emissaries returned down through Ys to the jetty. Trewan muttered, "What could he mean, new circumstances in Troysinet?" "Why didn't you ask him?" asked Aelas, in a studiously neutral voice. "Because I chose not to do so," snapped Trewan. Upon reaching the jetty, they noticed a Trois cog, newly arrived, and only just making its lines fast to the bollards. Trewan stopped short. "I'll just have a word with the captain. You three prepare the Smadra for immediate sailing." The three returned aboard the Smadra. 10 minutes later, Trewan left the cog and came along the jetty, walking with a slow and thoughtful step. Before boarding, he turned and looked up Vale Evander. Then, slowly, he turned and boarded the Smadra. Aelas asked, "What were the new circumstances?" "The captain could tell me nothing." "You seem suddenly very glum." Trewan compressed his lips, but had no comment to make. He scanned the horizon. "The cog lookout sighted a pirate ship. We must be on the alert." Trelawney turned away. "I am not altogether well. I must rest." He lurched away to the aft cabin, which he had occupied since the death of Sir Famet. The Suldrun departed the harbour. As they passed the White Palace on the beach, Ailus, from the afterdeck, noticed a young woman who had come out upon the terrace. Distance blurred her features, but Ailus was able to make out her long black hair, and by her carriage or some other attribute he knew her to be well-favoured, perhaps even beautiful. He raised his arm and waved to her, but she made no response, and returned into the palace. The Suldrun put out to sea. The lookouts scanned the horizon, but reported no other shipping. The pirate vessel, if such indeed existed, was nowhere to be seen. Trelawney failed to reappear on deck until noon of the following day. His indisposition, whatever its source, had departed, and Trelawney seemed once more in sound health, if still somewhat gaunt and pale. Except for a few words with the captain as to the progress of the ship, he spoke to no one, and presently returned to his cabin, where the steward brought him a pot of boiled beef with leeks. An hour before sunset, Trelawney once more stepped out on deck. He looked at the low sun, and asked the captain, "Why do we sail this course?" "Sir, we have made a bit too much easting. Should the wind rise or shift, we might well fall in peril of Tark, which I put yonder just over the horizon." "Then we are having a slow passage?" "Something slow, sir, but easy. I see no occasion to man the sweeps." "Quite so." Ailus took supper with Trelawney, who suddenly became talkative, and formulated a dozen grandiose plans. "When I am king, I shall make myself known as monarch of the seas. I will build 30 warships, each with a complement of 100 mariners." He went on to describe the projected ships in detail. "We will care never a fig whether Casmir allies himself with the Ska, or the Tartars, or the Mamelukes of Araby." "That is a noble prospect." Trelawney disclosed even more elaborate schemes. "Casmir intends to be king of the Elder Isles. He claims lineage from the first Olam. King Audrey also pretends to the same throne. He has Evandig to validate his claim. I also can claim lineage from Olam, and if I were to make a great raid and take Evandig for my own, why should I not aspire to the same realm?" "It is an ambitious concept," said Ailus. "And many heads would be lopped before Trelawney achieved his purpose," so thought Ailus. Trelawney glanced sidewise at Ailus from under his heavy brows. He drank a goblet of wine at a gulp, and once more became taciturn. Presently Ailus went out on the afterdeck, where he leaned on the taffrail and watched the afterglow and its shifting reflections on the water. In another 2 days the voyage would be over, and he would be done with Trelawney and his irritating habits. A joyful thought! Ailus turned away from the taffrail and went forward to where the off-watch crew sat under a flaring lamp, a few gambling dice, one singing mournful ballads to the chords of his lute. Ailus remained half an hour, then went aft to his cubbyhole. Dawn found the Suldrun well into the straits of Palisidra. At noon, Cape Palisidra, the western tip of Troisinet, loomed into view, then disappeared, and the Suldrun now rode the waters of the Lyre. During the afternoon the wind died, and the Suldrun floated motionless, with spars rattling and sails flapping. Toward sunset the wind returned, but from a different quarter. The captain put the ship on a starboard tack to sail almost due north. Trelawney gave vent to his dissatisfaction. "We'll never make Dumb Race tomorrow on this course." The captain, who had adjusted to Trelawney only with difficulty, gave an indifferent shrug. "Sir, the port tack takes us into the twirls, the ship's graveyard. The winds will drive us to Dumb Race tomorrow if the currents do not throw us off." "Well, then, what of these currents?" "They're unpredictable. The tide flows in and out of the Lyre. The currents may swing us in any of 4 directions. They flow at speed. They eddy in the middle of the Lyre. They have thrown many sound ships on the rocks." "In that case, be vigilant. Double the lookout." "Sir, all that needs doing already has been done." At sunset the wind died again, and the Suldrun lay motionless.
The sun set into smoky orange haze, while Ailus dined with Trewan in the aft cabin. Trewan seemed preoccupied, and spoke hardly a word during the entire meal, so that Ailus was glad to depart the cabin. The afterglow was lost in a bank of clouds. The night was dark. Overhead the stars shone with brilliance. A chilly breeze suddenly sprang up from the southeast. Close-hauled, the Smadra beat to the east. Ailus went forward to where the off-watch entertained itself. Ailus joined the dice game. He lost a few coppers, then won them back, then finally lost all the coins in his pocket. At midnight the watch changed. Ailus returned aft. Rather than immerse himself immediately in his cubbyhole, he climbed up the ladder to the afterdeck. Breeze still filled the sails. Wake, sparkling and streaked with phosphorescence, bubbled up astern. Leaning on the taffrail, Ailus watched the flickering lights. A step behind him, a presence. Arms gripped his legs. He was lifted and flung into space. He knew a brief sensation of tilting sky and whirling stars, then struck into water. Down, down, into the tumble of wake, and his chief emotion was still astonishment. He rose to the surface. All directions were the same. Where was the Smadra? He opened his mouth to yell and took a throatful of water. Gasping and coughing, Ailus called out once more, but produced only a dismal croak. The next attempt was stronger, but thin and weak, hardly more than the cry of a seabird. The ship was gone. Ailus floated alone at the center of his private cosmos. Who had cast him into the sea? Trewan? Why should Trewan do such a deed? No reason whatever. Then who? The speculations faded from his mind. They were irrelevant, part of another existence. His new identity was one with the stars and the waves. His legs felt heavy. He twisted in the water, removed his boots, and let them sink. He slipped out of his doublet, which was also heavy. Now he remained afloat with less effort. The wind blew from the south. Ailus swam with the wind at his back, which was more comfortable than with the waves breaking into his face. The waves lifted him and carried him forward on their surge. He felt at ease. His mood was almost exalted, even though the water, at first cold, then tolerable, once more seemed chilly. With disarming stealth he began to feel comfortable again. Ailus felt at peace. It would be easy now to relax, to slide away into languor. If he slept, he would never awaken. Worse, he would never discover who had thrown him into the sea. "I am Ailus of Watershade." He exerted himself. He moved his arms and legs to swim, and once again became uncomfortably cold. How long had he floated in this dark water? He looked up to the sky. The stars had shifted. Arcturus was gone, and Vega hung low in the west. For a period the first level of consciousness departed, and he knew only a bleary awareness which started to flicker and go out. Something disturbed him. A quiver of sentience returned. The eastern sky glowed yellow. Dawn was at hand. The water around him was black as iron. Off to the side, 100 yards away, water foamed around the base of a rock. He looked at it with sad interest, but wind and waves and current carried him past. A roaring sound filled his ears. He felt a sudden harsh impact. Then he was sucked away by a wave, picked up and thrown against something cruelly sharp. With numb arms and sodden fingers, he tried to cling, but another surge pulled him away. Chapter 10. During the reigns of Olam I, great king of the Elder Isles, and his immediate successors, the throne Evandig and the sacred stone table Kebra Midan occupied place in Hydian. Olam III, the Vain, moved throne and table to Avalon. This act and its consequences came about as an oblique result of discord among the arch-magicians of the land. At this time they numbered 8: Mergen, Sartsanek, Desmay, Myolander, Bibalades, Widderfoot, Codderfoot, and Numik. Footnote: whenever the magicians met together,
another appeared, a tall shape, muffled in a long black cape, with a wide-brimmed black hat obscuring his features. He stood always back in the shadows and never spoke. When one or another of the magicians chanced to look into his face, they saw black emptiness, with a pair of far stars where his eyes might be. The presence of the ninth magician, if such he were, at first made for uneasiness, but in due course, since the presence seemed to affect nothing, he was ignored, save for occasional side glances. End of footnote. Mergin was reckoned first among his fellows, by no means to the satisfaction of all. Sartsanek, in particular, resented Mergin's austere inflexibility, while Desmay deplored his strictures against meddling with affairs of the countryside, which was her sport. Mergin made his residence at Suitors, a rambling stone manse in the northwest part of Lyonesse, where the Teach sloped down into the forest of Tantravalis. He based his edict on the thesis that any assistance rendered to a favorite must sooner or later transgress upon the interests of other magicians. Sartsanek, perhaps the most capricious and unpredictable of all the magicians, resided at Faroli, deep inside the forest, in the then Grand Duchy of Dahote. He long had resented Mergin's prohibitions, and contravened them as flagrantly as he dared. Sartsanek occasionally conducted erotic experiments with bewitched Desmay. Stung by the derision of Widowfoot, Sartsanek retaliated with the spell of total enlightenment, so that Widowfoot suddenly knew everything which might be known, the history of each atom of the universe, the devolvements of 8 kinds of time, the possible phases of each succeeding instant, all the flavors, sounds, sights, smells of the world, as well as percepts relative to 9 other more unusual senses. Widowfoot became palsied and paralyzed, and could not so much as feed himself. He stood trembling in confusion until he desiccated to a wisp and blew away on the wind. Coddafoot made an indignant protest, exciting Sartsanek to such a rage that he put by all caution and destroyed Coddafoot with a plague of maggots. Coddafoot's entire surface seethed under an inch-thick layer of worms, to such effect that Coddafoot lost control of his wisdom and tore himself to pieces. The surviving magicians, with the exception of Desmay, invoked pressures which Sartsanek could not repugn. He was compressed into an iron post 7 feet tall and 4 inches square, so that only upon careful scrutiny might his distorted features be noted. This post was similar to the post at Twitten's Corner. The Sartsanek post was implanted at the very peak of Mount Agon. Whenever lightning struck down, Sartsanek's etched features were said to twitch and quiver. A certain Tamarello immediately took up residence in Sartsanek's manse, Faroli, and all understood him to be Sartsanek's alter ego, or scion, in certain respects an extension of Sartsanek himself. Footnote. In just such a fashion, Shimrod was known to be an extension, or alter ego, of Mergin, though their personalities had separated, and they were different individuals. End of footnote. Like Sartsanek, Tamarello was tall, heavy of physique, with black eyes, black curls, a full mouth, round chin, and a temperament which expressed itself in terms of vivid emotion. The witch Desmay, who had performed erotic conjunctions with Sartsanek, now amused herself with King Olam III. She appeared to him as a female clothed with a soft pelt of black fur and an oddly beautiful cat-like mask. This creature knew 1,000 lascivious tricks. King Olam, befuddled and foolish, succumbed to her will. To spite Mergin, Desmay persuaded Olam to move his throne Ivandig and the table Kerbra an Midan to Avalon. The old tranquillity was gone. The magicians were at odds, each suspicious of the other. Mergin, in cold disgust, isolated himself at Suitors. Difficult times came upon the Elder Isles. King Olam, now deranged, attempted copulation with a leopard. He was savaged and died. His son, Uther I, a frail and timid stripling, no longer enjoyed the support of Mergin. Goths invaded the north coast of Dahote and looted Huanish Isle, where they sacked the monastery and burned the great library. Audrey, Grand Duke of Dahote, raised an army and destroyed the Goths at the Battle of Hax, but suffered such losses that the Celtic Godelians moved east and took the Wisrod Peninsula. King Uther, after months of indecision, marched his army against the Godelians, only to meet disaster at the Battle of Wan Willow Ford, where he was killed. His son, Uther II, fled north to England, where in due course he sired Uther Pendragon, father to King Arthur of Cornwall. The dukes of the Elder Isles met at Avalon to choose a new king. Duke Friston of Lyonesse claimed kingship by virtue of lineage, while the aging Duke Audrey of Dahote cited the throne of Evandig and the table Kerbra an Midan in support of his own claim. The conclave dissolved in acrimony. Each duke returned home, and thereafter styled himself king of his own personal domain. Instead of one, there were now 10 kingdoms: North Ulfland, South Ulfland, Dahote, Cadus, Blalock, Pomperole, Godelia, Troysenet, Dacinet, and Lyonesse. The new kingdoms found ample scope for contention. King Fristan of Lyonesse and his ally King Joel of Cadus went to war against Dahote and Pomperole. At the Battle of Orm Hill, Fristan killed the all but stalwart Audrey I, and was himself killed by an arrow. The battle and the war ended indecisively, with each side charged with hatred for the other. Prince Casmir, known as the Popinjay, fought in the battle bravely, but without recklessness, and returned to Lyonesse town as king. Immediately he abandoned his elegant postures for a hard practicality, and set himself to the task of strengthening his realm. A year after Casmir became king, he married Princess Solace of Aquitaine, a handsome blonde maiden with Gothic blood in her veins, whose stately mien disguised a stolid temperament. Casmir considered himself a patron of the magical arts. In a secret chamber he kept a number of curios and magical adjuncts, including a book of incantations, indited in illegible script, but which glowed dimly in the dark. When Casmir ran his finger over the runes, a sensation peculiar to each incantation suffused his mind. He could tolerate one such contact. Twice caused him to sweat. Thrice he dared not, lest he lose control of himself. A griffin's claw reposed in an onyx case. A gallstone cast by the ogre Eulamides gave off a peculiar stench. A small yellow skack sat in a bottle, resignedly awaiting his eventual release. Footnote: Skack, the least in the hierarchy of fairies. First in rank are fairies, then falloys, goblins, imps, finally skacks. In the nomenclature of fairy, giants, ogres, and trolls are also considered halflings, but of a different sort. In a third class are Merrihews, Willowen, and Hyslop, and also, by some reckonings, Quists and Darklings. Sandestins, most powerful of all, are in a class by themselves. End of footnote. On a wall hung an article of real power, Persilion, the so-called magic mirror. This mirror would answer 3 questions to its owner, who then must relinquish it to another. Should the owner ask a 4th question, the mirror would make glad response, then dissolve into freedom. King Casmir had put 3 questions, and now reserved the 4th against emergency. According to popular wisdom, the company of magicians was usually more bane than benefit. Though he well knew of Mergin's edicts, Casmir at various times solicited aid from arch-magicians Bybalides and Numique, and several other lesser magicians, to be everywhere rebuffed. Casmir received news of the sorceress Desmay, reputedly the enemy of Mergin. By reliable report she had taken herself to the Goblin Fair, an annual occasion which she enjoyed and never failed to patronize. Casmir disguised himself under blue and iron-gray armor, and a shield displaying 2 dragons rampant. He named himself Sir Perdrax, knight-errant, and, with a small retinue, rode into the forest of Tantravallis. In due course he arrived at Twitten's Corner. The inn, known as the Laughing Sun and the Crying Moon, was filled to capacity. Casmir was forced to accept a place in the barn. A quarter-mile into the forest he found the Goblin Fair. Desmay was nowhere to be seen.
Casmir wandered among the booths. He saw much to interest him, and paid good gold for various oddments. Late in the afternoon he noted a tall woman, somewhat gaunt of face and feature, her blue hair gathered into a silver cage. She wore a white tabard embroidered in black and red. She evoked in King Casmir, and all men who saw her, a curious disturbance. Fascination mingled with revulsion. This was Desmay, the sorceress. Casmir approached her with caution, where she stood haggling with an old knave who kept a booth. The merchant's hair was yellow, his skin sallow, his nose was split, and his eyes were like copper pellets. Goblin blood flowed in his veins. He held up a feather for her inspection. "This feather," he said, "is indispensable to the conduct of daily affairs, in that it infallibly detects fraudulence." "Astounding," declared Desmay in a voice of boredom. "Would you say that here is an ordinary feather taken from the carcass of a dead blue jay?" "Yes, dead, or even alive, so I would assume." "You would be as wrong as an umpdoodle's trivet." "Indeed. How is this miraculous feather used?" "Nothing could be simpler. If you suspect a cheat, a liar, or a swindler, touch him with the feather. If the feather turns yellow, your suspicions are confirmed." "If the feather remains blue?" "Then the person with whom you are dealing is staunch and true. This excellent feather is yours for 6 crowns of gold." Desmay uttered a metallic laugh. "Do you think me so gullible? It is almost insulting. Evidently you expect me to test you with the feather. Then, when it remains blue, I pay over to you my gold." "Precisely. The feather would verify my assertions." Desmay took the feather and touched it to the split nose. Instantly the feather became bright yellow. Desmay repeated her scornful laugh. "No less than I suspected. The feather declares you to be a cheat." "Ha-ha! Does not the feather perform exactly as I have claimed? How can I be a cheat?" Desmay frowningly regarded the feather, then threw it back upon the counter. "I have no time for conundrums." Haughtily, she strolled away to inspect the sale of a young harpy in a cage. After a moment, Casmir approached. "You are the sorceress, Desmay?" Desmay fixed her attention on him. "And who are you?" "I call myself Sir Perdrax, knight-errant from Aquitaine." Desmay smiled and nodded. "And what do you wish of me?" "It is a delicate matter. May I count upon your discretion?" "To a certain extent." "I will express myself bluntly. I serve King Casmir of Lyonesse, who intends to restore the throne of Andig to its rightful place. To this end he implores your advice." "The arch-magician Mergin forbids such involvement." "Already you are at odds with Mergin. How long will you obey his precepts?" "Not forever." "How would Casmir reward me?" "State your terms. I will communicate them." Desmay became suddenly fretful. "Tell Casmir to come in his own right to my palace at Ys. There I will talk to him." Sir Perdrax bowed, and Desmay moved away. Presently she departed through the forest in a palanquin carried by 6 running shadows. Before setting out for Ys, King Casmir brooded long and well. Desmay was known for her bitter bargains. At last he ordered out the royal galleass, and on a sparkling, windy day sailed out past the breakwater, around Cape Farewell, and so to Ys. Casmir disembarked upon the stone jetty and walked down the beach to Desmay's white palace. Casmir found Desmay on a seaward-facing terrace, leaning on the balustrade, half in the shade of a tall marble urn, from which trailed the foliage of sweet arbutus. A change had come over Desmay. Casmir halted, wondering at her pallor, hollow cheeks, and gaunt neck. Her fingers, thin and knobbed at the knuckles, hooked over the lip of the balustrade. Her feet, in silver sandals, were long and frail, and showed a net of purple veins. Casmir stood slack-jawed and graceless, feeling himself in the presence of mysteries far beyond his understanding. Desmay glanced at him sidelong, showing neither surprise nor pleasure. "So you have come."
Casmir made a rather strained effort to regain the initiative which he felt should rightly be his.
"Did you not expect me?"
Desmay said only, "You are here too late."
"How so?" exclaimed Casmir in new concern.
"All things change. I have no more interest in the affairs of men. Your forays and wars are a trouble. They disturb the quiet of the countryside."
"There is no need for war. I want only Evandig. Give me magic or a mantle of stealth, so that I may take Evandig without war."
Desmay laughed a soft, wild laugh. "I am known for my bitter bargains. Would you pay my price?"
"What is your price?"
Desmay looked out toward the sea's horizon. At last she spoke, so quietly that Casmir came a step closer to hear. "Listen. I will tell you this. Marry Suldrun well. Her son will sit on Evandig. And what is my price for this presagement? Nothing whatever, for the knowledge will do you no service." Desmay abruptly turned and walked through one in a line of tall archways into the shadows of her palace. Casmir watched the thin form become indistinct and disappear. He waited a moment, standing in the hot sunlight. No sound could be heard but the sigh of surf. Casmir swung away and returned to his ship. Desmay watched the galleass dwindle across the blue sea. She was alone in her palace. For 3 months she had awaited Tamarello's visit. He had not come, and the message of his absence was clear. She went into her workroom, unclasped her gown, and let it slip to the floor. She studied herself in the mirror to see grim features, a body bony, lank, almost epicene. Coarse black hair matted her head. Her arms and legs were lean and graceless. Such was her natural embodiment, a self in which she felt most easy. Other guises required concentration, lest they become loose and dissolve. Desmay went to her cabinets and brought out a variety of instruments. Over a time of 2 hours she worked a great spell to sunder herself into a plasm which entered a vessel of 3 vents. The plasm churned, distilled, and emerged by the vents to coalesce into 3 forms. The first was a maiden of exquisite conformation, with violet blue eyes and black hair soft as midnight. She carried with her the fragrance of violets, and was named Melanthe. The second form was male. Desmay, still by a trick of time, a husk of sentience, quickly shrouded and covered it, lest others, such as Tamarello, discover its existence. The third form, a demented, squeaking creature, served as sump for Desmay's most repugnant aspects. Shaking with disgust, Desmay quelled the horrid thing and burnt it in a furnace, where it writhed and screamed. A green fume rose from the furnace. Melanthe shrank back, but involuntarily gasped upon a wisp of the stench. The second form, shrouded behind a cloak, inhaled the stench with savor. Vitality had drained from Desmay. She faded to smoke and was gone. Of the 3 components she had yielded, only Melanthe, fresh with the subtle odor of violets, remained at the palace. The second, still shrouded, was taken to the castle Tinsinfiral at the head of Vale Evander. The third had become a handful of black ashes and a lingering stench in the workroom. Chapter 11. In the chapel at the top of the garden, Suldrun's bed had been arranged, and here a tall dour kitchen maid named Bagnold daily brought food, precisely at noon. Bagnold was half-deaf and might have been mute as well for all her conversation. She was required to verify Suldrun's presence, and if Suldrun were not at the chapel, Bagnold trudged angrily down into the garden to find her, which was almost every day, since Suldrun gave no heed to time. After a period, Bagnold tired of the exertion and put the full basket on the chapel steps, picked up the empty basket of the day before, and departed, an arrangement which suited both Suldrun and herself. When Bagnold departed, she dropped a heavy oaken beam into iron brackets, thus to bar the door. Suldrun might easily have scaled the cliffs to either side of the garden, and some day, so she told herself, she would do so, to depart the garden forever. So passed the seasons, spring and summer, and the garden was at its most beautiful, though haunted always by stillness and melancholy. Suldrun knew the garden at all hours, at grey dawn, when dew lay heavy and bird calls came clear and poignant, like sounds at the beginning of time. Late at night, when the full moon rode high above the clouds, she sat under the lime tree looking to sea, while the surf rattled along the shingle. One evening Brother Umfred appeared, his round face abeam with innocent goodwill. He carried a basket which he placed upon the chapel steps. He looked Suldrun carefully up and down. "Marvelous! You are as beautiful as ever. Your hair shines, your skin glows. How do you keep so clean?" "Don't you know?" asked Suldrun. "I bathe in yonder basin." Brother Umfred raised his hands in mock horror. "That is the font for holy water. You have done sacrilege." Suldrun merely shrugged and turned away. With happy gestures, Brother Umfred unpacked his basket. "Let us bring cheer to your life. Here is tawny wine. We will drink." "No, please leave." "Are you not bored and dissatisfied?" "Not at all. Take your wine and go." Silently, Brother Umfred departed. With the coming of autumn, the leaves turned color, and dusk came early. There was a succession of sad and glorious sunsets. Then came the rains and the cold of winter, whereupon the chapel became bleak and chill. Suldrun piled stones to build a hearth and a chimney against one of the windows. The other she wadded tight with twigs and grass. Currents swinging around the cape cast driftwood up on the shingle, which Suldrun carried to the chapel to dry, and then burnt on the hearth. The rains dwindled. Sunlight burned bright through cold, crisp air, and spring was at hand. Daffodils appeared among the flower beds, and the trees put on new leaves. In the sky appeared the stars of spring, Capella, Arcturus, Denebola. On sunny mornings, cumulus clouds towered high over the sea, and Suldrun's blood seemed to quicken. She felt a strange restlessness which never before had troubled her. The days became longer, and Suldrun's perceptions became more acute, and each day began to have its own quality, as if it were one of a limited number. A tension began to form, an imminence, and often Suldrun stayed awake all night long, so that she might know all to occur in her garden. Brother Umfred paid another visit. He found Suldrun sitting on the stone steps of the chapel, sunning herself. Brother Umfred looked at her with curiosity. The sun had tanned her arms, legs, and face, and lightened strands of her hair. She looked the picture of serene good health. In fact, thought Brother Umfred, she seemed almost happy. The fact aroused his carnal suspicions. He wondered if she had taken a lover. "Dearest Suldrun, my heart bleeds when I think of you solitary and forlorn. Tell me, how do you fare?" "Well enough," said Suldrun. "I like solitude. Please do not remain here on my account." Brother Umfred gave a cheerful chuckle. He settled himself beside her. "Ah, dearest Suldrun." He put his hand on hers. Suldrun stared at the fat white fingers. They felt moist and over-amiable. She moved her hand. The fingers fell away reluctantly. "I bring you not only Christian solace, but also a more human consolation. You must recognize that while I am a priest, I am also a man, and susceptible to your beauty. Will you accept this friendship?" Umfred's voice became soft and unctuous. "Even though the emotion is warmer and dearer than simple friendship." Suldrun laughed drearily. She rose to her feet and pointed at the gate. "Sir, you have my leave to go. I hope that you will not return." She turned and descended into the garden. Brother Umfred muttered a curse and departed. Suldrun sat beside the lime tree and looked out over the sea. "I wonder," she asked herself, "what will become of me? I am beautiful, so everyone says, but it has brought me only bane. Why am I punished as if I had done wrong? Somehow I must bestir myself. I must make a change." After her evening meal, she wandered down to the ruined villa where she liked best on clear nights to watch the stars. Tonight they showed an extraordinary brilliance, and seemed to address themselves to her, like wonderful children brimming with secrets. She rose to her feet and stood listening. Imminence hung in the air. Its meaning she could not decide. The night breeze became cool. Suldrun retreated up through the garden. In the chapel, coals yet smouldered in the fireplace. Suldrun blew them ablaze, lay on dry driftwood, and the room became warm. In the morning, wakening very early, she went out into the dawn. Dew lay heavy on foliage and grass. The silence held a primitive quality. Suldrun went down through the garden, slow as a sleepwalker, down to the beach. Surf boomed up the shingle. The sun, rising, colored far clouds at the opposite horizon. At the southern curve of the beach, where currents brought driftwood, she noticed a human body which had floated in on the tide. Suldrun halted, then approached, step by step, and stared down in horror, which quickly became pity. What tragedy, that so cold a death had taken one so young, so wan, so comely. A wave stirred the young man's legs. His fingers, spasmodically extended, clawed into the shingle. Suldrun dropped to her knees, pulled the body up from the water. She brushed back the sodden curls. The hands were bloody. The head was bruised. "Don't die," whispered Suldrun. "Please, don't die." The eyelids flickered. Eyes, glazed and filmed with seawater, looked up at her, then closed. Suldrun dragged the body up into dry sand. When she tugged the right shoulder, he emitted a sad sound. Suldrun ran to the chapel, brought back coals and dry wood, and built up a fire. She wiped the cold face with a cloth. "Don't die," she said again and again. His skin began to warm. Sunlight shone over the cliffs and down upon the beach. Aelus opened his eyes once more, and wondered if indeed he had died, and now roamed the gardens of paradise with the most beautiful of all golden-haired angels to tend him. Suldrun asked, "How do you feel?" "My shoulder hurts." Aelus moved his arm. The twinge of pain assured him that he still lived. "Where is this place?" "This is an old garden near Lioness Town. I am Suldrun." She touched his shoulder. "Do you think it's broken?" "I don't know." "Can you walk? I can't carry you up the hill." Aelus tried to rise, but fell. He tried again with Suldrun's arm around his waist, and stood swaying. "Come now, I'll try to hold you." Step by step they climbed up through the garden. At the ruins they stopped to rest. Aelus said weakly, "I must tell you that I am Troyes. I fell from a ship. If I am captured, I will be put in prison, at the very least." Suldrun laughed. "You are already in a prison. Mine. I am not allowed to leave. Don't worry, I will keep you safe." She helped him to his feet. At last they reached the chapel. As best she could, Suldrun immobilized Aelus' shoulder with bandages and withes, and made him lie upon her couch. Aelus accepted her ministrations and lay watching her. What crimes had this beautiful girl committed that she should be so imprisoned? Suldrun fed him first honey and wine, then porridge. Aelus became warm and comfortable, and fell asleep. By evening Aelus' body burned with fever. Suldrun knew no remedy save damp cloths on the forehead. By midnight the fever cooled, and Aelus slept. Suldrun made herself as comfortable as possible on the floor before the fire. In the morning Aelus awoke, half convinced that his circumstances were unreal, that he was living a dream. Gradually he allowed himself to remember the Smodra. Who had thrown him into the sea? Triwan? By reason of sudden madness? Why else? His manner since visiting the Troyes cog at Ys had been most peculiar. What could have happened aboard the cog? What possibly could have driven Triwan past the brink of sanity? On the third day, Aelus decided that he had broken no bones, and Suldrun eased his bandages. When the sun rose high, the two descended into the garden and sat among the fallen columns of the old Roman villa. Through the golden afternoon they told each other of their lives. "This is not our first meeting," said Ailus. "Do you remember visitors from Troysonet about 10 years ago? I remember you." Suldrun reflected. "There have always been dozens of delegations. I seem to remember someone like you. It was so long ago, I can't be sure." Ailus took her hand, the first time he had touched her in affection. "As soon as I am strong, we will escape. It will be a simple affair to climb the stones yonder. Then it's over the hill and away." Suldrun spoke in a half-whisper, husky and fearful. "If we were captured," she hunched her shoulders together, "the king would show us no pity." In a subdued voice, Ailus said, "We won't be captured, especially if we plan well and are all cautious." He sat up straight and spoke with great energy. "We will be free and away through the countryside. We'll travel by night and hide by day. We'll be one with the vagabonds, and who will know us?" Ailus' optimism began to infect Suldrun. The prospect of freedom became exhilarating. "Do you really think we'll escape?" "Of course! How could it be otherwise?" Suldrun gazed pensively down the garden and over the sea. "I don't know. I have never expected to be happy. I am happy now, even though I am frightened." She laughed nervously. "It makes for a strange mood." "Don't be frightened," said Ailus. Her nearness overwhelmed him. He put his arm around her waist. Suldrun jumped to her feet. "I feel as if 1,000 eyes are watching us." "Insects, birds, a lizard or two?" Ailus scanned the cliffs. "I see no one else." Suldrun looked up and down the garden. "Nor do I. Still—" She seated herself at a demure distance of 3 feet and turned him an arch side glance. "Your health seems to be on the mend." "Yes, I feel very well and cannot bear to look at you without wanting to touch you." He moved close to her. Laughing, she slid away. "Ailus, no. Wait till your arm is better." "I'll be careful of my arm." "Someone might come." "Who would be so bold?" "Bagnold, the priest Umfred, my father, the king." Ailus groaned. "Destiny could not be so unkind." Suldrun said in a soft voice, "Destiny doesn't really care." Night came to the garden. Sitting before the fire, the two supped on bread, onions, and mussels which Suldrun had gathered from the tidal rocks. Once again they talked of escape. Suldrun said wistfully, "Perhaps I will feel strange away from this garden. Every tree, every stone is known to me. But since you came, everything is different. The garden is going from me." Looking into the fire, she gave a little shiver. "What is wrong?" asked Ailus. "I am afraid." "Of what?" "I don't know." "We could leave tonight, but for my arm. Another few days and I'll be strong again. In the meantime we must plan. The woman who brings you food, what of her?" "At noon she brings a basket and takes back the empty basket from the day before. I never speak to her." "Could she be bribed?" "To do what?" "To bring the food as usual, discard it, and take back the empty basket next day. With a week's start we could be far away and never fear capture." "Bagnold would never dare, even if she were so disposed, which she isn't. And we have nothing to bribe her with." "Have you no jewels, no gold?" "In my cabinet at the palace I have gold and gems." "Which is to say they are inaccessible." Suldrun considered. "Not necessarily. The east tower is quiet after sunset. I could go directly up to my chamber and no one would notice. I could be in, out, and away in a trice." "Is it truly so simple?" "Yes, I have gone this way hundreds of times, and seldom have I met anyone along the way." "We cannot bribe Bagnold, so we will have free only a day, from noon till noon, plus whatever time your father needs to organize a search. An hour, no more. He moves quickly and with decision. So then, we must have a peasant's disguise, and this is easier said than done. Is there no one whom you trust?" "One only, the nurse who tended me when I was small.
And where is she?"
"Her name is Hermie. She lives on a steading south along the road. She would give us clothes, or anything we asked for, without stint, if she knew my need."
"With disguise, a day's start, and gold for passage to Troysinet, freedom is ours. And once across the Lear, you will be simply Suldrun of Watershade. No one will know you for Princess Suldrun of Lioness, save only me and perhaps my father, who will love you as I do."
Suldrun looked up at him. "Do you truly love me?"
Ailess took her hands and pulled her to her feet. Their faces were only inches apart. They kissed each other. "I love you most dearly," said Ailess. "I never want to be parted from you."
"I love you, Ailess, nor do I wish us to be parted, ever."
In a transport of joy, the two looked into each other's eyes. Ailess said, "Treachery and tribulation brought me here, but I give thanks for all of it."
"I have been sad, too," said Suldrun. "Still, if I had not been sent away from the palace, I could not have salvaged your poor drowned corpse."
"So then, for murderous Triwan and cruel Casmir, our thanks."
He bent his face to Suldrun's. They kissed again and again, then, sinking to the couch, lay locked in each other's arms, and presently lost themselves in ardor. Weeks passed, swift and strange, a period of bliss, made the more vivid by its background of high adventure. The pain in Ailess' shoulder subsided, and one day in the early afternoon he scaled the cliff to the east of the garden and traversed the rocky slope on the seaward side of the Urquhart, slowly and gingerly, since his boots were at the bottom of the sea and he went unshod. Beyond the Urquhart he pushed through an undergrowth of scrub oak, elderberry, and rowan, and so gained the road. At this time of day few folk were abroad. Ailess encountered a drover with a flock of sheep and a small boy leading a goat, and neither gave him more than a cursory glance. A mile along the road he turned into a lane which wound away between hedgerows, and presently arrived at the steading where Hermie lived with her husband and children. Ailess halted in the shadow of the hedge. To his left, at the far side of a meadow, Chastain, the husband, and his two oldest sons cut hay. The cottage lay at the back of a kitchen garden, where leeks, carrots, turnips, and cabbages grew in neat rows. Smoke rose from the chimney. Ailess pondered the situation. If he went to the door and someone other than Hermie showed herself, awkward questions might be asked, for which he had no answers. The difficulty resolved itself. From the door came a stocky, round-faced woman carrying a bucket. She set out toward the pigsty. Ailess called out, "Hermie, Dame Hermie." The woman, pausing, examined Ailess with doubt and curiosity, then slowly approached. "What do you want?" "You are Hermie?" "Yes." "Would you do a service in secret for Princess Suldrun?" Hermie put down the bucket. "Please explain, and I'll tell you whether such service lies within my power." "And in any event you'll keep the secret?" "That I will do. Who are you?" "I am Ailess, a gentleman of Troysinet. I fell from a ship, and Suldrun saved me from drowning. We are resolved to escape the garden and make our way to Troysinet. We need a disguise of old clothes, hats, and shoes, and Suldrun has no friend but you. We cannot pay at this time, but if you help us, you will be well rewarded when I return to Troysinet." Hermie reflected, the creases in her weather-beaten face twitching to the flux of her thoughts. She said, "I will help you as best I can. I have long suffered for the cruelty done to poor little Suldrun, who never harmed so much as an insect. Do you need only clothes?" "Nothing more, and our most grateful thanks for these." "The woman who brings Suldrun food. I know her well. She is Bagnald, an ill-natured creature, rancid with gloom. So soon as she notices untouched food, she will scuttle to King Casmir, and the search will be on." Ailess gave a fatalistic shrug. "We have no choice, and we will hide well by daylight." "Do you carry sharp weapons? Wicked things move by night. Often I see them hopping about the meadow and flying across the clouds." "I will find a good cudgel, that must suffice." Hermie gave a noncommittal grunt. "I will go to market every day. On my way back I will open the postern, empty the basket, and Bagnald will be deceived. I can do this safely for a week, and by then the trail will be cold. That will mean great risk for you. If Casmir discovered your doing, he would show no mercy. The postern is hidden behind the bush. Who will notice me? I will take care not to be seen. Ailess made a few more half-hearted protests, to which Hermie paid no heed. She looked out over the meadow and across the woodland beyond. In the forest, past the village Glimwold, live my old father and mother. He is a woodcutter, and their hut is solitary. When we have butter and cheese to spare, I send it to them by my son Colin and the donkey. Tomorrow morning I will bring you smocks, hats, and shoes on my way to market. Tomorrow night, an hour after sunset, I will meet you here at this spot, and you will sleep in the hay. At sunrise Colin will be ready, and you will travel to Glimwold. No one will know of your escape, and you may travel by day. Who will connect the Princess Suldrun with 3 peasants and a donkey? My father and mother will keep you safe until danger is past, and then you shall travel to Troisinet, perhaps by way of De Haut, a longer road, but safer. Ailess said humbly, I do not know how to thank you, at least not until I reach Troisinet, and there I will be able to make my gratitude real. No need for gratitude. If I can steal poor Suldrun away from the tyrant Casmir, I will have reward enough. Tomorrow night, then, an hour after sunset, I will meet you here. Ailess returned to the garden and told Suldrun of Hermie's arrangements. So we do not need to skulk like thieves through the night after all. Tears started from Suldrun's eyes. My dear, faithful Hermie, I never fully appreciated her kindness. From Troisinet we will reward her loyalty. And we still need gold. I must visit my chambers in Hydian. The thought frightens me. It is no great matter. In a twinkling I can slip into the palace and out again. Dusk came to darken the garden. Now, said Suldrun, I will go to Hydian. Ailess rose to his feet. I must go with you, if only to the palace. As you like. Ailess climbed over the wall, unbarred the postern, and Suldrun passed through. For a moment they stood close to the wall. A half-dozen dim lights showed at various levels of the Pane Hadder. The Urquhart was vacant in the dusk. Suldrun looked down along the arcade. Come. Through the arches, lights twinkled up from Lioness Town. The night was warm. The arcades smelled of stone and occasionally a whiff of ammonia where someone had eased his bladder. At the orangery the fragrance of flower and fruit overcame all else. Above loomed Hydian, with the glow of candles and lamps outlining its windows. The door into the east tower showed as a half-oval of deep shadow. Suldrun whispered, Best that you wait here. But what if someone comes? Go back to the orangery and wait there. Suldrun pressed the latch and pushed at the great iron and timber door. With a groan it swung open. Suldrun peered through the crack into the octagon. She looked back to Ailess. I'm going in. From the top of the arcade came the sound of voices and the clatter of footsteps. Suldrun pulled Ailess into the palace. Come with me, then. The two crossed the octagon, which was illuminated by a single rack of heavy candles. To the left, an arch opened on the long gallery. Stairs ahead rose to the upper levels. The long gallery was vacant for its whole length. From the respondency came the sound of voices lilting and laughing in gay conversation. Suldrun took Ailess' arm. Come! They ran up the stairs and in short order stood outside Suldrun's chambers. A massive lock joined a pair of hasps riveted into stone and wood. Ailess examined the lock and the door and gave a few half-hearted twists to the lock. We can't get in. The door is too strong. Suldrun took him along the hall to another door, this without a lock. A bedchamber, for noble maidens who might be visiting me. She opened the door, listened. No sound. The room smelled of sachet and unguents, with an unpleasant overtone of soiled garments. Suldrun whispered, Someone sleeps here, but she is away at her revels. They crossed the room to the window. Suldrun eased open the casement. You must wait here. I've come this way many times when I wanted to avoid Dame Boudetta.
Ailus looked dubiously toward the door. "I hope no one comes in."
"If so, you must hide in the clothes press or under the bed. I won't be long."
She slid out the window, edged along the wide stone coping to her old chamber. She pushed at the casement, forced it open, then jumped down to the floor. The room smelled of dust and long days of emptiness, in sunlight and rain. A trace of perfume still hung in the air, a melancholy recollection of years gone by, and tears came to Suldrun's eyes. She went to the chest where she had stored her possessions. Nothing had been disturbed. She found the secret drawer and pulled it open. Within, so her fingers told her, were those oddments and ornaments, precious gems, gold and silver, which had come into her possession, mostly gifts from visiting kindred. Neither Casmir nor Solace had showered gifts upon their daughter. Suldrun tied the valuables into a scarf. She went to the window and bade farewell to the chamber. Never would she set foot in there again. Of this she felt certain. She returned through the window, pulled tight the casement, and returned to Ailus. They crossed the dark room, opened the door a crack, then stepped out into the dim corridor. Tonight, of all nights, the palace was busy. Many notables were on hand, and up from the octagon came the sound of voices, and the two could not effect the quick departure upon which they had planned. They looked at each other with wide eyes and pounding hearts. Ailus uttered a soft curse. "So now we're trapped."
"No," whispered Suldrun. "We'll go down the back stairs." "Don't worry. One way or another we'll escape. Come."
They ran light-footed along the corridor, and so began a thrilling game which dealt them a series of frights and startlements and had been no part of their expectations. Here and there they ran, gliding on soft feet along old corridors, dodging from chamber to chamber, shrinking back into shadows, peering around corners, from the respondency into the chamber of mirrors, up a spiral staircase to the old observatory, across the roof into a high parlor where young noble folk held their trysts, then down a service stairs to a long back corridor which gave on a musician's gallery overlooking the Hall of Honors. Candles in the wall sconces were alight. The hall had been made ready for a ceremonial event, perhaps later in the evening. Now the hall stood empty. Stairs led down into a closet which gave on the mauve parlor, so called for the mauve silk upholstery of its chairs and couches, a splendid room with ivory and snuff-colored paneling and a vivid emerald-green rug. Ailus and Suldrun ran quietly to the door, where they looked out into the long gallery, at this moment empty of human occupancy.
"It's not far now," said Suldrun. "First we'll make for the Hall of Honors. Then, if no one appears, we'll make for the octagon and out the door."
With a last look right and left, the two ran to the arched alcove in which hung the doors into the Hall of Honors. Suldrun looked back the way they had come and clutched Ailus' arm.
"Someone came out of the library. Quick, inside!"
They slipped through the doors into the Hall of Honors. They stood wide-eyed, face to face, holding their breaths.
"Who was it?"
Ailus whispered.
"I think it was the priest Umfred."
"Perhaps he didn't see us."
"Perhaps not. If he did, he will be sure to investigate. Come, to the back room."
"I see no back room."
"Behind the arras. Quick, he's just outside the door."
They ran the length of the hall and ducked behind the hanging. Peering through the crack, Ailus saw the far door ease open. Slowly, slowly. The portly figure of Brother Umfred was a dark stencil against the lights of the long gallery. For a moment Brother Umfred stood motionless, save for quick shakes of the head. He seemed to give a cluck of puzzlement and came forward into the room, looking right and left. Suldrun went to the back wall. She found the iron rod and pushed it into the lock-holes. Ailus asked in astonishment, "What are you doing?"
"Umfred may very well know about this back room. He won't know this other."
The door opened, releasing a suffusion of green-purple light. Suldrun whispered,
"If he comes any closer, we'll hide in here."
Ailus, standing by the crack, said, "No, he's turning back. He's leaving the hall." "Suldrun?"
"I'm in here. It's where the king, my father, keeps covered his private magic. Come look."
Ailus went to the doorway, glanced gingerly right and left.
"Don't be alarmed," said Suldrun. "I've been in here before. The little imp is a skak. He's closed in his bottle. I'm sure he'd prefer freedom, but I fear his spite. The mirror is Persilian. It speaks in season. The cow's horn yields either fresh milk or hydromel, depending upon how one holds it." Ailus came slowly forward. The skak glared in annoyance. Colored light motes caught in tubes jerked in excitement. A gargoyle mask hanging high in the shadows turned down a dyspeptic sneer. Ailus spoke in alarm. "Come, before we fall afoul of these things." Suldrun said, "Nothing has ever done me harm. The mirror knows my name and speaks to me." "Magic voices are things of bane. Come, we must leave the palace." "One moment, Ailus. The mirror has spoken kindly. Perhaps it will do so again." "Persilian?" From the mirror came a melancholy voice. "Who calls, Persilian?" "It is Suldrun. You spoke to me before and called me by name. Here is my lover, Ailus." Persilian uttered a groan, then sang in a voice deep and plangent, very slowly so that each word was distinct. "Ailus knew a moonless tide. Suldrun saved him death. They joined their souls in wedlock strong to give their son his breath. Ailus, choose from many roads, each veers through toil and blood. But still this night you must be wed to seal your fatherhood. Long have I served King Casmir. He asked me questions 3, yet never will he speak the rote to break me full and free. Ailus, you must take me now and hide me all alone. By Suldrun's tree there shall I dwell, beneath the sitting stone." Ailus, as if moving in a dream, reached his hands to Persilian's frame. He pulled it free of the metal peg which held it to the wall. Ailus held up the mirror and asked in puzzlement, "How this very night can we be wed?" Persilian's voice, richly full, issued from the mirror. "You have stolen me from Casmir. I am yours. This is your first question. You may ask 2 more. If you ask a 4th, I am free." "Very well, as you wish it. So how will we be wed?" "Return to the garden. The way is safe. There your marriage bonds shall be forged. See to it that they are strong and true. Quick, go now. Time presses. You must be gone before Hydian is bolted tight for the night." With no more ado, Suldrun and Ailus departed the secret room, closing tight the door on the seep of green-purple light. Suldrun looked through the crack in the hangings. The Hall of Honors was empty, save for the 54 chairs, whose personalities had loomed so massively over her childhood. They seemed now shrunken and old, and some of their magnificence had gone. Still, Suldrun felt their brooding contemplation as she and Ailus ran down the hall. The long gallery was empty. The two ran to the octagon and out into the night. They started up the arcade, then made a hurried detour into the orangery while a quartet of palace guards came stamping, clanking, and cursing down from the Urquheel. The steps faded into quiet. Moonlight through the arched intervals cast a succession of pale shapes, alternately silver-gray and darkest black, into the arcade. Across Lioness Town, lamps yet flickered, but no sound reached the palace. Suldrun and Ailus slipped from the orangery, ran up under the arcade, and so through the postern into the old garden. Ailus brought Persilian from under his tunic. "Mirror, I have put a question, and I will be sure to put no more until need arises. Now I will not ask how I must hide you, as you directed. Still, if you wished to enlarge upon your previous instructions, I will listen." Persilian spoke. "Hide me now, Ailus, hide me now, down by the old lime tree. Under the sitting stone is a crevice. Hide as well the gold you carry, quick as quick can be." The two descended to the chapel. Ailus went on down the path to the old lime tree. He lifted the sitting stone and found a crevice into which he placed Persilian and the bag of gold and gems.
Suldrun went to the door of the chapel, where she paused to wonder at the candle glow from within. She pushed open the door. Across the room sat Brother Umfred, dozing at the table. His eyes opened. He looked at Suldrun. "Suldrun, you have returned at last. Ah, Suldrun, sweet and wanton, you have been up to mischief. What do you do away from your little domain?" Suldrun stood silent in dismay. Brother Umfred lifted his portly torso and came forward, smiling a winsome smile, eyelids half closed, so that his eyes seemed a trifle askew. He took Suldrun's limp hands. "Dearest child, tell me, where have you been?" Suldrun tried to draw back, but Brother Umfred tightened his grip. "I went to the palace for a cloak and a gown. Let go my hands." But Brother Umfred only pulled her closer. His breathing came faster, and his face showed a rosy-pink flush. "Suldrun, prettiest of all the earth's creatures, do you know that I saw you dancing along the corridors with one of the palace lads? I asked myself, can this be the pure Suldrun, the chaste Suldrun, so pensive and demure? I told myself, impossible, but perhaps she is ardent after all." "No, no," breathed Suldrun. She jerked to pull away. "Please let me go." Brother Umfred would not release her. "Be kind, Suldrun. I am a man of noble spirit. Still I am not indifferent to beauty. Long, dearest Suldrun, have I yearned to taste your sweet nectar. And remember, my passion is invested in the sanctity of the church. So now, my dearest child, whatever tonight's mischief, it will only have warmed your blood. Embrace me, my golden delight, my sweet mischief, my sly mock purity." Brother Umfred bore her down to the couch. Ailess appeared in the doorway. Suldrun saw him and motioned him to stand back out of sight. She drew up her knees and squirmed away from Brother Umfred. "Priest, my father shall hear of your acts." "He cares nothing what happens to you," said Brother Umfred thickly. "Now be easy, or else I must enforce our congress by means of pain." Ailess could constrain himself no longer. He stepped forward and dealt Brother Umfred a blow to the side of his head, to send him tumbling to the floor. Suldrun said in distress, "Better, Ailess, had you remained away." "And allowed his beastly lust? First I would kill him. In fact, I will kill him now for his audacity." Brother Umfred dragged himself back against the wall, eyes glistening in the candlelight. Suldrun said hesitantly, "No, Ailess, I don't want his death." "He will report us to the king." Brother Umfred cried out, "No, never! I hear 1,000 secrets. All are sacred to me." Suldrun said thoughtfully, "He will witness our wedlock. In fact, he will marry us by the Christian ceremony, which is as lawful as any other." Brother Umfred struggled to his feet, blurting incoherent phrases. Ailess told him, "Marry us, then, since you are a priest, and do it properly." Brother Umfred took time to settle his cassock and compose himself. "Marry you? That is not possible." "Certainly it is possible," said Suldrun. "You have made marriages among the servants." "In the chapel at Hydian." "This is a chapel. You sanctified it yourself." "It has now been profaned. In any case, I can bring the sacraments only to baptized Christians." "Then baptize us, and quickly." Brother Umfred smilingly shook his head. "First you must believe truly and become catechumens. And further, King Casmir would be rageful. He would take vengeance on us all." Ailess picked up a stout length of driftwood. "Priest, this cudgel supersedes King Casmir. Marry us now, or I will break your head." Suldrun took his arm. "No, Ailess, we will marry in the manner of the folk, and he shall witness. Then there shall be no talk of who is a Christian and who is not." Brother Umfred again demurred. "I cannot be a party to your pagan rite." "You must," said Ailess. The two stood by the table and chanted the peasant litany of wedlock. "Witness all, how we two take the vows of marriage, by this morsel which together we eat." The two divided a crust of bread and ate together. "By this water which together we drink." The two drank water from the same cup. "By this fire which warms us both." The two passed their hands through the flame of the candle. "By the blood which we mingle." With a thin bodkin, Ailess pricked Suldrun's finger, then his own, and joined the droplets of blood. by the love which binds our hearts together." The two kissed, smiled. "So we engage in solemn wedlock, and now declare ourselves man and wife in accordance with the laws of man and the benevolent grace of nature." Aelus took up pen, ink, and a sheet of parchment. "Write, priest. Tonight, on this date, I have witnessed the marriage of Suldrun and Aelus, and sign your name." With shaking hands, Brother Umfred pushed away the pen. "I fear the wrath of King Casmir. Priest, fear me more." In anguish, Brother Umfred wrote as he was instructed. "Now let me go my way." "So that you may hurry to tell all to King Casmir?" Aelus shook his head. "No." "Fear nothing," cried Brother Umfred. "I am silent as the grave. I know 1,000 secrets." "Swear," said Suldrun. "Down on your knees. Kiss the sacred book you carry in your pouch, and swear that by your hope of salvation and by your fear of perpetual hell, that you will reveal nothing of what you have seen and heard and done tonight." Brother Umfred, now sweating and ashen-faced, looked from one to the other. Slowly he went to his knees, kissed the book of Gospels, and swore his oath. He struggled to his feet. "I have witnessed. I have sworn. It is my right to now depart." "No," said Aelus somberly, "I do not trust you. I fear that spite may overwhelm your honor and so destroy us. It is a chance I cannot accept." Brother Umfred was momentarily speechless with indignation. "But I have sworn by everything holy." "And so as easily you might forswear them, and so be purged of the sin. Should I kill you in cold blood?" "No." "Then I must do something else with you." The three stood staring at each other, frozen a moment in time. Aelus stirred. "Priest, wait here, and do not try to leave on pain of good strokes of the cudgel, as we shall be just outside the door." Aelus and Suldrun went out into the night to halt a few yards from the chapel door. Aelus spoke in a husky half-whisper, for fear Brother Umfred might have his ear pressed to the door. "The priest cannot be trusted." "I agree," said Suldrun. "He is quick as an eel." "Still I cannot kill him. We can't tie him or immure him for a hermit to tend, since then her help would become known. I can think of a single plan. We must part. At this moment I will take him from the garden. We will proceed east. No one will trouble to notice us. We are not fugitives. I will make sure that he neither escapes nor cries out for succor. A vexing and tedious task, but it must be done. In a week or two I will leave him while he sleeps. I will make my way to Glimwoad and seek you out, and all will be as we planned." Suldrun put her arms around Aelus and laid her head on his chest. "Must we be parted?" "There is no other way to be secure, save killing the man dead, which I cannot do in cold blood. I will take a few pieces of gold. You take the rest, and Persilian as well. Tomorrow, an hour after sunset, go to a hermit, and she will send you to her father's hut, and there shall I seek you out. Go you now to the lime tree, and bring me back a few small trinkets of gold, to trade for food and drink. I'll stay to guard the priest." Suldrun ran down the path, and a moment later returned with the gold. They went to the chapel. Brother Umfred stood by the table, looking morosely into the fire. "Priest," said Aelus, "you and I are to make a journey. Turn your back, if you will. I must bind your arms so that you perform no unseasonable antics. Obey me, and you will come to no harm." "What of my convenience?" blurted Brother Umfred. "You should have considered that before you came here tonight. Turn around, doff your cassock, and put your arms behind you." Instead, Brother Umfred sprang at Aelus and struck him with the cudgel he likewise had taken from the woodpile. Aelus stumbled back. Brother Umfred sent Suldrun reeling. He ran from the chapel, up the path, with Aelus after him, through the postern and out onto the Urquheel, bellowing at the top of his voice, "Guards, to me! Help! Treason! Murder! Help! To me! Seize the traitor!" Up from the arcade trooped a company of 4, the same which Aelus and Suldrun had avoided by stepping into the orangery. They ran forward to seize both Umfred and Aelus. "What goes on here? Why this horrid outcry?"
"Call King Casmir," bawled Brother Umfred. "Waste not an instant. This vagabond has troubled the Princess Suldrun. A terrible deed. Bring King Casmir, I say, on the run."
King Casmir was brought to the scene, and Brother Umfred excitedly made an explanation.
"I saw them in the palace. I recognized the princess, and I have also seen this man. He is a vagabond of the streets. I followed them here, and imagine the audacity. They wanted me to marry them by the Christian rite. I refused with all spirit, and warned them of their crime."
Suldrun, standing by the postern, came forward. "Sire, be not angry with us. This is Ailus. We are husband and wife. We love each other dearly. Please give us leave to live our lives in tranquillity. If you so choose, we will go from Hydian and never return."
Brother Umfred, still excited by his role in the affair, would not be still. "They threatened me. I am almost bereft of reason through their malice. They forced me to witness their wedlock. If I had not signed to the ceremony, they would have broken my head."
Casmir spoke icily.
"Silence! Enough! I will deal with you later."
He gave an order.
"Bring me Zerling."
He turned to Suldrun. In times of rage or excitement, Casmir kept his voice always even and neutral, and he did so now.
"You seem to have disobeyed my command. Whatever your reason, it is far from sufficient."
Suldrun said softly, "You are my father. Have you no concern for my happiness?"
"I am king of Lyonesse. Whatever my one-time feelings, they were dispelled by the disregard for my wishes, of which you know. Now I find you consorting with a nameless bumpkin. So be it. My anger is not diminished. You shall return to the garden, and there abide. Go."
Shoulders sagging, Suldrun went to the postern, through and down into the garden. King Casmir turned to appraise Ailus.
"Your presumption is amazing. You shall have ample time to reflect upon it. Zerling, where is Zerling?"
"Sire, I am here."
A squat, slope-shouldered man, bald, with a brown beard and round staring eyes, came forward.
Zerling, King Casmir's chief executioner, the most dreaded man of Lyonesse town, next to Casmir himself. King Casmir spoke a word into his ear. Zerling put a halter around Ailus' neck and led him across the Urquhart, then around and behind the Painhatter. By the light of the half-moon, the halter was removed and a rope was tied around Ailus' chest. He was lifted over a stone verge and lowered into a hole. Down, down, down. Finally his feet struck the bottom. In a succinct gesture of finality, the rope was dropped in after him. There was no sound in the darkness. The air smelled of dank stone with a taint of human decay. For 5 minutes Ailus stood staring up the shaft. Then he groped to one of the walls, a distance of perhaps 7 feet. His foot encountered a hard, round object. Reaching down, he discovered a skull. Moving to the side, Ailus sat down with his back to the wall. After a period, fatigue weighted his eyelids. He became drowsy. He fought off sleep as best he could for fear of awakening. At last he slept. He awoke, and his fears were justified. Upon recollection he cried out in disbelief and anguish. How could such tragedy be possible? Tears flooded his eyes. He bent his head into his arms and wept. An hour passed, while he sat hunched in pure misery. Light seeped down the shaft. He was able to discern the dimensions of his cell. The floor was a circular area, about 14 feet in diameter, flagged with heavy slabs of stone. The stone walls rose vertically 6 feet, then funneled up to the central shaft, which entered the cell about 12 feet over the floor. Against the far wall, bones and skulls had been piled. Ailus counted 10 skulls, and others perhaps were hidden under the pile of bones. Near to where he sat lay another skeleton, evidently the last occupant of the cell. Ailus rose to his feet. He went to the center of the chamber and looked up the shaft. High above he saw a disk of blue sky, so airy, wind-swept and free, that again tears came to his eyes. He considered the shaft. The diameter was about 5 feet. It was cased in rough stone and rose 60 or even 70 feet, exact judgment was difficult, above the point where it entered the chamber. Alis turned away. On the walls, previous occupants had scratched names and sad mottos. The most recent occupant, on the wall above his skeleton, had scratched a schedule of names to the number of 12, ranked in a column. Alis, too dispirited to feel interest in anything but his own woes, turned away. The cell was unfurnished. The rope lay in a loose heap under the shaft. Near the bone pile he noticed the rotted remains of other ropes, garments, ancient leather buckles, and straps. The skeleton seemed to watch him from the empty eye sockets of its skull. Alis dragged it to the bone pile and turned the skull so that it could see only the wall. Then he sat down. An inscription on the wall opposite caught his attention. "Newcomer, welcome to our brotherhood." Alis grunted and turned his attention elsewhere. So began the period of his incarceration. Chapter 12. King Casmir dispatched an envoy to Tinzinfiral, who in due course returned with an ivory tube, from which the chief herald extracted a scroll. He read to King Casmir, "Noble sir, as ever my respectful compliments. I am pleased to learn of your impending visit. Be assured that our welcome will be appropriate to your regal person and distinguished retinue, which, so I suggest, should number no more than 8, since at Tinzinfiral we lack the expansive grace of Hydian. Again, my most cordial salute. Ford Carfiliot, Vale Evander, the Duke." King Casmir immediately rode north with a retinue of 20 knights, 10 servants, and 3 camp wagons. The first night the company halted at Duke Baldred's castle, Twannic. On the second day they rode north through the Troag, a chaos of pinnacles and defiles. On the third day they crossed the border into South Ulfland. Halfway through the afternoon, at the gates of Cerberus, the cliffs closed in to constrict the way, which was blocked by the fortress Col Bocach. The garrison consisted of a dozen raggle-taggle soldiers and a commander who found banditry less profitable than exacting tolls from travelers. At a challenge from the sentry, the cavalcade from Lyonesse halted, while the soldiers of the garrison, blinking and scowling under steel caps, slouched out upon the battlements. The knight Sir Welty rode forward. "Halt!" called the commander. "Name your names, your origin, destination, and purpose, so that we may reckon the lawful toll." "We are noblemen in the service of King Casmir of Lyonesse. We ride to visit the Duke of Vale Evander at his invitation, and we are exempt from toll." "No one is exempt from toll, save only King Orianti and the great god Mithra. You must pay 10 silver florins." Sir Welty rode back to confer with Casmir, who thoughtfully appraised the fort. "Pay," said King Casmir. "We will deal with these scoundrels on our return." Sir Welty returned to the fort and contemptuously tossed a pack of coins to the captain. "Pass, gentlemen." 2 by 2 the company rode by Col Bocach, and that night rested on a meadow beside the south fork of the Evander. At noon of the following day the troop halted before Tinzinfiral, where it surmounted a tall crag, as if growing from the substance of the crag itself. King Casmir and 8 of his knights rode forward. The others turned aside and set up a camp beside the Evander. A herald came out from the castle and addressed King Casmir. "Sir, I brought Duke Carfiliot's compliments and his request that you follow me. We ride a crooked road up the side of the crag, but have no concern. The danger is only to enemies. I will lead the way." As the troop proceeded, the stench of carrion came on the breeze. In the middle distance, the Evander flowed across a green meadow, where rose an array of 20 poles, half supporting impaled corpses. "This is hardly a welcoming sight," King Casmir told the herald. "Sir, it reminds the Duke's enemies that his patience is not inexhaustible." King Casmir shrugged, offended not so much by Carfiliot's acts as by the odor. At the base of the crag waited an honor guard of 4 knights in ceremonial plate armor, and Casmir wondered how Carfiliot knew so closely the hour of his coming. A signal from Col Bocach? Spies at Hydian? Casmir, who had never been able to introduce spies into Tinzinfiral, frowned at the thought. The cavalcade mounted the crag by a road cut into the rock, which finally, high in the air, turned under a portcullis into the castle's forecourt. Duke Carfiliot came forward. King Casmir dismounted. The two pressed each other in a formal embrace. "Sir, I am delighted by your visit," said Carfiliot. "I have arranged no suitable festivities, but not from any lack of goodwill. In truth, you gave me too short notice." "I am perfectly suited," said King Casmir. "I am not here for frivolity. Rather, I hope to explore once more matters of mutual advantage." "Excellent. That is always a topic of interest. This is your first visit to Tinzinfiral, is it not?" "I saw it as a young man, but from a distance. It is beyond question a mighty fortress." "Indeed. We command 4 important roads, to Lyonesse, to Ys, over the elfish moors, and the border road north to Dahote. We are self-sufficient. I have driven a well deep through solid stone into a flowing aquifer. We maintain supplies for years of siege. 4 men could hold the access road against 1,000 or 1,000,000. I consider the castle impregnable." "I am inclined to agree," said Casmir. "Still, what of the saddle? If a force occupied the mountain yonder, conceivably it might bring siege engines to bear." Carfiliot turned to inspect the heights to the north, which were connected to the crag by a saddle, as if he had never before noticed this particular vista. "So it would seem. But you are not alarmed?" Carfiliot laughed, showing perfect white teeth. "My enemies have reflected long and well on Breakback Ridge. As for the saddle, I have my little wiles." King Casmir nodded. "The view is exceptionally fine." "True. On a clear day from my high workroom I scan the entire vale from here to Ys. But now you must refresh yourself, and then we can take up our conversation." Casmir was conducted to a set of high chambers overlooking Vale Evander, a view across 20 miles of soft green landscape to a far glint of sea. Air, fresh save for an occasional cloying taint, blew through the open windows. Casmir thought of Carfiliot's dead enemies on the meadow below, each silent on his own pole. An image flickered through his mind. Suldrun, pallid and drawn here at Tinzinfiral, breathing the putrid air. He thrust away the picture. The affair was over and done. 2 bare-chested black Moorish boys, wearing turbans of purple silk, red pantaloons and sandals with spiral toes, helped him with his bath, then dressed him in silk small-clothes and a tawny buff robe decorated with black rosettes. Casmir descended to the great hall, past an enormous aviary where birds of many-colored plumage flew from branch to branch. Carfiliot awaited him in the great hall. The 2 men seated themselves on divans and were served frozen fruit sherbet in silver cups. "Excellent," said Casmir. "Your hospitality is pleasant." "It is informal, and I hope that you will not be supremely bored," murmured Carfiliot. Casmir put aside the ice. "I have come here to discuss a matter of importance." He glanced at the servants. Carfiliot waved them from the room. "Proceed." Casmir leaned back in his chair. "King Granis recently sent out a diplomatic mission on one of his new warships. They put into Blalock, Pomperol, Dahote, Clogach in Godilia, and Ys. The emissaries decried my ambitions and proposed an alliance to defeat me. They won only lukewarm support, if any, even though—" Casmir smiled a cold smile. "I have made no attempt to disguise my intentions. Each hopes the others will fight the battle. Each wishes to be the single kingdom unmolested. Granis, I am sure, expected no more. He wanted to assert both his leadership and his command of the sea. In this he succeeded very well. His ship destroyed a Scar vessel, which at once changes our perceptions of the Scar. They can no longer be considered invincible. And Troy's sea power is magnified.
They paid a price, losing the commander and one of the two royal princes aboard. For me, the message is clear. The Troyes becomes stronger. I must strike and cause a dislocation. The obvious place is South Ulfland, from where I can attack the Ska in North Ulfland before they consolidate their holdings. Once I take the fortress, Coelitets, Dahote is at my mercy. Audrey cannot fight me from both west and south. First, then, to take South Ulfland with maximum facility, which presupposes your cooperation. Casmir paused. Carfiliot, looking thoughtfully into the fire, made no immediate response. The silence became uncomfortable. Carfiliot stirred and said, "You have, as you know, my personal well wishes, but I am not altogether a free agent, and I must conduct myself with circumspection." "Indeed," said Casmir, "you apparently do not refer to your nominal liege lord, King Orianti." "Definitely not." "Who, may I ask, are the enemies you are so pointedly trying to dissuade?" Carfiliot made a motion. "I agree the stench is appalling. Those are rogues of the moors, petty barons, ten-tuffet lords, little better than bandits, so that an honest man takes his life in his hands to ride out across the fells for a day's hunting. South Ulfland is essentially lawless, save for Vale Evander. Poor Orianti can't dominate his wife, much less a kingdom. Every clan chieftain fancies himself an aristocrat and builds a mountain fortress, from which he raids his neighbors. I have attempted to bring order. A thankless job. I am styled a despot and an ogre. Harshness, however, is the only language these Highland brutes understand." "These are the enemies who cause your circumspection?" "No." Carfiliot rose to his feet and went to stand with his back to the fire. He looked down at Casmir with cool dispassion. "In all candor, here are the facts. I am a student of magic. I am taught by the great Tamorello, and I am under obligation, so that I must refer to him matters of policy. That is the situation." Casmir stared up into Carfiliot's eyes. "When may I expect your response?" "Why wait?" asked Carfiliot. "Let us settle the matter now. Come." The two climbed to Carfiliot's workroom, Casmir now quiet, alert and alive with interest. Carfiliot's apparatus was almost embarrassingly scant. Even Casmir's trifles were impressive by contrast. Perhaps, Casmir speculated, Carfiliot kept the larger part of his equipment stored in cabinets. A large map of Hybris, carved in various woods, dominated all else, in both size and evident importance. In a panel at the back of the map had been carved a face, the semblance, so it seemed, of Tamorello, in crude and exaggerated outlines. The craftsman had been at no pains to flatter Tamorello. The forehead bulged over protruding eyes, cheeks and lips were painted a particularly unpleasant red. Carfiliot pointedly offered no explanations. He pulled at the earlobe of the image. "Tamorello, hear the voice of Fod Carfiliot." He touched the mouth. "Tamorello, speak." In a wooden croak, the mouth said, "I hear and speak." Carfiliot touched the eyes. "Tamorello, look upon me and King Casmir of Lyonesse. We are considering the use of his armies in South Ulfland to quell disorder and to extend King Casmir's wise rule. We understand your policy of detachment, still we ask your advice." The image spoke. "I advise no alien troops in South Ulfland, most especially the armies of Lyonesse. King Casmir, your goals do you credit, but they would unsettle all Hybris, including Dahote, to bring inconvenience upon me. I advise that you return to Lyonesse and make peace with Troysinet. Carfiliot, I advise that you decisively use the might of Tinsinfirel to bar incursions into South Ulfland." "Thank you," spoke Carfiliot. "We will surely take your advice to heart." Casmir said no word. Together they descended to the parlor, where for an hour they spoke courteously of small subjects. Casmir declared himself ready for his bed, and Carfiliot wished him a comfortable night's sleep.
In the morning, King Casmir rose early, expressed gratitude to Carfiliet for his hospitality, and with no further ado made his departure. At noon the party approached Col Bocach. King Casmir, with half of his knights, passed the fort after paying a toll of 8 silver florins. A few yards along the road they halted. The rest of the party approached the fortress. The captain of the fortress stepped forward. "Why did you not pass altogether? It is now necessary that you pay another 8 florins." Sir Welty dismounted without haste. He seized the captain and held a knife to his throat. "Which will you be? A dead Ulfish cutthroat, or a live soldier in the service of King Casmir of Lyonesse?" The captain's steel hat fell off. His bald brown pate bobbed as he writhed and struggled. He gasped, "This is treachery! Where is honor?" "Look yonder. There sits King Casmir. Do you accuse him of dishonor after mulcting him of his royal money?" "Naturally not. Still—" Sir Welty pricked him with the knife. "Order your men out for inspection. You will cook over a slow fire if a drop of blood other than your own is spilled." The captain attempted a final defiance. "You expect me to deliver our impregnable Col Bocach into your hands without so much as a protest?" "Protest all you like. In fact, I'll let you go back within. Then you are under siege. We will climb the cliff and drop boulders on the battlements." "Possible, perhaps, but very difficult." "We will fire logs and thrust them into the passage. They shall blaze and smoulder. You will smoke and bake as the heat spreads. Do you defy the might of Lyonesse?" The captain heaved a deep breath. "Of course not. As I declared from the very first, I gladly enter the service of the most gracious King Casmir. Ho, guards! Out for inspection." Glumly the garrison filed out to stand scowling and dishevelled in the sunlight, hair tousled under their steel caps. Casmir looked them over with contempt. "It might be easier to lop off their heads." "Have no fear," cried the captain. "We are the smartest of troops under ordinary circumstances." King Casmir shrugged and turned away. The fortress tolls were loaded into one of the wagons. Sir Welty and 14 knights remained as a temporary garrison, and King Casmir joylessly returned to Lyonesse town. In his workroom at Tinzinfirel, Carfiliet once again engaged the attention of Tamarello. "Casmir has departed. Our relationship is at best formally polite." "The very optimum. Kings, like children, tend to be opportunistic. Generosity only spoils them. They equate affability with weakness and hasten to exploit it. Casmir's temperament is even less pleasant. He is as single-minded as a fish. I saw him spontaneous only here in my workroom. He is interested in magic and has ambitions in this direction." "For Casmir forever futile. He lacks the patience, and here he is much like yourself." "Possibly true. I am anxious to proceed into the first extensions." "The situation is as before. The field of analogues must be like a second nature to you. How long can you fix an image in your mind, then change its colors at your will, while holding fixed lineaments?" "I am not proficient." "These images should be hard as rocks. Upon conceiving a landscape, you must be able to count the leaves on a tree, then recount to the same number." "That is a difficult exercise. Why can't I merely work the apparatus?" "Aha! Where will you obtain this apparatus? Despite my love for you, I can part with none of my hard-won operators." "Still, one can always contrive new apparatus." "Indeed. I would be glad to learn this hermetic and abstruse secret." "Still, you agree it is possible." "But difficult. Sandestins are no longer innocent, nor plentiful, nor accommodating." "Eh? Ha!" This was a sudden exclamation. Tamarello spoke in a changed voice. "A thought occurs to me. It's so beautiful a thought that I hardly dare to think it." "Tell me this thought." Tamarello's silence was that of a man engaged in a complex calculation. Finally he said, "It is a dangerous thought. I could neither advocate nor even suggest such a thought." "Tell me the thought." "Even so much is to join in its implementation." "It must be a dangerous thought indeed." "True.
Let us pass on to safer subjects. I might make this mischievous observation. One way to secure magical apparatus is, in blunt language, to rob another magician, who thereupon may become too feeble to avenge the predation, especially if he does not know its perpetrator. So far I follow you closely. What then? Suppose one were to rob a magician. Who would he choose to victimize? Mergen? Me? By Balades? Never. The consequences would be certain, swift, and awful. One would seek a novice, still fresh to his lore, and preferably one with an amplitude of equipment so that the theft yields a good return. Also, the victim should be one whom he perceives as an enemy of the future. The time to weaken or even destroy that person is now. I speak, of course, in the purest of hypothetical terms. For the purposes of illustration, and still hypothetically, who might such a person be? Tamburello could not bring himself to utter a name. Even hypothetical contingencies must be explored down several levels, and whole areas of duplicity must be arranged. We will talk more of this later. Meanwhile, not a word to anyone else.
Chapter 13. Shimrod, scion of Mergen the magician, early demonstrated an inner impulse of extraordinary strength, and in due course wandered beyond Mergen's control into autonomy. The two were not obviously similar, save for competence, resource, and a certain immoderacy of imagination, which in Shimrod evinced itself as an antic humor and a sometimes painful capacity for sentiment. In appearance the two were even less alike. Mergen revealed himself as a strong, white-haired man of indefinable age. Shimrod appeared as a young man, with an almost ingenuous expression. He was spare, long of leg, with sandy buff hair and hazel-gray eyes. His jaw was long, his cheeks somewhat concave, his mouth wide and twisted, as if at some wry reflection. After a time of loose-footed wandering, Shimrod took up residence at Trilda, a manse on Lally Meadow, formerly occupied by Mergen in the forest of Tantravallis, and there settled himself to the serious study of magic, using the books, patterns, apparatus, and operators which Mergen had given into his custody. Trilda was a congenial seat for intensive study. The air smelled fresh of foliage. The sun shone by day, the moon and stars by night. Solitude was near absolute. Ordinary folk seldom ventured so deep into the forest. Trilda had been built by Hilario, a minor magician of many quaint fancies. The rooms were seldom square, and overlooked Lally Meadow through bay windows of many sizes and shapes. The steep roof, in addition to 6 chimneys, disposed itself in innumerable dormers, gables, ridges, and the highest verge supported a black iron weathercock, which served in double stead as a ghost chaser. Mergen had dammed the brook to create a pond. The overflow turned a wheel beside the workroom, where it powered a dozen different machines, including a lathe and a bellows for his hot fire. Halflings occasionally came to the edge of the forest to watch Shimrod when he went out on the meadow, but otherwise ignored him for fear of his magic. The seasons passed. Autumn turned to winter. Flakes of snow drifted down from the sky to shroud the meadow in silence. Shimrod kept his fires crackling and began an intensive study of Balberry's Abstracts and Excerpts, a vast compendium of exercises, methods, forms, and patterns inscribed in antique or even imaginary languages. Using a lens fashioned from a Sandestin's eye, Shimrod read these inscriptions as if they were plain tongue. Shimrod took his meals from a cloth of bounty, which, when spread on a table, produced a toothsome feast. For entertainment he schooled himself in the use of the lute, a skill appreciated by fairies of Tudefot Shee, at the opposite end of Lally Meadow, who loved music, though no doubt for the wrong reasons. Fairies constructed viols, guitars, and grass pipes of fine quality, but their music at best was a plaintive, undisciplined sweetness, like the sound of distant wind chimes.
At worst, they made a clangor of unrelated stridencies, which they could not distinguish from their best. Withal, they were the vainest of the vain. Fairy musicians, discovering that a human passer-by had chanced to hear them, invariably inquired how he had enjoyed the music, and woe betide the graceless churl who spoke his mind, for then he was set to dancing for a period comprising a week, a day, an hour, a minute, and a second, without pause. However, should the listener declare himself enraptured, he might well be rewarded by the vain and gloating halfling. Often, when Shimrod played his lute, he found fairy creatures, large and small, sitting on the fence, bundled in green coats with red scarves and peaked hats. Footnote. Fairies maintain no specific size indefinitely. When dealing with men, they often appear the size of children, seldom larger. When caught unawares, they seem on occasion only 4 inches to a foot tall. The fairies themselves take no heed of size. See Glossary 2. End of footnote. If he acknowledged their presence, they offered fulsome approbation and asked for more music. On certain occasions, fairy horn players asked to play along with him. Each time Shimrod made polite refusal. If he allowed such a duet, he might find himself playing forever. By day, by night, across the meadow, in the tree-tops, higgledy-piggledy through thorn and thicket, across the moors, underground in the shees. Footnote. Fairies share with humans the qualities of malice, spite, treachery, envy, and ruthlessness. They lack the equally human traits of clemency, kindness, pity. The fairy sense of humor never amuses its victim. End of footnote. The secret, so Shimrod knew, was never to accept the fairy's terms, but always to close the deal on one's own stipulations. Otherwise the bargain was sure to turn sour. One of those who listened as Shimrod played was a beautiful fairy maiden with flowing nut-brown hair. Shimrod tried to lure her into his house with the offer of sweetmeats. One day she approached and stood looking at him, mouth curved, eyes glinting with mischief. "And why would you wish me inside that great house of yours?" "Shall I be truthful? I would hope to make love to you." "Ah, but that is sweetness you should never try to taste, for you might become mad, and follow me forever making vain entreaties." "Vain, always and always? And you would cruelly deny me?" "Perhaps." "What if you discovered that warm human love was more pleasing than your bird-like fairy couplings? Then who would beseech and who would follow whom forever, making the vain entreaties of a lovesick fairy maid?" The fairy screwed up her face in puzzlement. "That concept has never occurred to me." "Then come inside and we shall see. First I will pour you wine of pomegranates. Then we will slip from our clothes and warm our skins by firelight." "And then?" "Then we will make the test to learn whose love is the warmer." The fairy maiden pulled her mouth together in a pout of mock outrage. "I should not flaunt before a stranger." "But I am no stranger. Even now, when you look at me, you melt with love." "I am frightened." Quickly she retreated, and Shimrod saw her no more. Spring arrived. The snows melted, and flowers bedizened the meadow. One sunny morning Shimrod left his manse and wandered the meadow, rejoicing in the flowers, the bright green foliage, the bird calls. He discovered a track leading north into the forest which he never before had noticed. Under the oaks, thick boled with sprawling branches, he followed the trail, back, forth, over a hillock, down into a dark glen, then up and through a clearing, walled with tall silver birches, sprinkled with blue cornflowers. The way led up over an outcrop of black rocks, and now, through the forest, Shimrod heard laments and outcries, punctuated by a reverberant thudding sound. Shimrod ran light-footed through the woods to discover among the rocks a tarn of black-green water. To the side, a long-bearded troll with an extravagantly large cudgel beat a lank, furry creature hanging like a rug on a line between a pair of trees. With every blow, the creature cried out for mercy. "Stop! No more! You are breaking my bones! Have you no pity? You have mistaken me, this is clear. My name is Gruffinet. No more! Use logic and reason." Shimrod moved forward. "Stop the blows!" The troll, 5 feet tall and burly, jumped around in surprise. He lacked a neck,
His head rested directly on the shoulders. He wore a dirty jerkin and trousers. A leather codpiece encased a set of very large genitals. Shimrod sauntered forward. "Why must you beat poor Gruffanet?"
"Why does one do anything?" growled the troll. "From a sense of purpose, for the sake of a job well done."
"That is a good response, but it leaves many questions unanswered," said Shimrod.
"Possibly so, but no matter. Be off with you. I wish to thrash this bastard hybrid of two bad dreams."
"It is all a mistake," bawled Gruffanet. "It must be resolved before damage is done. Lower me to the ground, where we can talk calmly without prejudice." The troll struck out with his cudgel.
"Silence!"
In a frantic spasm, Gruffanet won free of the bonds. He scrambled about the clearing on long, big-footed legs, hopping and dodging, while the troll chased after with his cudgel. Shimrod stepped forward and pushed the troll into the tarn. A few oily bubbles rose to the surface, and the tarn was once more smooth.
"Sir, that was a deft act," said Gruffanet. "I am in your debt."
Shimrod spoke modestly. "Truly no great matter."
"I regret that I must differ with you."
"Quite rightly," said Shimrod. "I spoke without thinking, and now I will bid you good day."
"One moment, sir. May I ask as to whom I am indebted?"
"I am Shimrod. I live at Trilda, a mile or so through the forest."
"Surprising! Few men of the human race visit these parts alone."
"I am a magician of sorts," said Shimrod. "The halflings avoid me." He looked Gruffanet up and down. "I must say that I have never seen another like you. What is your sort?" Gruffanet replied in a rather lofty manner,
"That is a topic which gentlefolk seldom see fit to discuss."
"My apologies. I intended no vulgarity. Once again I bid you good day."
"I will conduct you to Trilda," said Gruffanet. "These are dangerous parts. It is the least I can do."
"As you wish." The two returned to Lally Meadow. Shimrod halted. "You need come no farther. Trilda is only a few steps yonder."
"As we walked," said Gruffanet, "I pondered. It came to me that I am much in your debt."
"Say nothing more," declared Shimrod. "I am happy to have been of help."
"That is easy for you to say, but the burden weighs on my pride. I am forced to declare myself in your service until the score is settled. Do not refuse. I am adamant. You need provide only my food and shelter. I will take responsibility for tasks which otherwise might distract you, and even perform minor magics."
"Ah, you are also a magician?"
"An amateur of the art, little more. You may instruct me further if you like. After all, 2 trained minds are better than 1, and never forget security. When a person intently looks forward, he leaves his backside unguarded."
Shimrod could not shake Gruffanet's resolution, and Gruffanet became a member of the household. At first, Gruffanet and his activities were a distraction. 10 times in the first week Shimrod paused on the very verge of sending Gruffanet away, but always drew back in the face of Gruffanet's virtues, which were notable. Gruffanet caused no irregularities and disturbed none of Shimrod's properties. He was remarkably tidy and never out of sorts. Indeed, Gruffanet's high spirits caused the distractions. His mind was fertile, and his enthusiasms came one upon the other. For the first few days Gruffanet conducted himself with exaggerated diffidence. Even so, while Shimrod strained to memorize the interminable lists in the order of mutables, Gruffanet loped about the house talking to imaginary, or at least invisible, companions. Presently Shimrod's exasperation became amusement, and he found himself looking forward to Gruffanet's next outbreak of foolishness. One day Shimrod waved a fly from his work-table. At once Gruffanet became the vigilant enemy of flies, moths, bees, and other winged insects, allowing them no trespass. Unable to catch them, he opened wide the front door, then herded the individual insect to the outdoors. Meanwhile, a dozen others entered. Shimrod noticed Gruffanet's efforts, and worked a small bane upon Trilda, which sent every insect fleeing post-haste from the house. Gruffanet was greatly pleased by his success. At last, bored with boasting of his triumph over the insects, Gruffanet developed a new caprice. He spent several days contriving wings of withe and yellow silk, which he strapped to his lank torso. Looking from his window, Shimrod watched him running across Lally Meadow, flapping his wings and bounding into the air, hoping to fly like a bird. Shimrod was tempted to lift Gruffanet by magic and flit him aloft. He controlled the whimsy, lest Gruffanet become dangerously elated and bring himself to harm. Later in the afternoon, Gruffanet attempted a great bound and fell into Lally water. The fairies of Tuttifots-She spent themselves in immoderate glee, rolling and tumbling, kicking their legs into the air. Gruffanet threw aside the wings in disgust and limped back to Trilda. Gruffanet next gave himself to the study of the Egyptian pyramids.
"They are extraordinarily fine, and a credit to the pharaohs," declared Gruffanet.
Exactly so. On the next morning, Gruffanet spoke further on the subject.
"These mighty monuments are fascinating in their simplicity."
True.
"I wonder what might be their scope."
Shimrod shrugged. 100 yards to the side, more or less, or so I suppose. Later, Shimrod observed Gruffanet pacing out dimensions along Lally Meadow. He called out, "What are you doing?"
"Nothing of consequence."
"I hope you are not planning to build a pyramid. It would block the sunlight." Gruffanet paused in his pacing.
"Perhaps you are right."
He reluctantly suspended his plans, but quickly discovered a new interest. During the evening, Shimrod came into the parlor to light the lamps. Gruffanet stepped from the shadows.
"Now then, Sir Shimrod, did you see me as you passed?"
Shimrod's mind had been elsewhere, and Gruffanet had stood somewhat back past his range of vision. "For a fact," said Shimrod, "I utterly failed to see you."
"In that case," said Gruffanet, "I have learned the technique of invisibility."
"Wonderful. What is your secret?"
"I use the force of sheer will to put myself beyond perception."
"I must learn this method."
"Intellectual thrust, pure and simple, is the key,"
said Gruffanet, and added the warning,
"If you fail, don't be disappointed. It is a difficult feat."
"We shall see." The following day, Gruffanet experimented with his new sleight. Shimrod would call, "Gruffanet, where are you? Have you gone invisible again?" Whereupon Gruffanet would step from a corner of the room in triumph. One day Gruffanet suspended himself from the ceiling beams of the workroom on a pair of straps to hang as if in a hammock. Shimrod, upon entering the room, might have noticed nothing except that Gruffanet had neglected to put up his tail, which dangled into the middle of the room, terminating in a tuft of tawny fur. Gruffanet at last decided to put by all his previous ambitions and to become a magician in earnest. To this end he frequented the workroom, to watch Shimrod at his manipulations. He was, however, intensely afraid of fire. Whenever Shimrod, for one reason or another, excited a tongue of flame, Gruffanet bounded from the room in a panic, and at last put by his plans to become a magician. Midsummer's Eve drew near. Coincidentally, a series of vivid dreams came to disturb Shimrod's sleep. The landscape was always the same, a terrace of white stone overlooking a beach of white sand and a calm blue sea beyond. A marble balustrade enclosed the terrace, and low surf broke into foam along the beach. In the first dream, Shimrod leaned on the balustrade, idly surveying the sea. Along the beach came walking a dark-haired maiden in a sleeveless smock of a soft gray-brown cloth. As she approached, Shimrod saw that she was slender and an inch or so taller than medium stature. Black hair, caught in a twist of dark red twine, hung almost to her shoulders. Her arms and bare feet were graceful. Her skin was a pale olive. Shimrod thought her exquisitely beautiful, with an added quality which included both mystery and a kind of provocation that, rather than overt, was implicit in her very existence. As she passed, she turned Shimrod a somber half-smile, neither inviting nor forbidding, then went along the beach and out of sight. Shimrod stirred in his sleep and awoke. The second dream was the same, except that Shimrod called to the maiden and invited her to the terrace. She hesitated, smilingly shook her head, and passed on. On the third night she halted and spoke. "Why do you call me, Shimrod?" "I want you to stop, and at least talk with me." The maiden demurred. "I think not.
I know very little of men, and I am frightened, for I feel a strange impulse when I pass by."
On the fourth night the maiden of the dream paused, hesitated, then slowly approached the terrace. Shimrod stepped down to meet her, but she halted, and Shimrod found that he could approach her no more closely, which in the context of the dream seemed not unnatural. He asked, "Today will you speak to me?"
"I know of nothing to tell you."
"Why do you walk the beach?"
"Because it pleases me."
"Whence do you come, and where do you go?"
"I am a creature of your dreams. I walk in and out of thought."
"Dream thing or not, come closer and stay with me. Since the dream is mine, you must obey."
"That is not the nature of dreams."
As she turned away, she looked over her shoulder, and when at last Shimrod awoke, he remembered the exact quality of her expression.
Enchantment.
But to what purpose? Shimrod walked out on the meadow, considering the situation from every conceivable aspect. A sweet enticement was being laid upon him by subtle means, and no doubt to his eventual disadvantage. Who might work such a spell? Shimrod cast among the persons known to him, but none would seem to have reason to beguile him with so strangely beautiful a maiden. He returned to the workroom and tried to cast a portent, but the necessary detachment failed him, and the portent broke into a spatter of discordant colors. He sat late in the workroom that night, while a cool, dark wind sighed through the trees at the back of the manse. The prospect of sleep brought him both misgivings and an uneasy tingle of anticipation, which he tried to quell, but which persisted nevertheless. "Very well, then," Shimrod told himself in a surge of bravado. "Let us face up to the matter and discover where it leads." He took himself to his couch. Sleep was slow in coming. For hours he twitched through a troubled doze, sensitive to every fancy which chose to look into his mind. At last he slept. The dream came presently. Shimrod stood on the terrace. Along the beach came the maiden, bare-armed and bare-footed, her black hair blowing in the sea wind. She approached without haste. Shimrod waited imperturbably, leaning on the balustrade. To show impatience was poor policy, even in a dream. The maiden drew near. Shimrod descended the wide marble stairs. The wind died, and also the surf. The dark-haired maiden halted and stood waiting. Shimrod moved closer, and a waft of perfume reached him, the odor of violets. The two stood only a yard apart. He might have touched her. She looked into his face, smiling her pensive half-smile. She spoke.
"Shimrod, I may visit you no more."
"What is to stay you?"
"My time is short. I must go to a place behind the star Achernar."
"Is this of your own will where you would go?"
"I am enchanted."
"Tell me how to break the enchantment."
The maiden seemed to hesitate. "Not here."
"Where, then?"
"I will go to the Goblins' Fair. Will you meet me there?"
"Yes. Tell me of the enchantment, so that I may fix the counterspell." The maiden moved slowly away.
"At the Goblins' Fair."
With a single backward glance, she departed. Shimrod thoughtfully watched her retreating form. From behind him came a roaring sound, as of many voices raised in fury. He felt the thud of heavy footsteps, and stood paralyzed, unable to move or look over his shoulder. He awoke on his couch at Trilda, heart pumping and throat tight. The time was the darkest hour of the night, long before dawn could even be imagined. The fire had guttered low in the fireplace. All to be seen of Gruffanet, softly snoring in his deep cushion, was a foot and a lank tail. Shimrod built up the fire and returned to his couch. He lay listening to sounds of the night. From across the meadow came a sad, sweet whistle of a bird awakened, perhaps by an owl. Shimrod closed his eyes, and so slept the remainder of the night. The time of the Goblins' Fair was close at hand. Shimrod packed all his magical apparatus, books, librams, filters, and operators into a case, upon which he worked a spell of obfuscation, so that the case was first shrunk, then turned in from out 7 times to the terms of a secret sequence, so as finally to resemble a heavy black brick, which Shimrod hid under the hearth. Gruffanet watched from the doorway in total perplexity.
"Why do you do all this?"
"Because I must leave Trilda for a short period, and thieves will not steal what they cannot find." Gruffanet pondered the remark, his tail twitching first this way, then that, in synchrony with his thoughts.
"This, of course, is a prudent act. Still, while I am on guard, no thief would dare so much as to look in this direction."
"No doubt," said Shimrod, "but with double precautions our property is doubly safe." Gruffanet had no more to say, and went outside to survey the meadow. Shimrod took occasion to effect a third precaution, and installed a house eye high in the shadows, where it might survey household events. Shimrod packed a small knapsack and went to issue final instructions to Gruffanet, who lay dozing in the sunlight.
"Gruffanet, a last word."
Gruffanet raised his head.
"Speak. I am alert."
"I am going to the Goblins' Fair. You are now in charge of security and discipline. No creature, wild or otherwise, is to be invited inside. Pay no heed to flattery or soft words. Inform one and all that this is the manse Trilda, where no one is allowed."
"I understand, in every detail," declared Gruffanet. "My vision is keen. I have the fortitude of a lion. Not so much as a flea shall enter the house."
"Precisely correct. I am on my way."
"Farewell, Shimrod. Trilda is secure."
Shimrod set off into the forest. Once beyond Gruffanet's range of vision, he brought forth white feathers from his pouch and fixed them to his boots. He sang out, "Feather boots, be faithful to my needs. Take me where I will." The feathers fluttered to lift Shimrod and slide him away through the forest, under oaks pierced by shafts of sunlight. Celandine, violets, harebells grew in the shade. The clearings were bright with buttercups, cowslips, and red poppies. Miles went by. He passed fairy shees, black aster, caterlane, fair foery, and shadow thorn, seat of Rodion, king of all fairies. He passed goblin houses under the heavy roots of oak trees, and the ruins once occupied by the ogre Fidoch. When Shimrod paused to drink from a spring, a soft voice called his name from behind a tree. "Shimrod, Shimrod, where are you bound?" "Along the path and beyond," said Shimrod, and started along the way. The soft voice came after him. "Alas, Shimrod, that you did not stay your steps, if only for a moment, perhaps to alter events to come." Shimrod made no reply, nor paused, on the theory that anything offered in the forest of Tantravallis must command an exorbitant price. The voice faded to a murmur and was gone. He presently joined the great North Road, an avenue only a trifle wider than the first, and bounded north at speed. He paused to drink water, where an outcrop of grey rock rose beside the way, and low green bushes laden with dark red riddleberries, from which fairies pressed their wine, were shaded by twisted black cypresses, growing in cracks and crevices. Shimrod reached to pick the berries, but noting a flutter of filmy garments, he thought better of such boldness, and turned back to the way, only to be pelted with a handful of berries. Shimrod ignored the impudence, as well as the trills and titters which followed. The sun sank low, and Shimrod entered a region of low rocks and outcrops, where the trees grew gnarled and contorted, and the sunlight seemed the color of dilute blood, while the shadows were smears of dark blue. Nothing moved, no wind stirred the leaves, yet this strange territory was surely perilous and had best be put behind before nightfall. Shimrod ran north at great speed. The sun dropped past the horizon. Mournful colors filled the sky. Shimrod climbed to the top of a stony mound. He placed down a small box which expanded to the dimensions of a hut. Shimrod entered, closed and barred the door, ate from the larder, then reclined on the couch and slept. He awoke during the night, and for half an hour watched processions of small red and blue lights moving across the forest floor, then returned to his couch. An hour later his rest was disturbed by the cautious scrape of fingers or claws, first along the wall, then at his door, pushing and prying, then at the panes of the window. Then the hut thudded as the creature leapt to the roof. Shimrod set the lamp aglow, drew his sword, and waited. A moment passed. Down the chimney reached a long arm, the color of putty. The fingers, tipped with little pads like the toes of a frog, reached into the room. Shimrod struck with his sword, severing the hand at the wrist. The stump oozed black-green blood. From the roof came a moan of dismal distress. The creature fell to the ground, and once again there was silence. Shimrod examined the severed member. Rings decorated the 4 fingers. The thumb wore a heavy silver ring with a turquoise cabochon. An inscription mysterious to Shimrod encircled the stone. Magic? Whatever its nature, it had failed to protect the hand. Shimrod cut loose the rings, washed them well, tucked them into his pouch, and returned to sleep. In the morning Shimrod reduced the hut and proceeded along the trail, which stopped short on the banks of the river Tway. Shimrod crossed at a single bound. The trail continued beside the river, which at intervals widened into placid ponds reflecting weeping willows and reeds. Then the river swerved south, and the trail once more north. 2 hours into the afternoon he arrived at the iron post which marked that intersection known as Twitten's Corner. A sign, "The Laughing Sun and the Crying Moon," hung at the door of a long, low inn, constructed of rough-hewn timber. Directly below the sign, a heavy door bound with iron clasps opened into the common room of the inn. Entering, Shimrod saw tables and benches to the left side, a counter to the right. Here worked a tall, narrow-faced youth with white hair and silver eyes, and, so Shimrod surmised, a proportion of halfling blood in his veins. Shimrod approached the counter. The youth came to serve him. "Sir?" "I wish accommodation, if such is available." "I believe that we are full, sir, owing to the fair, but you had best ask of Huckshank, the innkeeper. I am the pot-boy and lack all authority." "Be so good, then, as to summon Huckshank." A voice spoke. "Who pronounces my name?" From the kitchen came a man of heavy shoulders, short legs, and no perceptible neck. Thick hair, with much the look of old thatch, covered the dome of his head. Golden eyes and pointed ears again indicated halfling blood. Shimrod responded, "I spoke your name, sir. I wish accommodation, but I understand that you may be full." "That is more or less true. Usually I can supply all grades of accommodation at varying prices, but now the choice is limited. What did you have in mind?" "I would hope for a chamber, clean and airy, without insect population, a comfortable bed, good food, and low to moderate rates." Huckshank rubbed his chin. "This morning one of my guests was stung by a brass-horned natrid. He became uneasy and ran off down the west road without settling his account. I can offer you his chamber, along with good food, at moderate cost. Or you may share a stall with the natrid for a lesser sum." "I prefer the room," said Shimrod. "That would be my own choice," said Huckshank. "This way, then." He led Shimrod to a chamber which Shimrod found adequate to his needs. Huckshank said, "You speak with a good voice and carry yourself like a gentleman. Still I detect about you the odor of magic." "It emanates, perhaps, from these rings." "Interesting," said Huckshank. "For such rings I will trade you a high-spirited black unicorn. Some say that only a virgin may ride this creature, but never believe it. What does a unicorn care about chastity? Even were he so nice, how would he make his findings? Would maidens be apt to display the evidence so readily? I think not. We may dismiss the concept as an engaging fable, but no more." "In any case, I need no unicorn." Huckshank, disappointed, took his departure. Shimrod shortly returned to the common room, where he took a leisurely supper. Other visitors to the goblins' fair sat in small groups, discussing their wares and transacting business. Little conviviality was evident. There was no hearty tossing back of beer, nor jests called across the room. Rather, the patrons bent low over their tables, muttering and whispering, with suspicious glances darted to the side. Heads jerked back in outrage, eyeballs rolled toward the ceiling. There were quivering fists, sudden indrawn breaths, sibilant exclamations at prices considered excessive. These were dealers in amulets, talismans, effectuaries, curios, and oddments, of value real or purported. Two wore the blue and white striped robes of Mauritania, another the coarse tunic of Ireland. Several used the flat accents of Armorica, and one golden-haired man with blue eyes and blunt features might have been a Lombard or an Eastern Goth. A certain number displayed the signals of halfling blood, pointed ears, eyes of odd color, extra fingers. Few women were present, and none resembled the maiden Shimrod had come to meet. Shimrod finished his supper, then went to his chamber, where he slept undisturbed the night through. In the morning Shimrod breakfasted upon apricots, bread, and bacon, then sauntered without haste to the meadow behind the inn, which was already enclosed within a ring of booths. For an hour Shimrod strolled here and there, then seated himself on a bench between a cage of beautiful young hobgoblins with green wings and a vendor of aphrodisiacs. The day passed without notable event. Shimrod returned to the inn. The next day also was spent in vain, though the fair had reached its peak of activity. Shimrod waited without impatience. By the very nature of such affairs, the maiden would delay her appearance until Shimrod's restlessness had eroded his prudence, if indeed she elected to appear at all. Midway through the afternoon of the third day, the maiden entered the clearing. She wore a long black cloak flared over a pale tan gown. The hood was thrown back to reveal a circlet of white and purple violets around her black hair. She looked about the meadow in a frowning reverie, as if wondering why she had come. Her gaze fell upon Shimrod, passed him by, then dubiously returned. Shimrod rose to his feet and approached her. He spoke in a gentle voice. "Dream maiden, I am here." Sidelong over her shoulder she watched him approach, smiling her half-smile. Slowly she turned to face him. She seemed, thought Shimrod, somewhat more self-assured, more certainly a creature of flesh and blood than the maiden of abstract beauty who had walked through his dreams. She said, "I am here too, as I promised." Shimrod's patience had been tried by the wait. He made a terse observation. "You came in no fury of haste." The maiden showed only amusement. "I knew you would wait." "If you came only to laugh at me, I am not gratified." "One way or the other, I am here." Shimrod considered her with analytical detachment, which she seemed to find irksome. She asked, "Why do you look at me so?" "I wonder what you want of me." She shook her head sadly. "You are wary. You do not trust me." "You would think me a fool if I did." She laughed. "Still, a gallant, reckless fool." "I am gallant and reckless to be here at all." "You were not so distrustful in the dreaming." "Then you were dreaming too when you walked along the beach?" "How could I enter your dreams unless you were in mine? But you must ask no questions. You are Shimrod. I am Melanchthie. We are together, and that defines our world." Shimrod took her hands and drew her a step closer. The odor of violets suffused the air between them. "Each time you speak, you reveal a new paradox. How could you know to call me Shimrod? I named no names in my dreams." Melanchthie laughed. "Be reasonable, Shimrod. Is it likely that I should wander into the dream of someone even whose name I did not know? To do so would violate the precepts of both politeness and propriety." "That is a marvelous and fresh viewpoint," said Shimrod. "I am surprised that you dared so boldly. You must know that in dreams propriety is often disregarded." Melanchthie tilted her head, grimaced, jerked her shoulders,
as might a silly young girl. "I would take care to avoid improper dreams." Shimrod led her to a bench somewhat apart from the traffic of the fair. The two sat half-facing, knees almost touching. Shimrod said, "The truth, and all the truth, must be known." "How so, Shimrod?" "If I may not ask questions, or, more accurately, if you give me no answers, how can I not feel uneasiness and distrust in your company?" She leaned half an inch toward him, and he again noticed the scent of violets. "You came here freely to meet someone you had known only in your dreams. Was this not an act of commitment?" "In a certain sense. You beguiled me with your beauty. I gladly succumbed. I yearned then, as I do now, to take such fabulous beauty and such intelligence for my own. In coming here I made an implicit pledge in the realm of love. In meeting me here you also made the same implicit pledge." "I spoke neither pledge nor promise." "Nor did I. Now they must be spoken by both of us, so that all things may be justly weighed." Melanchthon laughed uncomfortably and moved on the bench. "The words will not come to my mouth. I cannot speak them. Somehow I am constrained."
"By your virtue?"
"Yes, if you must have it so."
Shimrod reached and took her hands in his.
"If we are to be lovers, then virtue must stand aside."
"It is more than virtue alone. It is dread."
"Of what?"
"I find it too strange to talk about."
"Love need not be dreadful. We must relieve you of this fear."
Melanchthon said softly, "You are holding my hands in yours."
"Yes."
"You are the first to hold me." Shimrod looked into her face. Her mouth, rose-red on the pale olive of her face, was fascinating in its flexibility. He leaned forward and kissed her, though she might have turned her head to avoid him. He thought her mouth trembled under his. She drew away. "That meant nothing."
"It meant only that as lovers we kissed each other."
"Nothing truly happened."
Shimrod shook his head in perplexity.
"Who is seducing whom? If we are working to the same ends, there is no need for so many cross purposes."
Melanchthon groped for a reply. Shimrod pulled her close and would have kissed her again, but she pulled away.
"First, you must serve me."
"In what fashion?"
"It is simple enough. In the forest nearby, a door opens into the otherwhere, Irerly. One of us must go through this door and bring back 13 gems of different colors, while the other guards the access."
"That would seem to be dangerous work, at least for whomever enters Irerly."
"That is why I came to you." Melanchthon rose to her feet. "Come, I will show you."
"Now?"
"Why not? The door is yonder through the forest."
"Very well, then. Lead the way."
Melanchthon, hesitating, looked askance at Shimrod. His manner was altogether too easy. She had expected beseechments, protests, stipulations, and attempts to force her into commitments which, so far, she felt she had evaded.
"Come, then."
She took him away from the meadow and along a faint trail into the forest. The trail led this way and that, through dappled shade, past logs supporting brackets and shelves of archaic fungus, beside clusters of celandines, anemones, monkshood, and harebells. Sounds faded behind them, and they were alone. They came to a small glade shadowed under tall birch, alders, and oaks. An outcrop of black gabbro edged up from among dozens of white amaryllis to become a low crag with a single steep face. Into this face of black rock an iron-bound door had been fitted. Shimrod looked around the clearing. He listened. He searched sky and trees. Nothing could be seen or heard. Melanchthon went to the door. She pulled at a heavy iron latch, drew it ajar to display a wall of blank rock. Shimrod watched from a little distance with a polite if detached interest. Melanchthon looked at him from the corner of her eye. Shimrod's unconcern seemed most peculiar. From her cape, Melanchthon brought a curious hexagonal pattern, which she touched to the center of the stone, where it clung. After a moment the stone dissolved to become luminous mist. She stood back and turned to Shimrod. "There is the gap into Irerly." "And a fine gap it is. There are questions I must ask if I am to guard effectively. First, how long will you be gone? I would not care to shiver here all night through." Melanchthon, turning, approached Shimrod and put her hands on his shoulders. The odor of violets came sweetly across the air. "Shimrod, do you love me?" "I am fascinated and obsessed." Shimrod put his arms around her waist and drew her close. "Today it is too late for Irerly. Come, we will return to the inn. Tonight you will share my chamber, and much else besides." Melanchthon, with her face 3 inches from his, said softly, "Would you truly wish to learn how much I could love you?" "That is exactly what I have in mind. Come, Irerly can wait." "Shimrod, do this for me. Go into Irerly and bring me 13 spangling jewels, each of a different color, and I will guard the passage." "And then?" "You will see." Shimrod tried to take her to the turf. "Now." "No, Shimrod. After." The two stared eye to eye. Shimrod thought, "I dare press her no further. Already I have forced her to a statement." He closed his fingertips against an amulet and spoke between his teeth the syllables of a spell which had lain heavy in his mind, and time separated into 7 strands. One strand of the 7 lengthened and looped away at right angles to create a temporal hiatus. Along this strand moved Shimrod, while Melanchthon, the clearing in the forest, and all beyond remained static. Chapter 14. Murgen resided at Smod, a stone manse of 50 vast echoing chambers, high in the Tich-Tak-Tich. At the best speed of the feathered boots, Shimrod flew, bounded and leapt along the east-west road from Twitten's Corner to Oswy Undervale, then by a side trail to Smod. Murgen's dreadful sentries allowed him to pass unchallenged. The front door opened at Shimrod's approach. He entered to find Murgen awaiting him at a large table laid with a linen cloth and silver utensils. "Be seated," said Murgen. "You will be both hungry and thirsty." "I am both." Servants brought tureens and platters. Shimrod satisfied his hunger while Murgen tasted trifles of this and that, and listened silently while Shimrod told of his dreams, of Melanchthon, and the opening into Irerly. "I feel that she came to me under compulsion, otherwise her conduct can't be explained. At one moment she shows an almost childlike cordiality, the next she becomes totally cynical in her calculations. Purportedly she wants 13 gems from Irerly, but I suspect that her motives are otherwise. She is so sure of my infatuation that she barely troubles to dissemble." Murgen said, "The affair exudes the odor of Tamarello. If he defeats you, he weakens me. Then, since he uses Melanchthon, his agency cannot be proved. He toyed with the witch Desmay, then tired of her. For revenge she contrived 2 creatures of ideal beauty, Melanchthon and Ford Carfiliot. She intended that Melanchthon, aloof and unattainable, should madden Tamarello. Alas for Desmay! Tamarello preferred Ford Carfiliot, who is far from aloof. Together they range the near and far shores of unnatural junction." "How could Tamarello control Melanchthon?" "I have no inkling of how it might be, if indeed he is involved." "So then, what should I do?" "Yours is the passion. You must fulfill it as you choose." "Well, then, what of Irerly?" "If you go there as you are now, you will never return. That is my guess."
Shimrod spoke sadly. I find it hard to join such faithlessness with such beauty. She gambles a dangerous game with her living self for her stake. No less do you, with your dead self as yours. Shimrod, daunted by the thought, sat back in his chair. Worst of all, she intends to win. And yet— Mergen waited. And yet? Only that. I see. Mergen poured wine into the 2 glasses. She must not win, if for no other reason than to thwart Tamarello. Now, and perhaps forever hence, I am preoccupied with doom. I saw the portent in the form of a tall sea-green wave. I must address myself to the problem, and you may have my power, perhaps, before you are ready for it. Prepare yourself, Shimrod. But first purge yourself of the infatuation, and there is but a single means to this end. Shimrod returned to Twitten's corner on his feathered feet. He proceeded to the glade where he had left Melanthe. She stood as he had left her. He searched the glade. No one skulked in the shade. He looked into the portal. Green striations swam and swirled to blur the passage into Irerly. From his pouch he took a ball of yarn. After knotting the loose end into a crack in the iron of the door, he tossed the ball into the opening. Now he rewove the 7 strands of time and re-entered the ordinary environment. Melanthe's words still hung in the air. And then you will see. You must promise. Melanthe sighed. When you come back, you shall have all my love. Shimrod reflected. And we shall be lovers in spirit and body, so you promise? Melanthe winced and closed her eyes. Yes, I will praise you and caress you, and you may commit your erotic fornications upon my body. Is that definite enough? I will accept it in lieu of anything better. Tell me something of Irerly and what I must look for. You will find yourself in an interesting land of living mountains. They bellow and yell, but for the most part it is all braggadocio. I am told that they are ordinarily benign. And should I encounter one of the other sort? Melanthe smiled her pensive smile. Then we shall avoid the qualms and perplexities of your return. The remark, thought Shimrod, might as happily been left unsaid. Melanthe went on in an abstracted voice. Perceptions occur by unusual methods. She gave Shimrod 3 small transparent discs. These will expedite your search. In fact, you will go instantly mad without them. As soon as you pass the portal, place these on your cheeks and your forehead. They are sandestin scales, and will accommodate your senses to Irerly. What is that pack you carry? I had not noticed it before. Personal effects and the like, don't concern yourself. What of the gems? They occur in 13 colors not known here. Their function, either here or there, I do not know. But you must find them and bring them away. Exactly so, said Shimrod. Now, kiss me to demonstrate goodwill. Shimrod, you are far too frivolous. And trusting? Melanthe, as Shimrod watched, seemed to flicker or give a quick jerk of movement. Now she was smiling. Trusting? Not altogether. Now then, even to enter Irerly, you will need this sheath. It is stuff to protect you from emanations. Take these as well. She tendered a pair of iron scorpions crawling at the end of golden chains. These are named Hither and Thither. One will take you there, the other will bring you here. You need nothing more. And you will wait here? Yes, dear Shimrod. Now go. Shimrod enveloped himself in the sheath, placed the sandestin scales to his forehead and cheeks, took the iron charms. Thither, take me to Irerly. He slipped into the passage, picked up his ball of yarn, and went forward. Green fluctuations swarmed and pulsed. A green wind whirled him afar. Another force of mingled mauve and blue-green sent him careening in other directions. The yarn spun out between his fingers. The iron scorpion known as Thither gave a great bound and pulled Shimrod to a passing luminosity and down into Irely. Chapter 15. In Irely, conditions were less easy than Shimrod had hoped. The sheath of Sandestin stuff lacked consistency and allowed sound and two other Irelish sentiments, tois and glirry, to chafe against his flesh. The iron insects, both hither and thither, at once shriveled into mounds of ash. The fabric of Irely was viciously malign. Or, so Shimrod speculated, the creatures might not have been Sandestins after all. Further, the discs intended to assist perception were out of proper adjustment, and Shimrod experienced a startling set of dislocations, a sound that reached him as a jet of ill-smelling liquid. Other scents were red cones and yellow triangles, which upon adjustment of the discs disappeared completely. Vision expressed itself as taut lines striking across space, dripping fire. He worked at the discs, testing various orientations, quivering to implausible pains and sounds which crawled across his skin on spider legs, until by accident the incoming percepts made contact with the appropriate areas of his brain. The unpleasant sensations dwindled, at least temporarily, and Shimrod gratefully took stock of Irely. He apprehended a landscape of vast extent, dotted with isolated mountains of grey-yellow custard, each terminating in a ludicrous semi-human face. All faces were turned toward himself, displaying outrage and censure. Some showed cataclysmic scowls and grimaces, others produced thunderous belches of disdain. The most intemperate extruded a pair of liver-colored tongues, dripping magma which tinkled in falling like small bells. One or two spat jets of hissing green sound, which Shimrod avoided, so that they struck other mountains to cause new disturbance. Shimrod, in accordance with Murgen's instructions, called out in an amicable voice, "Gentlemen, gentlemen, tranquillity! After all, I am a guest in your remarkable domain, and I deserve your consideration." One great mountain, 75 miles distant, roared in a crescendo. Others named themselves guests, but instead proved to be thieves and predators. They came to plunder us of our thunder eggs. Now we trust no one. I request the mountains Mank and Elfard to concatenate upon your substance. Shimrod again called for attention. "I am not what you think. The great magicians of the Elder Isles recognize the harms you have endured. They marvel at your stoic patience. Indeed, I have been sent here to make commendations for these qualities and your general excellence. Never have I witnessed magma ejected with such precision. Never before have there been such grotesque gesticulations." "That is easy to say," grumbled the mountain who previously had spoken. "Further," declared Shimrod, "I and my fellows vie in our detestation of thieves and predators. We have killed several, and now wish to restore the booty. Gentlemen, I have here as many of your thunder eggs as was possible to recover on short notice." He opened his knapsack and poured out a number of river pebbles. The mountains displayed doubt and bafflement, and several began to produce small jets of magma. A strip of parchment emerged from Shimrod's sack. He plucked it from the atmosphere and read, "I, Murgen, write these words. You now know that beauty and faith are not interchangeable qualities. After you deceived the witch Melanthe with a hiatus, she worked a similar trick and plucked you clean of your thunder eggs, so that the mountains might strike you with jets of magma. I suspected such a trick and stood by to work a third hiatus, during which I replaced in your pouch the thunder eggs and all else she had stolen. Proceed as before, but go warily." Shimrod called out to the mountains,
And now the thunder eggs." He groped into his pouch and brought forth a sack. With a flourish he spread the contents upon a nearby excrescence. The mountains became at once mollified and gave over their displays. One of the most notable, at a distance of 120 miles, projected a meaning. "Well done. Accept our friendly welcome. Do you intend to reside here at length?" "Urgent business calls me home almost immediately. I merely wished to restore your property and to take note of your splendid achievements." "Allow me to explain a few aspects of our beloved land. As a basis, you must understand that we subscribe to 3 competing religions: the doctrine of archoid clincture, the shrouded macrolith, which I personally consider a fallacy, and the noble derelictionary toxin. These differ in significant detail." The mountain continued in this wise for a goodly period, propounding analogies and examples, and from time to time gently testing Shimrod's understanding of the unfamiliar enlightenments. Shimrod at last said, "Most interesting. My ideas have been profoundly altered." "A pity you must depart. Do you intend to return, perhaps, with more thunder eggs?" "As soon as possible. In the meantime, I would like to take with me a few souvenirs to keep Irely fresh in my memory." "No problem whatever. What strikes your fancy?" "Well, what about the small glittering objects which show many entrancing colors? 13 in all. I might well accept a set of those." "You refer to the florid little pustules which accumulate around certain of our orifices. We think of them as cankers, if you will forgive the word. Take as many as you like." "In that case, however many will fit into this pouch?" "It will accommodate only a single set." "Mank, Idisk, a few of your choicest pustules, if you will. Now, returning to our discussion of teleological anomalies, how do your own savants reconcile the various antic overviews to which we have made reference?" "Well, in the main, they take the bad with the good." "Aha! That would be consonant with original Gnosticism, as I have long suspected. Well, perhaps strong feelings are unwise. You have packed your keepsakes? Good. Incidentally, how will you return? I notice that your Sandestins have dissipated into dust." "I need only follow this line to the portal." "A clever theory. It implies a whole new and revolutionary logic." A far mountain ejected high a jet of blue magma to express displeasure. "As always, Dodar's concepts almost superstitiously range the inconceivable." "Not so," declared Dodar stoutly. "A final anecdote to illustrate my point. But no, I see that Shimrod is anxious to depart. A pleasant journey, then." Shimrod groped his way along the yarn, sometimes in several directions at once, through clouds of bitter music, across the soft bellies of what he whimsically conceived to be dead ideas. Green and blue winds thrust from below and above, with such force that he feared for the strength of the yarn, which seemed to have acquired a curious resilience. Finally, the ball of yarn reached its original dimension, and Shimrod knew that he must be close upon the aperture. He came upon a Sandestin in the form of a fresh-faced boy sitting on a rock and holding the end of the yarn. Shimrod halted. The Sandestin rose languidly erect. "You are carrying 13 baubles?" "So I am, and I am now ready to return." "Give me the baubles. I must convey them through the whirl." Shimrod demurred. "Better that I carry them. They are too delicate for the care of a subordinate." The Sandestin tossed aside the loose end of yarn and disappeared into green mist, and Shimrod was left holding a useless ball of yarn. Time passed. Shimrod waited, ever more uncomfortable. His protective mantle had frayed to the verge of collapse, and his perceptual discs were presenting sets of unreliable images. The Sandestin returned, with the air of one who had nothing better to do. "I'm instructed as before. Give me the baubles." "Not one! Does your mistress consider me such a moon-calf?" The Sandestin departed into a tangle of green membranes, looking with sardonic finality back over its shoulder. Shimrod sighed.
Faithlessness, utter and absolute, had been proved. From his pouch he brought those articles provided by Mergen, a sandstin of that sort known as a hexamorph, several capsules of gas, and a tile inscribed with the spell of invincible thrust. Shimrod instructed the sandstin, "Lead me back through the whirl, back to the glade by Twitten's corner." "The sphincter has been sealed by your enemies. We must go by way of the 5 clefts and a perturbation. We are gas and prepare to use the spell." Shimrod surrounded himself in gas from one of the bladders. It clung to him like syrup. The sandstin led him a far way and eventually allowed him to rest. "Be at your ease, we must wait." Time passed. Of a duration Shimrod could not reckon. The sandstin spoke. "Prepare your spell." Shimrod took the syllables into his mind, and the runes faded from the tile, leaving a blank shard. "Now, speak your spell." Shimrod stood in the glade where he had come with Melanchthie. She was nowhere to be seen. The time was late afternoon on a grey, chilly day of late autumn or winter. Clouds hung low over the glade. Trees surrounding held up stark branches, marking the sky with black. The face of the bluff no longer showed an iron door. The laughing sun and the crying moon on this winter evening was warm and comfortable and almost empty of guests. Hawkshank the landlord welcomed Shimrod with a polite smile.
"I am happy to see you, sir. I feared that you had suffered a mishap."
"Your fears were by and large accurate."
"It is no novelty. Each year folk strangely disappear from the fair."
Shimrod's garments were torn, and the fabric had suffered rot. When he looked in the mirror, he saw haggard cheeks, staring eyes, and skin stained the curious brown of weathered wood. After his supper he sat brooding by the fire. Melanchthie, he reasoned, had sent him into Irely for one of several possible purposes: to acquire the 13 spangled gems, to ensure his death, or both. His death would seem her prime purpose. Otherwise she might have allowed him to bring out the gems. At the cost of her virtue? Shimrod smiled. She would break her promise as easily as she had broken faith. In the morning Shimrod paid his score, adjusted the feathers to his new boots, and departed Twitten's corner. In due course he arrived at Trilda. The meadow showed dreary and bleak under the lowering clouds. An additional quality of desolation surrounded the manse. Shimrod approached, step by step, then halted to appraise the manse. The door hung ajar. He went forward slowly and entered through the broken door, into the parlor, and here he found the corpse of Gruffanet, who had been suspended from the ceiling beams by his lank legs and burned over a fire, presumably that he might be forced to reveal the location of Shimrod's treasures. By the look of affairs, Gruffanet's tail had first been roasted away inch by inch on a brazier. At the last his head had been lowered into the flames. No doubt in a hysteria he had screamed out his knowledge, suffering agonies as much for his own weakness as for the fire he dreaded so much. And then, to silence his raving, someone had split his charred face with a cleaver. Shimrod looked under the hearth, but the gnarled object which represented his store of magical adjuncts was gone. He had expected nothing else. He knew rudimentary skills, a few charlatans' tricks, a clever spell or two. Never a great magician, Shimrod was now barely a magician of any sort. Melanchthie. She had given him no more faith than he had given her. Still, he would have brought her no great harm, while she had sealed the portal against him so that he should die in Irely. Melanchthie, dire Melanchthie, for your crimes you will suffer. I escaped, and so I won, but in that absence caused by you I lost my possessions, and Gruffanet lost his life. You will suffer accordingly. So raved Shimrod as he stalked about the manse. The robbers who had seized upon his absence to pillage Trilda, they also must be captured and punished. Who might they be? The house established for just such contingencies. But no, first he would bury Graffinet, and this he did in a bower behind the manse, along with his friend's small possessions. He finished in the fading light of late afternoon. Returning inside the manse, he set every lamp aglow and built a fire in the fireplace. Still Trilda seemed bleak. Shimrod brought the house down from the ridge beam and set it on the carved table in the parlor, where, upon stimulus, it recreated what it had observed during Shimrod's absence. The first few days passed without incident. Graffinet zealously discharged his duties, and all was well. Then, during the middle of a languid summer afternoon, the nunciator cried out, "I spy 2 strangers of ilk unknown. They approach from the south." Graffinet hurriedly donned his dress helmet and took up what he considered a posture of authority in the doorway. He called out, "Strangers, be so good as to halt. This is Trilda, manse of the master magician Shimrod, and at the moment under my protection. Since I recognize no business with you, in courtesy go your way." A voice replied, "We request of you refreshment, a loaf, a bite of cheese, a cup of wine, and we will travel onward." "Come no further. I will bring you food and drink where you stand. Then you must go your way at once. Such are my orders." "Sir Knight, we shall do as you deem proper." Graffinet, flattered, turned away, but was instantly seized and trussed tight with leather straps, and so began the dreadful business of the afternoon. The intruders were 2, a tall, handsome man with the clothes and manners of a gentleman, and his subordinate. The gentleman was of fine and graceful physique. Glossy black hair framed a set of well-shaped features. He wore dark green hunting leathers, with a black cape, and carried the long sword of a knight. The second robber showed 2 inches less of stature and 6 inches more of girth. His features were compressed, twisted, crumpled together, as if smeared. A nutmeg-brown mustache drooped over his mouth. His arms were heavy, his legs were thin and seemed to pain him as he walked, so that he used a careful, mincing gait. It was he who worked mischief upon Graffinet, while the other leaned against a table drinking wine and offering suggestions. At last the deed was done. Graffinet hung smoking. The involuted box of valuables had been taken from its hiding-place. "So far so good," declared the black-haired knight. "Though Shimrod has snarled his treasures into a riddle, still we have each done well." "It is a happy occasion. I have toiled long and hard. Now I may rest and enjoy my wealth." The knight laughed indulgently. "I rejoice for you. After a lifetime of lopping heads, winding the rack, and twisting noses, you have become a person of substance, perhaps even of social pretension. Will you become a gentleman?" "Not I. My face tells all. Here, it says, stands a thief and a hangman. So be it. Good trades both, and alas for my sore knees that bar me from either." "A pity. Such skills as yours are rare." "In all truth, I've lost my taste for gut-cutting by firelight, and as for thieving, my poor sore knees are no longer fit for the trade. They bend both ways and snap aloud. Still, I won't deny myself a bit of purse-slitting and picking of pockets, for amusement's sake." "So, where will you go for your new career?" "I'll be away to De Haute, and there I'll follow the fairs, and perhaps I'll become a Christian. If you need me, leave word in Avalon, at the place I mentioned." Shimrod flew on feathered feet to Swur Smod. A proclamation hung on the door. "The land is uneasy, and the future is uncertain. Murgen must give over his ease that he may solve the problems of doom. To those who have come as visitors, he regrets his absence. Friends and persons in need may take shelter, but my protection is not guaranteed. To those who intend harm, I need say nothing. They already know." Shimrod indited a message which he left on the table of the main hall. "There is little to say, other than that I have come and gone. On my travels, affairs went according to plan, but there were losses at Trilda. I will return, so I hope, within the year, or as soon as justice has been done, I leave in your care the gems of 13 colors." He ate from Mergen's larder and slept on a couch in the hall. In the morning he dressed in the costume of a wandering musician, a green brimless cap pointed at the front with a panache of owl's feathers, tight trousers of green twill, a blue tunic, and a nut-brown cape. On the great table he found a silver penny, a dagger, and a small 6-stringed cadensis of unusual shape, which almost of its own accord produced lively tunes. Shimrod pocketed the coin, tucked the dagger into his girdle, slung the cadensis over his shoulder. Then, departing Swir Smod, he set off across the forest of Tantravalis toward Dahot. Chapter 16. In a bell-shaped cell 14 feet in diameter and 70 feet underground, days were differentiated by the most trivial circumstances: the drip of rain, the glimpse of blue sky, an extra crust in the rations. Alis recorded the passage of days by placing pebbles on a ledge. Each 10 pebbles in the unit area yielded a single pebble in the 10 area. On the day after 9 tens and 9 units, Alis placed a single pebble in the 100 area. He was fed a loaf of bread, a jug of water, and either a bundle of carrots or turnips, or a head of cabbage, every 3 days, by means of a basket lowered from above. Alis often wondered how long he would live. At first he lay inert, in apathy. At last, with vast effort, he forced himself to exercise, pushing, pulling, jumping, tumbling. As his muscular tone returned, so rose his morale. Escape, not impossible. But how? He tried scratching handholds into the stone wall. The proportions and cross-section of the cell guaranteed failure for this approach. He tried to lift the stones of the floor, that he might pile them and so reach the shaft, but the joints were too tight and the blocks too heavy. Another program he was forced to discard. The days passed one by one, and the months. In the garden the days and months also passed, and Suldrun swelled with the child conceived by Alis and herself. King Casmir had forbidden the garden to all but a deaf-mute kitchen-maid. Brother Umfred, however, considered himself, a priest of the cloth, exempt from the ban, and visited Suldrun after about 3 months. Hoping for news, Suldrun tolerated his presence, but Brother Umfred could tell her nothing. He suspected that Alis had felt the full weight of King Casmir's wrath, and since this was also Suldrun's belief, she put no more questions. Brother Umfred attempted a few half-hearted intimacies, at which Suldrun went into the chapel and closed the door. And Brother Umfred departed, without noticing that Suldrun already had started to swell. 3 months later he returned, and now Suldrun's condition was evident. Brother Umfred made the sly observation, "Suldrun, my dear, you are becoming stout." Without words, Suldrun once more rose to her feet and went into the chapel. Brother Umfred sat a few moments in deep reflection, then went to consult his register. He calculated forward from the date of marriage, and arrived at a tentative birth date. Since conception had occurred several weeks before the marriage, his date was just so much in error, a detail which escaped Brother Umfred's attention. The great fact was pregnancy. How best could he profit from this choice item of knowledge, which seemed known only to himself? Further weeks passed by. Brother Umfred contrived 100 schemes, but none gained him advantage, and he held his tongue. Suldrun well understood Brother Umfred's calculations. Her concern grew as her time approached. Sooner or later Brother Umfred must sidle up to King Casmir, and, in that unlikely mingling of humility and impudence, disclose her precious secret. What then? Her imagination dared not venture so far. Whatever might happen would not be to her liking. The time grew short. In a sudden panic, Suldrun scrambled up the hillside and over the wall. She hid herself where she could watch the peasants on their way to and from the market. On the second day she intercepted a Hermie,
who, after whispered exclamations of astonishment, climbed over the stones and into the garden. She wept and hugged Suldrun and demanded to know what had gone wrong with the plan to escape. All had been in readiness. Suldrun explained as best she could. "What of Ailus?" Suldrun knew nothing. The silence was sinister. Ailus must be considered dead. Together they wept anew, and Hermie cursed the unnatural tyrant who would visit such misery upon his daughter. Hermie calculated months and days. She judged time against cycles of the moon, and so determined when Suldrun most likely would give birth. The time was near, perhaps 5 days, perhaps 10, no more, and all without a vestige of preparation. "You shall run away again tonight," declared Hermie. Wistfully, Suldrun rejected the idea. "You are the first they would think of, and terrible things would happen." "What of the child? They will take it away from you." Once more Suldrun could not restrain tears, and Hermie held her close. "Listen now to a crafty thought. My niece is a half-wit. 3 times she has come pregnant by the stable boy, another half-wit. The first 2 infants died at once, from sheer confusion. She is already cramping, and presently will deliver her 3rd brat, which no one, least of all herself, wants. Be of good cheer. Somehow we shall rescue the situation." Suldrun said sadly, "There is very little now to rescue." "We shall see." Hermie's niece bore her brat, a girl, according to external evidence. Like its predecessors, it went into convulsions, emitted a few squeaks, and died face down in its own discharges. The corpse was packed into a box, over which, since the niece had been persuaded to Christianity, Brother Umfred intoned a few pious words, and the box was taken off by Hermie for burial. At noon of the following day, Suldrun went into labor. Close on sunset, haggard, hollow-eyed, but relatively cheerful, she gave birth to a son whom she named Thrun, after a Danaan hero who ruled the worlds of Arcturus. Hermie washed Thrun well and dressed him in clean linens. Late in the evening she returned with a small box. Up under the olive trees she dug a shallow grave, into which she unceremoniously slid the dead infant. She broke the box and burnt it in the fireplace. Suldrun lay on her couch, watching with big eyes. Hermie waited until the flames died low and the baby slept. "Now I must leave. I will not tell you where Thrun will go, so that in all cases he will be safe from Casmir. In a month or 2 or 3 you will disappear, and go to your baby and live thereafter, so I hope without sorrow." Suldrun said softly, "Hermie, I fear." Hermie hunched up her heavy shoulders. "In truth, I fear too, but whatever happens, we have done our best." Brother Umfred sat at a small table of ebony and ivory across from Queen Solace. With great concentration he studied a set of wooden tablets, each carved with hermetic import understood only by Brother Umfred. To either side of the table burned candles of bayberry wax. Brother Umfred leaned forward as if in astonishment. "Can it be another child born into the royal family?" Queen Solace uttered a throaty laugh. "There, Umfred, is either jest or nonsense." "The signs are clear. A blue star hangs in the grotto of the nymph Merlich. Cambianus ascends to the 7th. Here, there, see them now, are other nascents. No other meaning is plausible. The time is now. My dear Queen, you must summon an escort and make inspection. Let your wisdom be the test." "Inspection? Do you mean—" Solace's voice trailed off into surmise. "I know only what the tablets tell me." Solace heaved herself to her feet and summoned ladies from the adjoining parlor. "Come, whim is on me to walk out of doors." The group, chattering, laughing, and complaining of the untoward exercise, marched up the arcade, sidled through the postern, and picked their way down through the rocks to the chapel. Suldrun appeared. Immediately she knew why they had come. Queen Solace gave her a critical inspection. "Suldrun,
What is all this nonsense?
What nonsense, Royal Mother?
That you were pregnant with child. I see that this is not so, for which I give thanks. Priest, your tablets have deceived you.
Madam, the tablets are seldom wrong.
But you can see for yourself.
Brother Umfred frowned and pulled at his chin.
She is not now pregnant, so it would seem.
Queen Solace stared at him a moment, then swept to the chapel and looked within.
There is no child here.
Then it would seem to be elsewhere.
Now exasperated, Queen Solace swung upon Suldrun.
Once and for all, let us have the truth of this.
Brother Umfred added thoughtfully,
If collusion exists, it can easily be discovered.
Suldrun turned Brother Umfred a glance of contempt.
I gave birth to a daughter.
She opened her eyes on the world. She saw the cruelty in which life must be lived, and closed her eyes again. I buried her yonder in great sorrow. Queen Solace made a gesture of frustration and signaled a page-boy.
Fetch the king. This is a matter for his attention, not mine. I would never have pent the girl here in the first place.
King Casmir arrived, already in a foul humor, which he masked behind a face of somber impassivity. King Casmir stared at Suldrun.
What are the facts?
I bore a child. She died. Desmai's prediction in regard to Suldrun's firstborn son jerked to the forefront of Casmir's mind.
Girl? A girl?
For Suldrun, deception was difficult. She nodded. I buried her on the hillside. King Casmir looked around the circle of faces and pointed to Umfred.
You, priest, with your dainty marriages and mincing cant, you are the man for this job. Bring hither the corpse.
Boiling with fury he could not express, Brother Umfred humbly bowed his head and went to the grave. In the final rays of afternoon, he pulled aside the black mould with delicate white hands. A foot below the surface he found the linen cloth in which the dead infant had been wrapped. As he dug away the dirt, the cloth fell open to reveal the head. Brother Umfred paused in his digging. Through his mind passed a swift set of images and echoes of past confrontations. The images and echoes broke and vanished. He lifted the dead infant in its cloth and carried it to the chapel and placed it before King Casmir. For an instant Brother Umfred looked towards Suldrun and met her gaze, and in that single instant conveyed to her all the bitter hurt her remarks across the years had done to him.
Sire, said the priest, here is the corpse of a female infant. It is not Suldrun's child. I performed final rites over this child 3 or 4 days ago. It is the bastard of one Megwith by the groom Ralph.
King Casmir uttered a terse bark of laughter.
And I was so to be deceived?
He looked toward his entourage and pointed to a sergeant.
Take priest and corpse to the mother and learn the truth of this matter. If the infants have been transferred, bring with you the living child.
The visitors departed the garden, leaving Suldrun alone in the light of a waxing moon. The sergeant, with Brother Umfred, visited Megwith, who gave quick information that the corpse had been given into the care of a Hermie for burial. The sergeant returned to Hydian not only with Megwith, but also a Hermie. A Hermie spoke humbly to King Casmir.
Sire, if I have done wrong, be sure that my reason was only love for your blessed daughter, the Princess Suldrun, who does not deserve the woe of her life.
King Casmir lowered his eyelids.
Woman, are you declaring that my judgment in regard to the disobedient Suldrun is incorrect?
Sire, I speak not from disrespect, but from faith that you wish to hear truth from your subjects. I do believe that you are far too harsh on the poor bit of a girl. I beg you to let her live a happy life with her own child. She will thank you for the mercy, as will I and all your subjects, for she has in her entire life never done a wrong.
The room was silent. Everyone furtively watched King Casmir, who in his turn pondered. The woman, of course, was right, thought Casmir. Now to show mercy was equivalent to the admission that he had indeed dealt harshly with his daughter. He could discern no graceful retreat. With mercy impractical, he could only reaffirm his previous position.
Hermie, your loyalty is commendable. I can only wish that my daughter had given me a similar service. I will not here and now review her case, not explain the apparent severity of her punishment, save to state that, as a royal princess, her first duty is to the kingdom. We will discuss this matter no longer. I now refer to that child born by Princess Suldrun in what seems to have been lawful wedlock, which makes the child legitimate, hence a subject for my dutiful concern. I must now ask the seneschal to send you out with a suitable escort, that we may have the child here at Hydian, where it belongs."
Hermie blinked indecisively. "May I ask, sire, without giving offence, what of Princess Suldrun, since the child is hers?" Again King Casmir pondered his reply. Again he spoke gently.
"You are properly steadfast in your concern for the errant princess. First, as to the marriage. I now declare it void, null, and contrary to the interests of the state, though the child can only be considered legitimate. As for Princess Suldrun, I will go so far. If she submissively declares her wrongdoing, if she will affirm an intent to act henceforth in full obedience to my orders, she may return to Hydian and assume the condition of mother to her child. But first and immediately we shall fetch the child."
Hermie licked her lips, wiped her nose with the back of her hand, looked to right, then to left. She said, in a tentative voice, "Your Majesty's edict is very good. I beg your leave to bring these words of hope to the Princess Suldrun and lessen her grief. May I just run now to the garden?"
King Casmir gave a grim nod. "You may do so as soon as we know where to find the child."
"Your Majesty, I cannot reveal her secret. In your generosity, bring her here and tell her the good news." King Casmir's eyelids dropped the 16th part of an inch.
"Do not put loyalty to the princess above duty to me, your king. I ask you the question once more only. Where is the child?"
Hermie croaked, "Sire, I beg that you put the question to Suldrun." King Casmir gave a small jerk of the head and twitch of the hand, signals adequately familiar to those who served him, and Hermie was led from the hall. During the night, Suldrun's sleep, fitful at the best, was disturbed by a periodic mad howling from the Pane Hadder. She could not identify the quality of the sound, and tried to ignore it. Padraig, Hermie's third son, rushed across the Urquhart to the Pane Hadder and flung himself upon Zurling.
"No more! She will not tell you, but I will. Only now have I returned from Glimwoad, where I took the cursed brat. There you will find it."
Zurling suspended torment upon the sprawled mound of flesh, and informed King Casmir, who instantly sent a party of 4 knights and 2 wet nurses in a carriage to retrieve the child. Then he asked Zurling,
"Did the message come through the woman's mouth?" "No, your Majesty. She will not speak." "Prepare to cut a hand and a foot each from her husband and sons, unless she passes the words through her mouth."
Hermie saw the grisly preparations through filmed eyes. Zurling said, "Woman, a party is on its way to bring the child back from Glimwoad. The king insists that in order to obey his command you respond to the question. Otherwise, your husband and sons must each lose a hand and foot. I ask you, where is the child?" Padraig cried out, "Speak, mother! Silence has no more meaning." Hermie said in a heavy croak, "The baby is at Glimwoad. There you have it." Zurling loosed the men and sent them out into the Urquhart. Then he took a pincers, pulled Hermie's tongue from her head, and slit it in 2. With red-hot iron he seared the wound to staunch the blood, and such was Casmir's final penalty upon Hermie. In the garden the first day went by slowly, instant after hesitant instant, each approaching diffidently, as if on tiptoe, to hurry across the plain of the present and lose itself among the glooms and shadows of the past. The second day was hazy, less breathless, but the air hung heavy with portent. The third day, still hazy, seemed sluggish and drained of sensibility, yet somehow innocent and sweet, as if ready for renewal. On this day, Suldrun went slowly about the garden, pausing at times to touch the trunk of a tree or the face of a stone. With head bent, she walked the length of her beach, and only once paused to look to see. Then she climbed the path to sit among the ruins. The afternoon passed, a golden dreaming time, and the stone cliffs encompassed the whole of the universe. The sun sank softly and quietly. Suldrun nodded pensively, as if here were elucidation of an uncertainty, though tears coursed down her cheeks. The stars appeared. Suldrun descended to the old lime tree, and in the dim light of the stars she hanged herself. The moon, rising over the ridge, shone on a limp form and a sad, sweet face, already preoccupied with her new knowledge. Chapter 17. At the bottom of the oubliette, Alas no longer considered himself alone. With great patience he had arranged along one wall 12 skeletons. In days long past, when each of the individuals so represented had walked his term of days as a man, and at the end as a prisoner, each had scratched his name, and often a motto, into the rock wall. 12 names to match 12 skeletons. There had been no rescues, pardons, or escapes. Such seemed to be the message of the correspondence. Alas started to inscribe his own name, using the edge of a buckle. Then, in a spasm of anger, he desisted. Such an act meant resignation, and presaged the 13th skeleton. Alas confronted his new friends. To each he had assigned one of the names, possibly without accuracy. Still, Alas told the group, a name is a name, and were one of you to address me incorrectly, I would take no offense. He called his new friends to order. Gentlemen, we sit in conclave to share our collective wisdom and to ratify a common policy. There are no rules of order. Let spontaneity serve us all, within the limits of decorum. Our general topic is escape. It is a subject we all have considered, evidently without enlightenment. Some of you may regard the matter as no longer consequential. Still, a victory for one is a victory for all. Let us define the problem. Simply stated, it is the act of ascending the shaft from here to the surface. I believe that if I were able to gain the bottom of the shaft, I could climb crabwise to the surface. To this end, I need to elevate myself 12 feet into the shaft, and this is a formidable problem. I cannot jump so high. I have no ladder. You, my colleagues, while strong of bone, lack sinew and muscle. Might it be that with a resourceful use of these bones and yonder rope, something could be contrived? I see before me 12 skulls, 12 pelvises, 24 thigh bones, 24 shin bones, and a like number of upper arms and lower arms, many ribs, and a large number of accessory parts. Gentlemen, there is work to be done. The time has come for adjournment. Will someone make the appropriate motion? A guttural voice said, I move to dissolve the conference sine die. Alas stared around the line of skeletons. Which had spoken? Or had it been his own voice? After a pause, he asked, Are there negative votes? Silence. In that case, said Alas, the conclave is dissolved. He set himself to work at once, disassembling each skeleton, sorting the components, testing them in new combinations to discover optimum linkages. Then he began to build, fitting bone to bone with care and precision, grinding against stone when necessary, and securing the joints with rope fiber. He started with 4 pelvises, which he joined with struts of bound ribs. Upon this foundation he mounted the 4 largest femurs, and surmounted these with 4 more pelvises, and braced with more ribs. Upon this platform he fixed 4 more femurs and 4 final pelvises, bracing and cross-bracing to ensure rigidity. He had now achieved a ladder of 2 stages, which, when he tested it, bore his weight with no complaint. Then up another stage, and another. He worked without haste, while days became weeks, determined that the ladder should not fail at the critical moment. To control sidewise sway, he worked bone splinters into the floor and set up rope guys. The solidity of the structure gave him a ferocious satisfaction. The ladder was now his whole life, a thing of beauty in itself, so that escape began to be of less consequence than the magnificent ladder. He revelled in the spare white struts, the neat joints, the noble upward thrust. The ladder was finished. The top level, contrived of ulnas and radii, stood only 2 feet under the opening of the shaft, and Alas, with vast caution, practised inserting himself into the shaft. There was nothing to delay his departure, except to await the next basket of bread and water, so that he might avoid meeting Zerling on his way to feed him. At the next feeding, when Zerling pulled up the untouched food, he would nod sagely, and thereafter bring no more baskets. The bread and water arrived at noon. Alas took them from the basket, which was then drawn empty up the shaft. The afternoon waned. Never had time passed so slowly. The top of the shaft darkened. Evening had come. Alas mounted the ladder. He placed his shoulders against one side of the shaft, his feet against the other, to wedge himself in place. Then, 6 inches at a time, he thrust himself up the shaft, at first awkwardly, with fear lest he slip, then with increasing ease. He paused once to rest, and again when he had approached to 3 feet from the top, to listen. Silence. He continued, now gritting his teeth and grimacing in tension. He thrust his shoulders over the edge of the low wall and rolled to the side. He put his feet to solid ground, stood erect. The night was quiet around him. To one side the mass of the Pain-Hadder blotted out the sky. Alas ran crouching to the old wall which enclosed the Urquhart. Like a great black rat, he skulked through the shadows and around to the old postern. The door stood ajar, sagging on a broken hinge. Alas looked uncertainly down the trail. He slipped through the aperture, crouching uneasily. No challenge came from the dark. Alas sensed that the garden was untenanted. He descended the path to the chapel. As he expected, no candle glimmered. The hearth was dead. He proceeded down the path. The moon, rising over the hills, shone on the wan marble of the ruins. Alas paused to look and listen, then descended to the lime tree. Alas? He halted. Again he heard the voice speaking in a dreary half-whisper. Alas. He approached the lime tree. Suldrun, I am here. Beside the tree stood a shape of wisps and mist. Alas, Alas, you are too late. They have taken our son. Alas spoke in astonishment. Our son? He is named Thrun, and now he is forever gone from me. Oh, Alas, it is not pleasant to be dead. Tears started from Alas' eyes. Poor Suldrun, how could they treat you so? Life was not kind to me. Now it is gone. Suldrun, come back to me. The pale shape moved and seemed to smile. No, I am cold and dank. Are you not afraid? I will never be afraid again. Take my hands. I will give you warmth. Again the shape shifted in the moonlight. I am Suldrun, yet I am not Suldrun. I ache with a chill all your warmth could never melt. I am tired. I must go. Suldrun, stay with me, I beg you.
Dear Ailess, you would find me bad company.
Who betrayed us? The priest?
The priest, indeed. Thrun, our dear little boy. Find him, give him care and love. Say that you will.
I will do so as best I can.
Dear Ailess, I must go.
Ailess stood alone, his heart too full even for the flowing of tears. The garden was empty except for himself. The moon rose into the sky. Ailess finally bestirred himself. He dug under the roots of the lime tree and brought out Persilian the mirror and the pouch with the coins and gems from Suldrun's chamber. He spent the rest of the night in the grass under the olive trees. At dawn he scaled the rocks and hid in the undergrowth beside the road. A band of beggars and pilgrims came from the direction of Cursalot, east along the coast. Ailess joined them, and so came down into Lioness town. Recognition? He feared it not at all. Who could know this haggard, grey-faced wretch for Prince Ailess of Troisinet? Where the Sphere Arct met the Chail, a cluster of inns displayed their boards. At the Four Mallows Ailess took lodging, and, finally heeding the reproaches of his stomach, made a slow meal of cabbage soup, bread, and wine, eating with great caution lest the unaccustomed food work mischief on his shrunken stomach. The food made him drowsy. He went to his cubicle, and shaking out the straw pallet, slept into the afternoon. Awakening, he stared around the walls in alarm, close to consternation. He lay back, body trembling, and at last eased his racing pulse. For a period he sat cross-legged on the pallet, sweltering in terror. How had he held his sanity so dark and deep below the ground? Urgencies now thronged upon him. Truly he needed time to think, to plan, to recover his poise. He rose to his feet and went down to the area at the front of the inn, where an arbor of vines and climbing roses shielded benches and tables from the hot afternoon sunlight. Ailess seated himself at a bench beside the road, and a serving boy brought him beer and fried oatcakes. Two urgencies pulled him in opposite directions, a near unbearable homesickness for water-shade, and a longing, reinforced by the charge laid upon him, to find his son. A dockside barber shaved him and cut his hair. He bought garments at a booth, washed at a public bath, dressed in his new clothes, and felt immeasurably better. Now he might be taken for a seaman or a tradesman's apprentice. He returned to the arbor in front of the Four Mallows, which had become busy with late-afternoon trade. Ailess drank from a mug of beer and listened to such scraps of conversation as he could overhear, hoping for news. An old man with a flat, florid face, silky, clean white hair, and a mild blue gaze settled himself across the table. He gave Ailess an amiable greeting, ordered beer and fish cakes, and wasted no time engaging Ailess in conversation. Ailess, wary of Casmir's notorious corps of informers, responded with simple-minded innocence. The old man's name, so Ailess gathered from the salute of a passer-by, was Besant. He needed no encouragement, and provided Ailess information of all kinds. He touched upon the war, and Ailess learned that conditions were generally as before. The Trois still immobilized the ports of Lioness. A fleet of Trois warships had won a notable victory over the Ska, effectively sealing the Lear from their depredations. Ailess spoke only, "Exactly so," and "So I understand," and "Such things happen, alas." But this was enough, especially when Ailess ordered more beer, and so provided Besant a second wind. "What King Casmir plans for Lioness, I fear, is not succeeding of its own weight, though if Casmir heard my opinion, he'd have me crotched to stock in a thrice. Still, the conditions may go even worse, depending upon the Trois succession." "How so?" "Well, King Granis is old and fierce, but he can't live forever. Should Granis die today, the crown goes to Ospero, who lacks all ferocity. When Ospero dies, Prince Triwan takes the crown, since Ospero's son was lost at sea. If Ospero dies before Granis, Triwan takes the crown directly.
Trewan is said to be a fire-breathing warrior. Lioness can expect the worst. Were I King Casmir, I would sue for peace on the best terms to be had, and put my grand ambitions aside."
"That might well be the best of it," Aelus agreed. "But what of Prince Arbamet? Did he not hold first claim to the throne after Granis?"
"Arbamet died of injuries when he fell from a horse something more than a year ago. Still, it's all the same. One is as savage as the next, so that now even the ska won't come near. Ah, my throat. So much talking is dry work. What of it, lad? Can you oblige an old pensioner a stoup of beer?"
Without enthusiasm, Aelus called the serving boy. "A measure of beer for this gentleman, nothing more for me." Besant spoke on, while Aelus brooded over what he had heard. Prince Arbamet, Trewan's father, had been alive when he had departed Domrace aboard the Smadra. The line of succession had been straight. Granis through Arbamet to Trewan, and thereafter Trewan's male progeny. At East, Trewan had visited the Trois Cog, and apparently had learned of his father's death. The line of descent then became painful from his point of view. Granis through Ospero to Aelus, bypassing Trewan altogether. No wonder Trewan had returned from the Trois Cog in a glum mood. And no mystery whatever why Aelus must be murdered. Swift return to Troisinet was imperative. But what of Drun, his son? Almost as if in response, Besant rapped him with a pink knuckle. "Look you yonder! The ruling house of Lioness drives forth for an afternoon airing." Preceded by a pair of mounted heralds, and followed by 12 soldiers in dress uniform, a splendid carriage drawn by 6 white unicorns rolled down the Spher Arct. Facing forward, King Casmir and Prince Cassander, a slender, big-eyed youth, 14 years old, rode in the back seat. On the seat across sat Queen Solace in a gown of green silk, and Farrelt, Duchess of Relsimore, who carried in her lap, or more accurately tried to control, an auburn-haired infant in a white gown. The child wanted to climb up on the back of the seat, despite Lady Farrelt's admonitions and King Casmir's scowling. Queen Solace merely averted her gaze. "There you have the royal family," said Besant with an indulgent wave of the hand. "King Casmir, Prince Cassander, and Queen Solace, and a lady whom I don't know. Beside her stands the Princess Madook, daughter to Princess Suldrun, now dead by her own hand." "Princess Madook? A girl?"
"Aye, an odd little creature she's said to be."
Besant finished his beer.
"You are a lucky fellow to witness royal pomp so close at hand. And now I'm off to my nap."
Aelus went to his chamber. Sitting on the chair, he unwrapped Persilian and set it on the nightstand. The mirror, in one of its flippant moods, reflected the wall first upside down, then reversed left to right, then showed a window giving on the stable-yard, then with King Casmir peering balefully in through the window. Aelus said, "Persilian."
"I am here."
Aelus spoke with great caution, lest inadvertently he phrase a casual remark in the form of a question. "I may ask you 3 questions, then no more."
"You may ask a 4th question. I will answer, but then I will be free. You have already asked 1 question."
Aelus spoke carefully. "I want to find my son, Drun, take him into my custody, then return with him quickly and safely to Troisinet. Tell me how best to do this."
"You must put your requirements in the form of a question."
"How can I do as I described?"
"That is essentially 3 questions."
"Very well," said Aelus. "Tell me how to find my son."
"Ask a Hermie."
"Only that?" cried Aelus. "2 words and no more?"
"The reply is adequate," said Persilian, and would say no more. Aelus wrapped the mirror in a cloth and tucked it under the straw pallet.
The time was late afternoon. Ailus strolled out along the trail, brooding upon what he had learned. At the shop of a Moorish goldsmith, he offered for sale a pair of Suldrun's emeralds, each the size of a pea. The Moor examined the gems in turn, using a magnifying lens of a sort strange and new. Completing his appraisal, he spoke in a studiously flat voice. "These are excellent gems. I will pay 100 silver florins for each, approximately half their worth. That is my first, last, and only offer." "Done," said Ailus. The Moor laid out gold and silver coins, which Ailus swept into his pouch, then departed the shop. At sunset, Ailus returned to the Four Mallows, where he supped upon fried fish, bread, and wine. He slept soundly, and when he awoke, the oubliette seemed a bad dream. He took breakfast, paid his account, slung the parcel containing Persilian over his shoulder, and set out along the shore road south. By a route remembered from what seemed a previous existence, he tramped to the farmstead where a Hermie made her home. As before, he halted by the hedge and took stock of the surroundings. As before, men and boys worked hay. In the kitchen garden, a stocky old crone hobbled among the cabbages, cutting weeds with a hoe. As Ailus watched, 3 small pigs escaped from the sty and trotted briskly into the turnip patch. The crone gave a peculiar warbling scream, and a small girl ran from the cottage to chase the pigs, who darted everywhere except toward the sty. The girl ran panting past the gate. Ailus stopped her. "Would you tell a Hermie that someone at the gate wishes to speak to her?" The girl looked him up and down in hostility and distrust. She called out to the old woman who weeded the cabbages, then resumed her pursuit of the pigs, in which she now was joined by a small black dog. The old woman hobbled toward the gate. A shawl thrown over her head, and projecting a little past her face, shaded her features. Ailus stared in consternation. This crooked old creature? Was it a Hermie? She drew close, first a step of the right leg, then a lurch of the hip, and a swing around of the left leg. She halted. Her face showed odd distortions and creases. Her eyes seemed to have sunk in their sockets. Ailus stammered, "A Hermie? What has happened to you?" A Hermie opened her mouth and produced a set of warbling vocables, none intelligible to Ailus. She made a sign of frustration and called the girl, who came to stand beside her. The girl told Ailus, "King Casmir cut her tongue and hurt her everywhere." A Hermie spoke. The girl listened carefully, then, turning to Ailus, translated, "She wants to know what happened to you." "They put me in an underground dungeon. I escaped, and now I want to find my son." A Hermie spoke. The girl just shook her head. Ailus asked, "What did she say?" "Things about King Casmir." A Hermie, "Where is my son, Thrun?" A moment of incomprehensible warbling, which the girl translated. "She doesn't know what has happened. She sent the baby to her mother out by the great forest. Casmir sent out a party, but they brought back a girl, so the baby boy must still be there." "And how will I find this place?" "Go up the old street, then east to Little Saffield. Here take the side road north to Tawn Timble, and thence to the village Glimwode. There you must ask for Graith, the woodcutter, and Winnis, his wife." Ailus looked into his pouch and brought out a necklace of pink pearls. He gave it to a Hermie, who accepted it without enthusiasm. "This was Suldrun's necklace. When I reach Troisinet, I will send for you, and you will live out your years in comfort, and as much content as may be possible." A Hermie produced a low quacking sound. "She says that it is kind of you to make the offer, but that she does not know if the men would wish to leave their land." "We will settle such affairs later. Here I am only Ailus the vagabond, and I have nothing to give except my gratitude." "So it may be." Late in the day, Ailus arrived at Little Saffield, a market town beside the river Timble, built all of ochre-grey country stone. At the center of town, Aelus found the Black Ox Inn, where he took lodging for the night. In the morning he set off along a lane which followed the river Timble north, in the shade of poplar trees along the river bank. Crows soared over the fields, notifying all who would listen of his presence. Sunlight burnt through the early mist and warmed his face. Already he was losing the haunted pallor of his captivity. As he walked, an odd thought passed through his mind. Some day I must return and visit my 12 good friends. He uttered a grim sound. What an idea! Return into the dark hole? Never! He calculated. Today Zerling would drop the bucket with his rations. The bread and water would remain in the basket, and the poor underground wight would be deemed dead. Zerling might perhaps report as much to King Casmir. How would the king react to the news? An indifferent shrug? A twitch of curiosity as to the father of his daughter's child? Aelus smiled a thin, hard smile, and for a space amused himself with possible directions of the future. The landscape to the north ended at a dark loom across the northern horizon, the forest of Tantrovallis. As Aelus approached, the countryside altered, to become ever more thoroughly steeped in time. Colors seemed richer and heavier. Shadows were more emphatic and showed curious colors of their own. The river Timble, shaded under willows and poplars, wandered away in stately meanders. The road turned and entered the town Tawn Timble. At the inn, Aelus ate a dish of broad beans and drank an earthenware mug of beer. The way to Glimwoad led across the meadows, ever closer to the gloom of the forest, sometimes skirting the verge, sometimes passing under outlying copses. Halfway through the afternoon, Aelus trudged into Glimwoad. The landlord at the Yellow Man Inn directed him to the cottage of Graith, the woodcutter. He asked, in puzzlement, "What brings so many fine folk to visit Graith? He's but a common man and no more than a woodcutter." "The explanation is simple enough," said Aelus. "Certain grand folk at Lioness Town wanted a child brought up quietly, if you get my meaning, and then they changed their minds." "Ah." The landlord laid a sly finger alongside his nose. "Now it's clear. Still a far way just to veil an indiscretion." "Bah, one cannot judge the high-born by sensible standards." "That is a basic truth," declared the landlord. "They live with their heads above the clouds. Well, then, you know the way. Don't stray into the woods, especially after nightfall. You might find things you weren't seeking. In all likelihood, I'll be back here before sunset. Will you have a bed for me?" "Aye, if nothing better, you'll have a pallet in the loft." Aelus departed the inn, and in due course found the cottage of Graith and Winnis, a small 2-room hut built of stone and timber, with a thatched roof at the very edge of the forest. A spare old man with a white beard worked to split a log with maul and wedges. A stocky woman in a homespun smock and shawl tilled the garden. At Aelus' approach, both drew erect, and in silence watched him come. Aelus halted in the dooryard, and waited while the man and woman slowly approached. "You are Graith and Winnis?" asked Aelus. The man gave his head a terse nod. "Who are you? What do you want?" "Your daughter, Hermie, sent me here." The two stood watching him, still as statues. Aelus sensed the psychic reek of fear. He said, "I haven't come to trouble you. Quite the contrary. I am Suldrun's husband, and the father of our child. It was a boy named Thrun. Hermie sent him here. King Casmir's soldiers brought back a girl named Maduk. So then, where is my son, Thrun?" Winnis began to wail. Graith held up his hand. "Quiet, woman, we have done no wrong. Fellow, whatever your name, the affair is one we are done with. Our daughter suffered a great anguish. We despise with all our hatred those persons who brought her pain. King Casmir took the child. There is no more to say." "Only this. Casmir locked me in a deep dungeon, from which I have only just escaped. He is my enemy no less than yours, as some day he will learn. I ask for what is my right. Give me my boy, or tell me where to find him."
"This is nothing to us," cried Winnis. "We are old. We survive from day to day. When our horse dies, how will we take our wood to the village? Some winter soon we shall starve."
Aelus reached into his pouch and brought out another of Suldrun's possessions, a wristband of gold set with garnets and rubies. To this he added a pair of gold crowns. "Now I can help you only this much, but at least you need not fear starvation. Now tell me of my son." Winnis hesitantly took the gold.
"Very well, I shall tell you of your son. Graith went into the forest to cut faggots. I carried the baby in a basket and set it on the ground while I gathered mushrooms. Alas, we were close by Madling Meadow, and the fairies of Thripsy She worked a mischief. They took the boy and left a fairy child in the basket. I noticed nothing till I reached to take the baby, and it bit me. Then I looked and saw the red-haired girl brat, and I knew that the fairies had been at work."
Graith spoke. "Then the king's soldiery arrived. They asked for the baby on pain of death, and we gave them the changeling, and bade cess to it." Aelus looked from face to face in bafflement. Then he turned to gaze into the forest. At last he said, "Can you take me to Thripsy She?" "Oh, yes, we can take you there, and should you make awkwardness, they'll give you a toad's head like they did poor Willclaw the drover, or give you dancing feet so that you'll dance the roads and byways forever, and that was the fate of a lad named Dingle when they caught him eating their honey."
"Never bother the fairies," Winnis told him. "Be grateful when they leave you in peace."
"But my son, Thrun, how does he fare?"